Well, now heads to ITV1's Election Party. Faster with the results than anyone else. Election 2005 with Jonathan Dimbleby.
The polls are about to close. The fate of these men will be sealed. For the fastest results and all the drama, join us for Election 2005.
I'll have our best ever graphics to show if Tony Blair should be looking quite so confident tonight. And the top cartoonist Gerald Scarfe has joined forces with us to put the swing into our swingometer. Gerald will be giving us his take on the night, live in the studio.
Mark and I will be joined by stars and key opinion formers to get their views on the night.
Yes, politics and showbiz meet at our exclusive party at the London Eye.
Our promise will be first with the results. Here's our engine room where the computers crunch the numbers and our analysts are ready for action. First, fastest, best. Don't miss a moment. It is precisely 10 o'clock. Britain has decided, and we are predicting that Tony Blair has won a third term, but with a sharply reduced majority of 66. If our exit poll carried out by Mori and NOP for ITV News and the BBC is correct, it remains a remarkable achievement, making the Prime Minister the first ever Labour leader to win 3 elections in a row. But that's far from the whole story. Let's look at the details now. If our prediction is correct, it would mean Labour would have 356 seats in the House of Commons. That's 47 fewer than in 2001. The Tories would get 209 seats, 44 more than last time. And the Liberal Democrats are on course for 53 seats, that's 2 more. In our poll, 37% said they voted Labour. 33% said they voted Conservative, exactly the same as in 2001. 22% said they voted Liberal Democrat. The other parties got 8%, including 2% for the SNP and 1% for Plaid Cymru. As we said, if the exit poll is right, Labour would have a majority of 66. Now, that's a reduction of 94 seats in the Commons. As always, elections are decided, though, in marginal seats. But, and it's a big but tonight, it is very difficult to measure what has happened in the marginals this time round. A few votes, one way or the other, can make a huge difference to the size of that majority, which means it could easily go up or even down as the night goes on. By the way, the poll was compiled by questioning nearly 20,000 people as they left the polling booths today. Now, let me introduce you to a key member of our team, Nick Robinson, ITV's political editor and a man who's at the very top of his game. Nick, I was stressing there how uncertain things are tonight despite the evidence of the exit poll.
Yes, and it means that we're in for a dramatic night, a truly dramatic night. I've been talking to the party headquarters already. They are watching, and they will watch every marginal to see whether it seems to confirm our exit poll or suggest that the night will be rather better for Labour than we're currently saying. We have to start by saying either way, it's a remarkable achievement for Labour and for Tony Blair. A third historic victory. They will be celebrating that. If the margin of victory is as low as this suggests, he's got a much more uncomfortable ride ahead in Parliament. 30 or 40 guaranteed Labour rebels we know there are. It will be much harder for him to get his business through, and those who want him to go sooner rather than later and replace him with Gordon Brown will use that sort of result as an excuse.
And the Tories? The
Tories will have a sigh of relief if they get this. But remember this, even on our exit poll here, they're still getting the same seats as Michael Foot got in 1983. Hardly a triumph.
And the Liberal Democrats, we're predicting very much the same. Hardly on the face of it, the alternative party of power.
And at the moment, they may be the most disappointed tonight. A big increase in their vote, but not, we are predicting, a big increase in the number of seats. And what Labour warned of, people switching in Labour-Tory marginals to the Liberal Democrats and helping the Tories, does seem to be happening. There are all these ifs as well. Some nervous pollsters tonight, Jonathan, as well as some nervous party managers.
Absolutely, and we'll be weaving our way through that. And to help us, Alistair Stewart has got an amazing box of tricks and gizmos to analyse the exit poll. Alistair, as we were saying, it is a lot of uncertainty around the place.
There is a great deal of uncertainty, but what I think we've got so far is a clear snapshot of a national swing. And as both of you quite rightly said, it's in the margins that it's going to be fought and lost in those marginal constituencies. But first of all, Jonathan, let me start off by putting those numbers that you and Nick were just talking about into our swingometer, courtesy of Gerald Scarfe. Let's begin with the position of both of the leading parties when Parliament was dissolved 5 weeks ago. As you can see, Tony Blair has a very big smile on his face. That's because he has 403 seats and a huge overall majority of 160. Michael Howard, on the other hand, is looking pretty glum. The Conservatives had just 165 seats before tonight, just a few more than Labour's majority. Now, let's feed in our exit poll prediction of that national swing of 2.7% from Labour to the Tories. Now, that would leave Tony Blair with a reduced majority of 66, but still more than enough to win tonight. To turn Michael Howard's mood around, he'd have to heave his way along to at least this position. That's a swing of 6.2%, and that would give him a hung parliament all the way further over here to a mighty swing of 10.2%. Only then would he win the election, and only then with a majority of just 2 seats. Now, you can see how hard that's going to be when I show you the scale of the challenge on our battleground. These are the seats that Labour and Mr. Blair are seeking to defend tonight. They are being targeted overwhelmingly by the Tories, although the Lib Dems and the Nats have got their eyes on a few as well. And the number at the top of each of these columns corresponds to the amount of swing that is needed to steal them. So let's see what happens if Labour are defeated. The polls are wrong. It's a dream scenario for the Conservatives. Well, as you can see behind me, some seats fall to the other parties, but the bulk turns blue all the way from 5 to 6 to 7%, right up to that elusive 10% column. But if our exit poll is correct, it's a sad journey back here for the Conservative Party, all the way down to this column, a swing of just 2.7%. And that is where we think it may sit until we get the details of those crucial marginal seats. But let's feed it all in as we fly across the Thames and along the corridors of power, bang into the chamber of the House of Commons. Here we are, Parliament, 646 members in their seats. On the swing, predicted by our exit poll, Labour would have 356 seats. The Tories would boost their numbers to 209, 44 more than at the last election, but still not enough to see them swap sides from opposition to government. The Liberal Democrats would be expected to take 53 seats, and the others, the Nationalists and so on and so forth, would be left with 28. But that would leave Labour with a reduced majority of 66. More than enough for them to complete, as Jonathan and Nick were just saying, an historic third term. And that means Tony Blair probably sitting here for another, well, who knows? That's the other big question tonight, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yes. Meanwhile, you look very comfortable there. But I should stress, of course, that we're talking still about an exit poll, not a result. Now we're going to go down to the atrium, where you can see all the computers whirring as they prepare for a long night ahead. In command down there, and to make sense of what they spew out, is Professor Colin Rallings, as good as there is in the business. Colin, your take on this poll?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it, Jonathan? I've been looking at some of the detail of the exit poll, and what we do is we've talked to people in 120 constituencies, and of course we present an average. Now, within that average, it's already clear that there's some really big differences. There are seats where Labour is losing ground quite heavily to the Conservatives as a result of a fall in its own vote, but the Conservatives have picked back quite strongly against the Liberal Democrats in other areas. So what we will be expecting tonight is swings against the trend, results against the run of play. So even if the exit poll as a whole turns out to be correct, some surprise results, I think, are absolutely certain to happen as the night wears on.
And Colin, is it going to take us, therefore, quite a long time to see how this is going to settle down, if it's going to bump around all over the place?
Yes, of course, because we're expecting marginal perhaps in from Birmingham just after midnight, and we'll have a close look at that. But if Birmingham is not behaving in quite the same way as, say, the South Coast or Scotland, then we're going to have to wait a bit longer. So you really do need to be on the edge of your seat to see whether this projected majority of 66 moves up or moves away from the comfort zone for Mr. Blair towards a hung parliament.
Colin, thank you very much. And now we can go straight to the man who helped run the Conservative campaign. Liam Fox is in Woodspring. Good evening, Mr. Fox. Waiting for your results, doubtless. You've seen our exit poll. What do you make of it?
Well, we've known for the last few days that this was going to be an election that was won or lost in those marginal seats. We've known that a lot of people were very disillusioned with the current government, and it remains to be seen, doesn't it, exactly who switches across and where they do it. And I think that, you know, for politicians, this is a time perhaps for a little humility and just to wait and see what the voters deliver to us.
Would one part of that humility to be that even though you would have liked to form the next government, whatever happens here, the chances of you forming the government this time round are remote, not to say impossible?
Oh, it's always been an enormous mountain for us to climb. We knew that, and it was a very difficult task, and I think Michael Howard has led the party into that enormous mountain with great gusto, and I think the party's campaign has been the most professional and disciplined we've had for a very long time. So we'll wait and see what happens now in the marginal seats. Our candidates' tails are up, but we wait and see, and I know no more than you do, and I've seen exit polls before being wrong. We'll wait and see what
we are being cautious about them. But just one thing, you say that the campaign was a very efficiently run. Many people said that, but maybe you were pressing the wrong buttons, or you don't have the right buttons to press.
Well, we'll see, and it's what the results show. But it's always difficult to run an election campaign when people feel, rightly or wrongly, pretty economically secure. That always makes it very difficult for an opposition, and we will see tonight exactly how we do on the battlefield. It's going to be a long night. I wouldn't give many predictions on election night, but I know that this is going to be a very long one, and maybe a long time before we actually see the pattern of how this election is going to fall out. So I think we'll all be well advised to take it nice and gently the next few hours.
Liam Fox, it's going to be a long night. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope we may have a chance to speak to you later.
We'll speak again.
Now, coming up in the next few minutes on this programme, find out what the great cartoonist Gerald Scarfe has made of the night so far. And as we speak, the counts are underway now all over the country, and we will be there for the very first result. And now, let us see what Gerald Scarfe is doing. Gerald, first of all, good evening.
Good evening.
But I think we ought to be a good idea to have you're going to give us your incredibly sharp-eyed and satirical take on this evening. Let's have a look first at what makes Gerald's work so biting and distinctive. Gerald Scarfe is a political satirist in a tradition that goes back centuries. He says his inimitable cartoons are part art and part journalism, and they've been a mainstay of newspapers and magazines for 4 decades. But his striking artwork has also been seen by millions on television, in the theatre, and in films like Pink Floyd's The Wall.
I always said it comes to no good.
He's even worked for Disney.
My favorite part of the game.
Gerald has been responsible for shaping the public perception of many politicians, and he spares no one's blushes. Gerald, it is a remarkable oeuvre. The work is extraordinary across the huge range. This is the first time, I think, you've been doing this on an election night live.
It's the first time for a very long time I've worked this late at night. I used to do it when I was younger.
You've got an awful long night to go. Tell me, what are you going to try and do? You're going to hear the results as they come in. You're going to see who's up, who's down, who's in, who's out, and the rest. What are you going to try and do?
We'll try and make some amusement out of it. I mean, not that it won't be amusing anyway, but I'm going to take the main contestants and poke fun at them, I guess. That's what I'm really going to do.
And you're going to...
And draw as we go.
Are we going to be shocked or amused or something between the two?
Well, I can't be that shocking here, can I? I will amuse you.
As you get more and more
try to amuse you.
But what is that saying there?
Well, this is Blair on his way to the polling station to place his vote this morning.
Yeah.
And he's going to place his cross. And this is the cross. We all know what this cross is.
And what is the cross?
Iraq.
Aha. Aha.
So
the burden he bears.
That's his cross which he has to place.
We will do...
And see what effect
we'll leave you to that, and we'll come back and see all the way through the evening. Gerald, thanks. Now, I can be joined by Alan Milburn in Darlington, where he will soon be hearing his results. He is, of course, the man who coordinated the campaign. Mr. Milburn, what do you make of the exit poll? First question. We've been putting all sorts of health warnings around it, inevitably, but it's quite interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting. I think we have to wait and see. These polls have been wrong before. I guess they'll be wrong again, Jonathan. But it does seem to indicate that there will be a Labour government, and that's welcome news.
It says that, but it does say it with a pretty sharply reduced majority, even if it goes up. I mean, you've lost a lot of seats. Does it indicate that if Mr. Gordon Brown hadn't come to your aid at the last minute, you might have been in serious trouble in the campaign?
No, I don't think that, and I think we really do just have to wait and see. It's very early days, and as everybody has been saying, this is promising to be a long night and I guess an even longer morning. But I think we can say a couple of things with confidence, with hope at least. I hope that turnout has risen across the country. I think that would be a good thing for democracy. And as far as our campaign is concerned, we ran precisely the campaign we said we would. rooted in our strengths, our leadership, which you touched on, our values, our record on the economy, investment, improvement in the public services, and I think what we managed to do was expose the Conservative Party as a party that is pretty unchanged, unreformed. It ran a pretty nasty right-wing campaign. It used to be a one-nation party. It turned into a one-issue party. That issue was immigration.
We will be exploring all of these things, not excluding immigration and Iraq, as the evening goes on. Mr. Milburn, thanks so much for joining us. Now, as I mentioned, we aren't only going to hear, I mentioned earlier at the start, we're not just going to hear from the politicians this evening. We're going to be going down to our ITV election party as well, and that's at a very special location on board a boat moored next door to the London Eye and just across the river from Parliament. It's called the Silver Sturgeon, and our guests have already started to arrive there. Among them, key opinion formers and big-name stars who have a real interest in tonight's outcome, and we'll be hearing from them as the night goes on. Down there in the midst of it all, I can see Mark Austin and Katie Durham. Over to both of you.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed, and things are shaping up for quite a party here. We're expecting around 350 guests, politicians, business leaders, opinion formers, and of course celebrities, lots of celebrities, all watching this drama unfold on screens all over this boat. We've got plenty of food and plenty of drink, champagne throughout the night. Rather different champagne than normal. We've got the strawberry-based champagne for those Labour supporters here, a kind of Bellini for Lib Dems, an orange colour, and of course Tory blue. If you support the Greens, we can rustle up a creme de menthe, I'm told, but we've got plenty of celebrities, as I say. Joan Collins, Clive Anderson, we'll be talking to them in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, I want to take you upstairs. See, you just don't go away, you two. I want to take you upstairs where we can go onto the deck. And there's plenty more celebrities I can tell you about. Ian Hislop, Germaine Greer, Maureen Lipman, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Alistair McGowan, Badil and Skinner. All people with a real passion for politics and with something interesting to say. Now, I'm up on the deck, pretty spectacular sight. But if you want to come to this party, you've not only got to have sea legs, you've got to have a head for heights as well. Why? Well, Katie Durham is up there to tell you. Katie.
Hello, Mark. I think I can just spy you down there. Yes, we have nerves of steel up here. As you can see, we have got exclusive views of the British Airways London Eye, which means that we can give our VIP guests the most spectacular views of London. Even at night, you can pick out most of the capital's major landmarks from this height. And of course, the best sight of all is the prize that all the political parties are fighting for tonight, the Houses of Parliament. We really do have the best view in town. My first guests in my little political pod here are Richard Wilson and Honor Blackman, so welcome. I mean, it's amazing up here, isn't it? It's the first time for all of us.
Wonderful. I'm just holding steady because I don't like looking down. I'm looking dead ahead.
Well, Honor, you're well known to be the poster girl for the Liberal Democrats, I think it would be fair to say. Richard, you're a well-known Labour supporter. Both of you very interested in the outcome tonight. We've already heard about this potential bloody nose for Blair, Richard. What do you make of these exit polls? Are you surprised by this shocking slash in majority we could be looking at?
What are we seeing at the moment then? What's it?
It's down from 165 last time to 66, they say.
It's a bit early, well, I knew, I was fairly sure that the majority would be down by a chunk. It's more than I thought, certainly.
Now,
but I'm sure the war, the Iraq war, has taken its toll, especially over this last week when we had so many leaked documents didn't help, of course.
And Honor, if this majority is so rapidly and hugely reduced, do you think this is good news for the Lib Dems? I mean, if they pick up points tonight, do you think that's a real turning point for the Lib Dems?
Oh, I really hope so. And I'm hoping that the exit poll is telling us that there are many, many more Lib Dem votes, as opposed to they're going the other way to the Tories.
Yes, we don't know where they're going, Honor, do we?
No, we don't know where they're going. They might be going to the Green Party. Or
they might.
Almost anywhere, yes. But I have a gut feeling an enormous number of them are going to the Lib Dems. I was at the campaign rally the other night, and Charles Kennedy rather suggested that was the case. I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
And you don't think that it's just going to be a case of people trying to mark their dissatisfaction?
Well, I don't care what it is. I think they'll find that the Lib Dems are a very good party to be with.
Honor, Richard, thank you so much for joining me up here. Now I know it's time to go back to Mark, where he's got more guests down on the boat.
Thank you very much indeed, Katie. And joining me, as I said, is Joan Collins and Clive Anderson. First of all, let's just get a quick reaction to this early exit poll. 60 seats majority, not really as many as was predicted. What do you make of that, Jane?
Well, I think it's better than a lot of people had hoped, and hopefully it'll get better. I mean, there's another, 3 hours before we have the final result?
Now, let's just find out where you stand on this, because the last time I saw you, you were standing next to not Clive Anderson, but Robert Kilroy's Silk, supporting UKIP. So are you UKIP supporter, or are you Conservative, or what?
I made a fatal mistake. I was on tour with a play in Newcastle, and I was called by Robert Kilroy Silk, who's a friend of mine, and said, "What are you doing tomorrow?" And I said, "Not a lot." And he said, "Well, I'm doing a press call for UKIP, and I know that you believe in some of the things that we stand for. So would you just come and do a few photographs with me?" So I said, "Okay, there's not much to do when you're on tour in Newcastle."
So you're bored, so you joined UKIP.
Yes.
Is that essentially
well, I didn't. I never joined UKIP. That was the media that liked to say that. I was just sort of supporting Robert.
Okay. And Clive Anderson, very quickly, what's
well,
your reaction?
I'm very keen on Robert Kilroy Silk doing well, because if we can establish a practice of clapped-out chat show hosts getting their own political parties, would that be fine? 66, I think it's an all-losers election, this, because if Tony Blair's majority is cut down to 66, that'll look like he's done badly. It'll still mean Michael Howard is a loser because he won't have got into Parliament, and Charles Kenny, a nice guy, but he leads the Liberal Democrats, which is almost a guaranteed loser position, I'm afraid. So.
Terrific. Clive Anderson with the quote of the night about chat show hosts, I guess. I've already suggested that Nick Robinson here has got the best political antennae in the business. Nick, what did you make of Alan Milburn's conversation with me briefly?
Well, I think all the politicians you've got have summed up what we've just heard from Clive Anderson. An all-losers elections. They all look tense. They all look worried.
Yeah, very interesting. And you have got something to help you be even less tense than you are, which is a piece of a contraption here called Elvis.
That's right. Our graphics gurus have come up with my toy called Elvis because, of course, the election map of Britain needs to be all shook up. It is actually standing for Election Visualiser, Elvis. Why are we doing it? Because if you just paint a normal political map, blue where it's Tory and red where it's Labour and yellow where it's Lib Dem, it's distorting picture that you get from it, because the Tory seats are big, they seem to sprawl right over the country. So let's look at Elvis instead. Here it is. Now, if I zoom in on a part of Britain, the West Midlands, you can get a real sense of how different this really is. There we go. Now tilt my map, you see skyscrapers appear. The height of these blocks is the scale of the majority in the seat. The width, the size of the seat. So pick a little seat there, which I can do, and you'll get a feel for it, Jonathan. There we have Rugby and Kenilworth, a marginal seat, a low Labour lead, surrounded by Tory seats. One other thing that it can do as well, Jonathan, is to give us a sense of how the picture has changed over time. This is the last time the Tories won. Blue everywhere. Then Tony Blair comes in. Look at the change. Not much change on 2001, and we'll, region by region and across the country, be able to show you that happening as the results come in.
So we're going to have a very close relationship with Elvis. Meanwhile, not on Elvis, but really we're going up to Scotland, to North East Fife, and I can see there Sir Mingus Campbell, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats. On our exit poll, and we have been saying exit poll, exit poll, exit poll, Sir Ming, you have, on the basis of the 2001 election, gained no seats at all. And in fact, if you take into account your by-election victories since 2001, you will have in effect lost 2 seats. Not a very encouraging night for the party of alternative power.
Well, let me say back to you, exit poll, exit poll, exit poll. 1992 should be engraved on all of our hearts. We are 3% up from what we were in the last election. Labour are several points down. The Tories are exactly the same, exactly the level that prompted Mr Hague to resign within a matter of 24 hours. What I think is true is that there are going to be regional variations in this poll. I've always believed that to be so, and I understand from the Liberal Democrat High Command that in the so-called target seats we've been going like a bomb. So I say, like everyone else, there's a risk of agreement breaking out among the political parties, at least for a moment or two. Let's wait till we see actual results.
It strikes me that you're all quite worried men from your different perspectives.
Well, I don't feel worried at all, I must say. 3% increase. We said that the Labour tactic of arguing that somehow Mr Michael Howard could get through the back door of number 10 Downing Street was wholly unfounded, and we've been proved to be correct about that. Some time ago, I had a bet with a friend of mine in the Labour Party, and I said, well, I think you might have a majority somewhere between 60 and 90. I'm beginning to wish I'd put some more money on.
Sir Ming, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, as we can tell, everyone's watching it this evening, but no one more closely than the party leaders themselves, who are all now at their own base camps. Let's go first to the Prime Minister's Sedgefield constituency in County Durham. His count is at the Newton Aycliffe Leisure Centre, and John Ray, who's been following the Labour campaign all the way through, is there. John, can you get a feel of what the response is to our exit poll?
I can tell you that counting is already underway here, Jonathan. I think we can show you a few shots of the count going on behind me. A long list of candidates here, Mr. Blair just one of them. An interesting local story, of course. Reg Keyes, whose son was killed in Iraq, is contesting this seat. But let me tell you what I've gained from the Prime Minister today. We had a very short meeting, and we had a man, of course, who is confident of victory here, but I don't think he was ever confident of the scale of the national victory. Never really believed some of those polls that gave his party such a big lead.
Do you get any feeling, as wondering, obviously it's difficult there, but are people there saying, yeah, this exit poll makes sense, or does it seem quite dispiriting to them, or both?
Well, I've talked to a few people from the Labour Party. It seems to be in keeping with what they were saying. Just to recap what other people have said tonight, the national polls say one thing. What they were saying tonight is it's going to be a very mixed picture because there are so many interesting local factors.
John, thanks a lot. Now we go to Kent and Michael Howard's seat, which is in Folkestone. Libby Wiener is waiting at the count there, which is at the Lees Cliff Hall in this famous old port. Libby, what's the impression you've got there?
Well, the Conservatives aren't saying at all how they think this night is going yet. Michael Howard came to the village hall in Lymm near his home earlier to vote later than the other party leaders. He was there with his wife and daughter, and he certainly was giving nothing away. His wife and daughter looked slightly exhausted, I think, and were quite pleased that the whole thing was over. But Michael Howard has run an extremely energetic campaign. He may be the oldest of the party leaders at 63, but he never showed any sign of flagging. We covered something like 10,000 miles together, and I think critical to tonight's result, much of that time was spent crisscrossing the Midlands and those marginal seats that the Tories do believe are crucial to how this election turns out. They believe that if they could pick up enough of those marginal seats, then they did have a chance of certainly eating away at Labour's majority. I don't think many of them in their heart of hearts believe they could actually snatch victory.
Libby, thank you very much. And now over to Charles Kennedy's seat in Ross, Skye and Lochaber in the north of Scotland. Geraint Vincent is at his count, which is at the Dingwall Leisure Centre. Geraint, a feeling for how the Liberal Democrats are feeling?
Pretty disappointed, Jonathan. There was a very optimistic feeling throughout this campaign. Charles Kennedy was saying throughout that he thought he was going to do better in this election than ever before. But if our exit polls are to be believed, well, they've made precious little progress in terms of the number of seats they wanted to win. They may have made some advance in terms of their percentage of the vote, as you heard Min Campbell saying there. But really, I think there'll be a lot of disappointments. And when Charles Kennedy makes his speech here in the early hours of tomorrow morning, he may well be rallying the troops instead of celebrating real progress, if our exit poll is to be believed.
OK, thank you very much. We'll be back to you for the count. Just one brief piece of news. Linton Crosby, who ran the campaign for the Conservatives, the Australian guru, has said, told Sky Television, he believes the Tories will gain between 40 and 50 seats, which is very close to what we're talking about. Prescott has been saying, John Prescott, Deputy, is saying there will be a Labour government. Anyway, election nights aren't only about looking to the future, but about putting the result in perspective by looking back at the past. So let's now go to Alistair Stewart, who's been looking at the scale of the challenge that faces Michael Howard tonight. Alistair.
Jonathan, let's fly you across the Thames, over Whitehall and right down into Downing Street. Michael Howard needs a swing of over 10% to make it through the door behind me. Has it been done before? Well, let's take a look back into the history books. I'm delighted to say that Gerald has kindly offered his help in telling this story. In 1951, Winston Churchill took up the reins. That general election saw a swing of just 1.1% from Labour, who'd won a landslide just 6 years before. In 1970, the Conservative leader Ted Heath became Prime Minister with a much more impressive swing of 4.7%. Labour's Harold Wilson was out. And so we come to Margaret Thatcher. In 1979, she became the first woman in number 10 with a swing to the Tories of 5.2%. So the challenge might prove too much for Michael Howard. In fact, no Conservative Prime Minister since 1945 has won their place in Downing Street with a swing so big. In fact, there's only one leader who's managed it, and his name is Tony Blair. He became Prime Minister in 1997 with a swing of 10.2% from the Conservatives. So if our exit poll is correct, Mr. Blair will probably be feeling pretty comfortable about his chances of staying put in there for a third term. But there are still all those marginals to come, Jonathan.
Sure are. Thanks, Alistair. We'll be here with the first result, which is due very soon now. But first, to bring us up to date with the latest election night headlines, here's Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Thanks, Jonathan. And you join me at the hub of tonight's programme, where our team is primed to analyse the results as they begin to pour in over the next few hours. But already we're getting reaction to our exit poll, which predicts, and it is of course only a prediction, a reduced majority for Labour. This is the scene at Tony Blair's camp in Sedgefield. We'll hear from him there later. But speaking on this programme, the party's campaign chief, Alan Milburn, said that overall the signs are good.
I think we can say a couple of things with confidence, with hope at least. I hope that turnout has risen across the country. I think that would be a good thing for democracy. And as far as our campaign is concerned, we ran precisely the campaign we said we would.
It appears the Liberal Democrats may have a tough time improving on their 52 seats last time, despite an increased share of the vote. Leader Charles Kennedy has tonight at his constituency home in the Scottish Highlands. Its geographical size means it'll be one of the later ones to declare. The Conservatives look to have made some progress, but is it enough? In the last few minutes, the Conservative co-chairman, Liam Fox, has said it all depends on what happens in those tight marginals.
Well, we've known for the last few days that this was going to be an election that was won or lost in those marginal seats. We've known that a lot of people were very disillusioned with the current government, and it remains to be seen, doesn't it, exactly who switches across and where they do it.
North of the border, the Scottish National Party is hoping to make inroads on Labour. The SNP's leader, Alex Salmond, here going to cast his ballot, is fighting his first election for the party since 1999. In some of the remoter areas of Scotland, ballot boxes have had to be transported from polling stations by helicopter. Well, some of tonight's other main stories now, and police are questioning a man in connection with two bombings outside the British consulate in New York. The small makeshift grenades exploded early this morning, causing slight damage to the building. Security has been stepped up after fears the attack could have been part of a terror campaign to coincide with the general election. It's been another deadly day in Iraq. A series of bomb attacks targeting security forces has left at least 24 people dead. The upsurge in violence comes just days after a new Iraqi government was sworn in. And lawyers acting for Michael Jackson are trying to get child abuse allegations against him thrown out of court. If the judge doesn't agree, a host of celebrities is set to take to the stand to defend the singer. And that's about it. I'll have another update at 11:30. For now, back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thanks. Coming up in a few moments on the programme, the very first result of the night is now imminent, and we'll bring it to you live. And a giant of politics, Margaret Thatcher, will be appearing at our election night party. But first, if our exit poll is anything like accurate, there are going to be a host of surprises tonight, which will make this election a very dramatic event. ITV News presenter Nicholas Owen will be there for all the key stories as they break. And here's how he'll do it.
I'm in the skies above Britain on a mission to get to the key election stories. To do that, I'm going to have to move fast, and this helicopter is just the way to do it. We'll begin where the first election results are announced, and we aim to end tomorrow with the man who wins Downing Street. So join me as we race across the country to get the top election stories.
In fact, Nick Owen is at his first location now, and the first of many that we've got cameras at tonight. Nicholas, can you tell us where you are?
Indeed, Jonathan. I'm in the Crow Tree Leisure Centre in the heart of Sunderland City. And Nick Robinson talked about drama. Well, it starts here. Here they intend the very first declaration, probably in, not more than about maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes, because it's in this hall that they count the votes for Sunderland South. In fact, 2 constituencies, but they do Sunderland South first. That's the point. Let's say straight away, this is absolute Labour heartland. I'd be amazed if Chris Mullin, used to be a left-wing journalist a long time ago, but more recently he's been a Labour junior minister, be absolutely amazed if he doesn't get back, but there might be a few surprises along the way. You might ask, how do they do it so quickly? Well, one thing is, the ballot boxes come, you can see them piled up there now, they're on their way back, but they came sweeping in here at 4 minutes past 10. There are 120 counters around the room, people specially chosen for their ability to get through things quickly. They've done things like went down to the local post offices and found people who are used to counting out pension money, that sort of thing. They need extra recruits. If you come around this way, there's all the candidates standing around here. I won't interrupt them too much. You know, usual sort of, good evening, good evening, good evening. Right, we move on round here, and we've also got some computers as well. They are all about reconciling, making sure the number of votes tally, the votes that were in the polling stations actually tally with the ones in here. Now, obviously, it's they like to be first, and they're also terribly keen to be accurate. But one item of news before you go, I gather the turnout was 49.9%, a little bit up on last time, but not much. So go away now, but don't go away for long, because I don't reckon it'll be very long before we have the result here. Might tell us a great deal about what might happen in other parts of the country.
Nicholas, we will certainly be back with you. Now, one of the words we'll be hearing a lot about after the Sunderland South result is, as Nicholas said then, turnout. And in some of the most tightly fought seats, the marginals that we've been talking about, this could be the deciding factor. To explain why it is, back to Alistair and his amazing graphics. Alistair.
Well, Jonathan, it is crucial. A significant part of Labour's election strategy was to confront the biggest threat facing that third historic term. Not the political opposition, but the voters' apathy. Now, turnout has been falling dramatically since 1997, and that pattern's actually repeated if we look back more than half a century. In 1950, the post-war years, a time of renewed passion and political debate, 83.9% of voters cast their ballots. Then in 1979, when the country was polarised and forced to choose between a Britain brought to its knees by trade unionism, some said, and Margaret Thatcher's so-called Brave New World, others said, 76% of us went to the polls. Even in 1997, when Tony Blair came into power with a massive majority and, to be fair, a huge turnaround in the public mood, turnout was still relatively high, 71.4%. But you know, after 4 years, apathy set in. In 2001, only 59.4% of you voted. And today, well, with the increase in postal voting and what appears to be a more energised electorate, the polls are suggesting that turnout could be around 65%. That's the national average, not what Nick Owen was talking about in Sunderland South at 49%. But if borne out, it's an improvement, but let's not get carried away. Over a third of voters, 35%, still threw their ballot papers into the bin. So, at that level, some will still be questioning the quality of Tony Blair's mandate tonight, Jonathan.
A little bit of a sigh of relief, perhaps, Alistair. Thank you. Everyone is going to be looking at the turnout, especially party workers and their campaign headquarters. And they'll be looking at lots of other things as well. So let's go now to Bill Neely, who's at Labour HQ, to Tom Bradby, who's with the Conservatives, and Shirley Ghosh with the Lib Dems. First of all, Bill, what's going on there, and what are you discovering?
Well, the one sound I'm not hearing here is the sound of champagne corks popping. The one word they're not using here and haven't all day is the L word, landslide. But they are confident they'll win. As for 66 seats, they think it might be higher than that. I just spoke to one senior official. I asked him what did he think of a 66-seat majority. He said, well, it's enough to govern with. It only looks small in comparison with a 166-seat majority. Wilson and Callaghan, he said, would have been delighted with it. But right now, in this building, upstairs, the number crunchers are crunching their own numbers. They are anxious. They think the third term's in the bag, but pretty anxious here.
Thanks. And Tom Bradby, the Conservative Party headquarters. So, no champagne corks with Labour. What's it like there?
Well, I think there's still a lot of interest in how the night's going to unfold. They say that exit polls always talk to some extent about national swings. Their point here really is that they have targeted these marginals absolutely ruthlessly, not just over the campaign, but ever since Michael Howard became leader. They say they're getting in much better results. They're hearing good news from seats that are much higher up the target list than we're suggesting. Their other point, said privately, if you like, is they think that the Liberal Democrats have done much better than we suggest. And I think probably the last thing to say is that they feel that Labour have done particularly badly in Scotland. They think they'll advance in Scotland, and so will the Liberal Democrats. But they think it's going to be a long and interesting night.
Tom, thank you. Now Shirley Ghosh with the Liberal Democrats. Your news?
Well, I have to tell you that the mood here is extremely optimistic, despite what the exit polls say. The Liberal Democrats that I've spoken to say that they feel optimistic that they are going to do a lot better. They're gearing up to have a huge party here. I've seen the champagne coming in, and while there may not be champagne corks at the other headquarters here, they're certainly expecting to have champagne corks going throughout the evening. I don't know if you can see, they've got huge TV screens behind me. They're going to keep a beady eye on those counts coming in, particularly those constituencies they've targeted where they're hoping to overtake the key members of the Tory leadership party, and they are hoping to make significant gains, and they say that this is just a staging process.
Shuli, thanks to you too. We'll be back for all of these views as they go through. Now, you'll see in the video wall behind me the pictures that are from dozens of counts around Britain. In fact, you can see Sunderland South, where we know they're going to be first. Now, we think they're almost certain to be very, very close. Professor Colin Rallings, what are we going to be looking for specifically in Sunderland South?
Well, Sunderland is a safe seat, Jonathan, but the last 3 times it's declared first, it's given a pretty good indication of the general trend across the country. In 2001, Labour got 20,000 votes in Sunderland. If, as Nick Owen says, the turnout is going to be much the same, you need to look to see how close they've got to 20,000. And if the Labour vote declines, where has it gone? Who's benefited? If the Tories had, then Mr Howard would be fairly bullish. If, however, it's the Liberal Democrats who've benefited from any slippage in the Labour vote, then indeed we must expect the Liberal Democrats to be quite a thorn in Labour's side this evening.
Colin, thanks very much. We are waiting for Sunderland South. We will go there as soon as that results come in. We have got our eye on it, like I bet you have. The counting going on behind me. Nick, quick thought from you about Sunderland South.
Well, as Colin says, we're looking for how the votes are moving. Now, our exit poll gives us a very good indication of that. The hard thing with an exit poll is to predict the number of seats. The easier thing is to get the share of the vote. And what we already know is that many voters have left Labour and are going disproportionately to the Liberal Democrats and not to the Tories. How many seats that adds up to, we will have to wait to see.
And with the count there is very nearly finished. People moving round behind the table, someone looking at his watch in the background. This is a very safe seat. Labour majority, 43.8. Nick Owen, can you tell us how long you think it's going to be? Are they going to be inside their record or not?
Yes, indeed, Jonathan. Yeah, they're going for the record. 10:43 it was last time. I think they're going to do it before that. We reckon it can in the next minute or two. Everything's gone very still. Anybody who's been at these counts knows that's the sort of the calm before the storm, if you like. They've managed to do this 3 elections in a row now to be the very, very first. As I was saying earlier, being first is great, but it also will help all of us get some idea of what is going on in the country at large. I was talking to Chris Mullin just a few moments ago about it. He looked like a man who was pretty safe, but he was a bit more worried about what was going on nationally, Jonathan, I have to say.
Yep, conceivably so. Nick, of course, Chris Mullin's an interesting character in himself. He's safe there, was a radical left-winger, now he's a loyal Blairite.
I wrote a thriller about a very British coup. I think what's fascinating about this evening is this will give us an indication, but different sorts of seats will react in different sorts of ways. Voters are more educated about what is and isn't a marginal, and even what type of marginal it is. And what our exit poll is showing is that you're getting different behaviour in different sorts of marginals. So this will give us a guide to where Labour voters who are upset with Tony Blair have gone. Probably, we think, disproportionately to the Liberal Democrats. What difference that makes, we're going to see, seat by seat. What we do know from our exit poll, the Tories aren't gaining very, very many votes on this, but they may be benefited, just as Tony Blair warned at the end of this election campaign, from people switching to the Liberal Dems and letting them through in a number of seats.
Colin, this result that we get from Sunderland South, whatever it is, it doesn't have any impact at this stage on what our exit poll is predicting, does it, or does it?
No, none whatsoever. The exit poll prediction won't change now until we begin to get the marginal seats in. But I think it's exactly as Nick was saying. What we want to see is a flavour of the evening. And if the Labour voters dropped in Sunderland South, then I think it's a pretty fair bet that it will also have dropped across the country in marginals as well as non-marginals on the whole.
We heard that I think I heard Nick saying that that the outturn here, the turnout was something in the order of 49.5.
That's right. So that's just over 1% up on last time. So I think this marker I gave of 20,000 Labour votes as marking sort of standing still from last time is really one worth listening out for. So when the returning officer announces the result, just see how many votes Chris Mullin's got. The further away it is from 20,000, the poorer Labour have done. And especially if the Lib Dems beat the Conservatives into second place, then it does mean that Labour might be challenged quite sharply by Labour in some unusual seats as the evening wears on.
Yeah. They are looking very close. After all the investment that Nick Owen was describing, they're very much in danger of losing their record, not doing as well as last time. I think I'm right. Nick Owen, can you update us on that?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Jonathan. The clock on the wall behind me says just coming up to 10:43 itself, but the returning officer is on his way, walking towards the platform. I think this is the moment, Jonathan. Oh, he's walking over, actually. He's going round just consulting with some other candidates there. You see him right in the middle there. He's a tall gentleman, Jed Fitzgerald. Can't miss him, got a nice basso voice. We'll hear him nice and clearly when he does get to it. A little bit of discussion. There always is in these circumstances. A spoilt paper or two. This is going to be a scene that's going to be repeated in many places across the night. So we've gone past the 10:43. Haven't quite made the record, I have to admit, but here it goes.
Nick Owen, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to declare the first result of the evening for the Sunderland South constituency.
All ready to go?
I, Jed Fitzgerald, acting returning officer for the Sunderland South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. David Edward Guinan, British National Party, 1,166. Gareth Kane, Liberal Democrat, 4,492. Christopher John Mullen, the Labour Party candidate, 17,982. Robert Jeffrey Oliver, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,923. Rosalind Warner, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 149. And that Christopher John Mullen has been duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Sunderland South constituency.
So there we have our first result of the night. A majority of 11,059 for Chris Mullin with 17,982 votes. The Conservatives in second place, 6,923. The Liberal Democrats in third place, 4,492. The British National Party, 1,166. The swing there from Labour to Conservative, 3.9%. And here is the share of the vote. Labour with 58.6%, Conservatives 22.5%, Liberal Democrats 14.6%, the BNP 3.8%. And now the change in the share of the vote, which everyone looks at very closely as they do their analysis. Labour down 5.3%, Conservatives have gained 2.5%, Liberal Democrats 2.8%, and the BNP from the standing start 1.9%. So what can we deduce from those figures, from this first result? Colin Rallings.
Well, there we are, Jonathan. The Labour vote has dropped, not perhaps as sharply as they feared, but it's dropped nonetheless. But the surprising thing is that it's gone in almost equal measure to the Conservatives and to the Lib Dems. So those who thought that in Labour heartlands like Sunderland there'd be a swing away from the party because of Iraq and because the Liberal Democrats were seen as perhaps being more left-wing on tax and spending issues now, simply hasn't happened. Labour has dropped, but Conservative and Liberal Democrats have equally benefited, though of course it does them no good in a constituency like this.
Colin, let me bring in Nick on this. I suppose Colin just touched on Iraq there. You could have it going to Liberal Democrats for Iraq and for the Conservatives on immigration. You don't know, do you?
Exactly that. This is a safe seat. It will behave differently from some of the marginals. Interesting to look at that swing there, 3.9%. Let's just give people a sense of what sort of swing, as Alistair was saying earlier, the Tories needed over 10% to get into government. But that is a bigger swing against Labour than there was in 2001. It's a bigger swing than there was against Labour when Margaret Thatcher won in 1979. So not as big as Ted Heath's surprise victory, 4.9% that was. But these are not a bad news. I think in Tory headquarters they'll think, well, if it's as good as that in some seats, we'll be pleased.
No one is at all off their tenterhooks yet on the basis of that result.
No, you simply can't know because different behaviour in the marginals. And I just will remember for the rest of this evening the tension written into the forehead of Liam Fox and Alan Milburn, even though he's clearly the winner of the night, and Ming Campbell. They don't know, we don't know quite what will happen next.
And I'll remember that we're still on our exit poll. Now, though, we've got the first result in. Let me just explain some of the great basic graphic information you're going to be seeing on your screen during the course of the evening. In the right-hand corner down there, the running total of the number of seats each party has got so far. You can see there Labour is up 1 because of the Sunderland South result. Conservatives haven't yet got any in. Liberal Democrats, nothing, and the rest are nothing as well. And then in the top left-hand corner of the screen, you'll be seeing this little box, the hold gain box. There you see Labour hold. That tells you who's won the seat, and indeed whether it is a hold or a gain. Now, we'll sometimes be calling seats as a hold or a gain before the results are officially declared. That's because we've got teams on the ground at every count, and their job is to make sure we get the results first. Always accurate, of course, but sometimes they'll come in ahead of the official announcements. And a little later on, when the results start to come in really fast, you'll see them come up on the bottom of your screen as soon as you get them ripping through across the screen. Now, let's go back to Nicholas Owen at Sunderland South. We've had that result. Nick, you've got your helicopter. Where are you going?
Yes, I must get on. The Liberal Democrat candidate is joining those saying thank you here, but I have got to get on, as you say. Our first stop, quite a short hop. We're going down to Sedgefield, the Prime Minister's constituency. Should be fascinating down there in the light of what seems to be going on. I really, literally have got to go, Jonathan. Talk to you later.
Have a good flight. See you later. Now, I mentioned that Margaret Thatcher will be appearing at our ITV election party, and she's going to be there very soon, Baroness Thatcher. But what's going on down there now at the Silver Surgeon? Over to Mark and Kate.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. I can tell you Baroness Thatcher has just arrived and will be mingling around. I'm sure she's getting a drink and just relaxing at the moment. But I do have three Tory supporters with me, Stuart Wheeler, Edwina Curry and Frederick Forsyth. If I could start with you, Stuart. You've been a big donor for the Tory party. You asked them to get rid of IDS effectively. They brought in Michael Howard. You must be pretty pleased with that.
Well, I'm very pleased with Michael Howard. And furthermore, politicians seem to think that at this stage they should exaggerate their party's chances. But there's no point in that because there's no votes to be won. But as it happens, I think things look much better than your exit poll suggests. But one thing, I think the Sunderland poll, if I understand it, showed a much bigger swing than your exit poll. And secondly, I think in the marginals, we're going to do much, we the Conservatives, are going to do much better than the rest of the country. And so, taking those two together, I think Blair's majority, if he has one, may be much less than 66.
Right.
And Brown will be in a good position to take over from Blair, which he needs to do, because the economy is about to collapse, and if it goes on much longer, he'll be responsible for that and have to hand over.
OK, well, it's still only an exit poll. Edwina Curry, what's your reaction to that exit poll?
Well, the exit poll and the first result we've just had suggests that we three are going to be smiling tonight, and Mr. Blair's going to get a bloody nose. And that's going to be wonderful, about time.
And what is the main reason you think for this, I suppose we could call it a minor Tory resurgence?
Well, I think it's partly because of the campaign. I think much of what Stuart's been talking about is absolutely right. It was a very hard-hitting campaign. I'm afraid the literati didn't like it, and they were a bit squeamish about some of the things that we had to do and say. But a lot of it also was about Iraq and about the way the government handled some of these big issues. And we think we benefited from that.
Okay, Frederick Forsyth, Stuart Wheeler saying Brown's going to take over now. What's your view of what this means, this exit poll? It is only an exit poll, means for Tony Blair.
I've been watching the polls for a month with increasing exasperation. They're extremely self-satisfied, amazingly complacent, they're very smug, and they're talking rubbish. That apart, you can believe them as you can believe the astrologers in tomorrow's Sun, if you wish.
But do you think Howard has fought a good campaign?
Yes, as good as he could. I think it was a little timid, perhaps. I would have preferred more audacity, but then that's just me. I'm known for it. Others think that, you know, he was a bit too abrasive on some subjects. I disagree. But it doesn't matter. This is going to be solved or settled tonight by the usual two factors, the switchers and the firesiders, the ones that stay at home. Okay. And I think we're going to get a lot of switching and a lot of firesiding.
Okay, Frederick Forsyth, thanks very much. On the front page of the Sun you were talking about, Dad, Sir, it says, revealing that Tony Blair's two sons voted for him. Well, there we are. Now I'm joined by Alistair McGowan, who knows a thing or two about impressions and politicians. But you don't do many politicians, do you? Why not?
Well, you know, let's get one thing clear for a start here, Mark. You know, it's not because I'm not interested in politics. I am fervently interested, you know.
But I must admit, when I was doing Spitting Image years ago, I used to do all the three party leaders at one time, such as Blair and John Major and Paddy Ashton, who I think would have made a fantastic Prime Minister at some point. It was very strange doing sketches with all three talking to each other. But I'm a very passionate political person, but I do think that sometimes that political comedy can make people more politically apathetic. And that's something that I think is a shame if it happens, you know.
Because you're taking the mickey out of them all the time. But
yeah,
look, you do Tony Blair. How will he be feeling tonight, do you think?
Well, a little nervous, yeah, but, you know, back foot in the door, let's hope. But the thing that's disappointed me most about this election is that no one has yet mentioned the environment. Well, yeah, it's too late now. But the environment didn't become a big issue, and that really upset me because, you know, global warming is a reality. Nobody was big on climate change, except the Liberal Democrats, I suppose, which is why they got my vote today.
All right, OK, we've got a serious Alistair McGowan with us tonight. Many thanks for joining us here. Join us again later. Baroness Thatcher is here, and we'll try and get a word with her. Jonathan.
Mark, thanks very much. Now, the cartoonist Gerald Scarfe silently, quietly has been working furiously. What have you got for us, Gerald?
Well, while we're waiting for the results to come in, I've been casting my mind back to what we felt about Tony Blair when he first came in. Everybody thought then he was good news. He was this Bambi figure, and I've drawn him as Bambi here. Who would have thought many, many years later he would have become a poodle? So from one animal to another, and here he trots along with Tony on his leash, and we know where the leash goes to, and there's the American flag on his tail.
That's how you see him, yeah?
That's how I see him, and many others do too.
I guess you didn't vote Labour today.
Well, you never know. We won't ask you to answer at this stage. You can answer later. No. Anyway, Gerald,
I'm impartial.
On to your next. Now, coming up next on our election night programme, as we heard, Margaret Thatcher at our ITV election party. Plus, what's it like to lose? Some big names could go tonight. Our guest, Michael Portillo, is going to give us an exclusive insight. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I promise you, you won't miss a thing.
When Budweiser became the official beer of the FA Premier League, we had a vision. Soccertainment. So forget halftime presentations. Let's have Monster Trucks. Middlesbrough FC? How about Middlesbrough Red and White Sox? And who wants boring 0-0 draws when you can have added time multi-ball? But then we thought, nah, so how about you do the football, we'll do the beer.
Bulldog, superfast broadband. Call 0800 056 4433.
It's a Euro Millions rollover! With 9 countries playing, the Euro Millions jackpot is now a massive £15 million. The National Lottery.
Think lucky.
Not only do you get detergent and fabric softener with Bold 2-in-1, but right now you could get a voucher for a free National Lottery scratch card.
What's cooking, Lammy?
Quality lamb, Beefy, with a quality standard mark.
Well, my beef's quality standard too.
Loosen up, Beefy, get with the rhythm.
What the hell do you think you're doing, Lammy?
Well, I say, beef, lamb, and once again those absolutely splendid quality standard marks. Tremendous.
It is almost 11 o'clock on election night, and these are the headlines. A sharply reduced majority we're predicting for Mr. Blair. Our exit poll says it's been cut to 66. Michael Howard has improved the Conservative showing, but only by 44 seats. And only 2 additional seats we predict for the Liberal Democrats. And coming up on our ITV party, an exclusive election night appearance with us with Lady Thatcher. But first, there's a rush of activity at the council all across Britain. Let's now have a look at some of the key seats. First, you can see Bethnal Green and Bow, which has been bitterly contested as George Galloway's Respect Party hopes to knock out Labour's Una King in a seat which has a large Muslim population. This is the scene at Birmingham, where a handful of important results are soon going to be with us. One question here, perhaps, what effect will the Rover crisis have? And all eyes are on Dorset West, where Oliver Letwin, the Shadow Chancellor, has had the fight of his life. He's a key target in the so-called Lib Dem decapitation strategy, defending a majority of just over 1,400. The exit poll might, just might, give him some comfort that the Lib Dems won't unseat him. And another seat where a big-name Tories at risk is Holtham, Price and Howden, where the Shadow Home Secretary, David Davis, has a majority of just over 1,900. If Labour wins, especially if it's with a sharply reduced majority, one of the big questions is, what next for Gordon Brown? Will he bide his time and wait for Tony Blair to step down, or will he feel he can go for the leadership much earlier? But it's not only the Labour Party that faces such questions. Tonight's results could also affect the way in which the Tories and the Liberal Democrats view their leaders. During the campaign, Labour asked voters, who do you want to run the country? Tony Blair or Michael Howard? But behind that question, there's another. How long will Tony Blair continue to run the country before he steps down for Gordon Brown? All the speculation that the Prime Minister was planning to remove his Chancellor has now vanished. After tonight, the question on everyone's lips will be how long Gordon Brown will be content to watch and wait before he makes his move. The Tories have their own leadership issues. Even if Michael Howard restores his party's fortunes after the catastrophes of his predecessors, can he really stay on? If so, the Tories would enter the next election with a 68-year-old leader. Then there's Charles Kennedy, still young but already a political veteran. Could he find himself now a power broker? Or might his party ask him to stand down before next time round? Now, let's talk about all that and much more with the former Labour leader, Lord Kinnock, who joins us from Chicago. Here in the studio, Michael Portillo, one-time Tory leadership contender, broadcaster and columnist as well, and the former leader of the Liberal Democrats, Lord Steele. Michael Portillo first. It's a record result, but a much closer one than the Labour Party might have wished.
Yes, we normally measure swings by comparison with last time, but what other people are doing is they're measuring by comparison with expectations. And I think this is at the lower end of Labour's expectations. It may be at the higher end of Tory expectations. I mean, it is an amazing result for Labour. They've got 150 seats more than the Tories, if this is right. They've won by 66. This makes Tony Blair actually a bigger winner in aggregate than Margaret Thatcher. But nonetheless, on these results, I would have thought not Gordon Brown himself, but the Brown supporters will be wondering how quickly they can move Tony Blair out of Downing Street.
Knowing that they've got quite a lot of people in the House who are potential rebels and certainly strongly supporting them and who don't particularly care for their present leader.
But it will be possible, I think, to portray this result as disappointing and that the key factor in the campaign was that this time Tony Blair was not an electoral asset, he was becoming a liability.
Well, I hope we'll be back with Neil Kinnock soon. We can't get him at the moment, but if we do, I'll put that exactly to him. Lord Steele, from the Liberal Democrat perspective, a long time ago, and you hate being reminded of it, so I won't do it, you said go home and prepare for government. But this is hardly the alternative party of power.
Always come out, don't they? Yes.
What do you make of the, given it's an exit poll, it doesn't show much movement, does it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, if it shows us 3% up, then that's the best result that the Liberal Democrats have had. I mean, it's certainly on the up. The question is how much on the up, and I don't actually place much confidence in the exit poll yet. I wouldn't bank on that.
Do you think that Kennedy had people had divided views about his campaign? First of all, he thought he screwed up on some of the statistics, but he also had a baby and showed that he was a human being.
Yes.
Do you think, though, some of the polls suggest, do you think that as leadership material, not of a party, but as someone who you say, this man can run the country, he just hasn't got it?
Well, that's been said of every Liberal and Liberal Democrat leader throughout every general election. There's nothing new. And
but they haven't run the country either. Well, they did. But did they say that about Asquith?
No, but I'm talking about it in recent times. I mean, I don't think from Joe Grimond onwards they've never said this man's going to run the country. And to be fair to Charles, he never actually said that himself, did he? I mean, it was a very well-tuned campaign, I thought. And I think he came across well. He actually had the highest ratings of the three party leaders.
Lord Kinnock, Neil Kinnock, thank you very much for joining us from Chicago. I don't know whether you heard that bit of the conversation we were having, but one of the things that Michael Portillo was saying is, yes, this is a triumph if our exit poll is right for Labour. It would be a record in terms of the numbers of seats in 3 elections that already has overtaken Margaret Thatcher. However, he added, and I put it back to you, it's a disappointing result, and it will make all those around Brown who think he ought to have been leader a long time ago now push very hard for it. What's your response to that?
I don't think we'll get anything like that turmoil, but I understand why Michael Portillo, with his background, is saying it. I actually think that the majority will be slightly better than forecast by the exit poll. I think it'll be in the 80s. And the fact is, in a 3rd successive election, to get what by any standards is a very substantial majority in the House of Commons is a token of the resilience of Labour under Tony Blair and indeed Gordon Brown, and is a secure majority, a very secure majority for the next 4 or 5 years.
Lord Kinnock, would you agree that it shows not only, even if it is a little bit better, we don't know quite where it's going to be, that this is hardly a vote of great affection and regard for the leader of the party, is it?
I don't take into account affection. I don't think that general elections are a time for sending Christmas or birthday cards. I think that what has happened is a reward to Labour for extremely good economic stewardship and strong support for the vital services, health and education particularly, mitigated by significant concern about the war in Iraq and its consequences, also some of its origins, and votes have been siphoned in crucial seats from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, with the net beneficiaries being the Conservatives. I think what you see is no significant increase in those seats in the Conservative share of the vote, but by holding their vote and by seeing the transfer of votes from Labour to the Liberal, the Conservatives will have derived some benefit.
Lord Kinnock, thank you very much for joining us, and to both Lord Steele and Michael Portillo briefly, we'll be back. Thank you. Now, you might have thought that whoever gets the most votes tonight wins. Actually, it's not necessarily so. For instance, it's quite possible for the Tories to have the largest share of the vote and still have many fewer MPs than Labour. And that's just one of the problems facing Michael Howard tonight. Here's Alistair.
Yes, Jonathan, each party has a number of electoral advantages and disadvantages. In fact, you could say it's rather like a game of snakes and ladders. The aim of the game is to land on that square, number 10 Downing Street. Some things, the ladders, help the party leaders on their journey. Others, the snakes, hold them up or knock them back. So let's start with the main challenger tonight, Michael Howard. Now, he begins the game in a bad position. He has just 165 seats. That's the smallest number of Conservative MPs since 1945, and mainly in rural areas and the leafy suburbs. Surely things can only get better, so let's take him up this short ladder and straight to Scotland and Wales. Again, virtually no-go areas for the Tories at the last election. Once again, they've surely got to do better this time. So, up Mr. Howard goes again to here, but there's trouble to come. It's urban Britain, a disaster area for the Conservatives last time. The Tories won just 18 inner-city seats in the whole of England in 2001. The problem is he needs to make gains everywhere to win the game. To climb that long ladder into Downing Street, he needs to be 11% ahead in the polls. And frankly, such a swing has never happened in modern Britain, and we don't think it happened today. So it remains a dream scenario. And there are nightmares ahead that are in the very fabric of our voting system. Say Labour and the Tories were neck and neck in the polls, Tony Blair would still get a majority of over 50 seats, sending Michael Howard down a snake. And worse still, even if the Tories were 5% ahead tonight, that would still leave Labour as the largest party and probably in power, which takes us back pretty well to where we began, as far away from number 10 as ever. Now we'll be playing Labour and Lib Dem snakes and ladders in just a moment, but for now, it's back to you, Jonathan.
So, the electoral system itself makes it very difficult for Michael Howard to make it into number 10, even if the Tories do win a really significant number of votes. one of the pressures his front bench colleagues face, like Oliver Letwin, David Davis and Theresa May, they have to face the decapitation strategy of the Lib Dems. They were trying to destroy the leadership of the Conservative Party in the process. Nick, can Elvis help show us a little bit about what this means?
It absolutely can. Let's just remind you, Elvis, election visualizer. These blocks on the screen, they are, the higher they are, the larger the majority, the wider the area, trying to give you a proper picture rather than the distorted picture you get from a normal map of what's going on. Let's take David Davis's seat, Halton Price, up there in the northeast. That's where we begin this evening, a Tory lead of 4.3%. Wind the clock back, though, Jonathan, and look how the Liberal Democrats have been eroding his lead. Here we are the last time they won an election. All that blue across the northeast there in the north. His lead, a massive 34.1%. Tony Blair wins the election in 1997. Down it goes by a half to 15.2%. At the last election, where we are tonight in 2001, it falls to a third of that, 4.3%, showing how the Liberal Democrats have been eating away. Voters in that constituency know that the Liberal Democrats are the challenger. The question is, will Labour voters lend their votes to the Liberal Democrats tonight? The exit poll that we've got suggests maybe not, and they might be safe, but we'll see.
Let's see whether Colin Rallings can help us with this. How much do you regard the Tory big hitters to be at risk?
Well, they are obviously at risk, Jonathan, because the Liberal Democrats, more than any other party, you can't really treat as a uniform entity. What they do is they target particular constituencies. It may be that privately they've been looking at 2 or 3 of the so-called decapitation strategy victims, targeting them, hope to win those seats and will leave 1 or 2 of the others alone. You really can't take the exit polls suggesting that Conservatives are recovering against the Liberal Democrats to apply to every constituency where those 2 parties are going head-to-head. We could well see some well-known Conservatives go tonight. Equally, they could hang on.
Colin, thanks. In a moment, we'll be back at the party, but now we can go to the Shadow Education Secretary, Tim Collins, who is in his Westmoreland and Lonsdale constituency. Mr. Collins, if the exit poll is roughly right, your share of the vote has hardly shifted. You will have the same number of seats in Parliament, actually rather fewer seats in Parliament than Michael Foot had in the catastrophe of Labour's 1983 election. It's not much of a success story, is it?
Well, first of all, Jonathan, we do know that exit polls almost invariably are wrong, and they do normally underestimate the Conservative performance. But even just on your exit poll, you are predicting that the Conservative Party will have its largest number of gains since 1983, that will be the only party making a significant number of gains, that there'll be the smallest gap between the 2 major parties at any general election since 1974. And if Tony Blair were to get back on just 37% of the vote, it's not much of a mandate, is it? He's only, after 8 years of New Labour, taken Labour back to within a point or 2 of where it was in vote share when Neil Kinnock led them to defeat in 1992.
By the same token, can I ask you a question? Can you point to any point in history where the Conservatives have had a more seriously dreadful consecutive run of defeats?
Well, the key point here, Jonathan, is that what we're seeing tonight is the revival of the Conservative Party. We're going to win bucket loads of seats up and down the country. I've been all around the 10 English regions. I've been visiting marginal seats throughout this campaign. Our candidates are absolutely confident that they're going to be winning in lots and lots of places. You're going to see some very surprising Labour people losing their seats way down the target list. We are confident we're doing well.
Are you very confident you're going to hold yours?
Yes, let me tell you about this tie I'm wearing. It's dates from 1910. It's been worn by
Looks like a Liberal Democrat
candidates.
tie to me.
Absolutely. Well, actually, it's the Lonsdale yellow, which is the traditional colour of the Conservative Party in these parts. It's been worn by Conservative candidates, this particular tie, in the elections, decades after decades. We've always won, and we're going to win here tonight, I can tell you very comfortably.
Tim Collins, thanks very much. Now, let's go back to Katie and Mark, who are at the ITV election party.
Jonathan, thank you, and I'm pleased to tell you we're joined by 2 ladies with very strong political views. Maureen Lipman, sorry to interrupt your conversation, and Germaine Greer. I'm sure you are. Let's just start with Maureen Lipman. Doesn't look that good early on for Labour. You voted Labour all your life. How are you feeling this evening?
Well, it's the very early days, Mark. I mean, I think we should wait and see a little while. I mean, I think better the devil you know than the devil you used to know. I'm still there with the Labour Party. I'll always vote Socialist. I do hope the Lib Dems put on a good show. Right. I think we both hope the Lib Dems will put on a good show.
Because you, of course, you support the Lib Dems, but you're very strong in the environment. It didn't really figure in the campaign, did it, Germaine?
because really it's not a matter of national politics, you know. It's a global thing. It's a thing about getting together, about centralizing. Europe is a better prospect for the global environment question than England. But it's always struck me that the Lib Dems were more accessible to ideas about the environment than either Labour or the Tories.
Does it depress you, Maureen, that the two major parties are not focusing more on the environment?
Well, you don't win votes with the environment. That's the thing. One day you will, because if they tell us the truth, then we'll all vote green.
Because you just said to me, you'll vote Labour until the day you get really scared, and then you said you're close to being really scared.
Well,
What did you mean by that?
I'm scared about the environment. They're not telling us it like it is, and they should be discussing it. And they really must start to persuade what I can only describe as the President of the United States that really something has to change in that country so that it can change all over the world. I mean...
Right, well, let's just talk about Tony Blair for a second. What impact did Tony Blair have on this, in a sense of a negative impact, in the sense of the war in Iraq? Was there a problem for you?
Well, I don't think Tony Blair can get a word out about anything other than Iraq. He can't... they either ask him, what is his relationship with Gordon Brown, or how many times he does it a night, or Iraq. So how can he ever discuss policies? I mean, the media have just been ridiculous.
And how big was the war in Iraq in this campaign for you?
It was an issue that I couldn't get over, because we fought an avoidable war against the civilian population. We could have been genuinely misled about the weapons of mass destruction, but anybody who follows my miserable career would know that I was saying from the very beginning that there was really no evidence. And it seemed to me during those 8 months lead up to the war that there was this insane momentum. But I wouldn't just blame Tony Blair for that. The media were hungry for war. They asked questions like, would you rule out the use of nuclear weapons? It was a kind of madness to possess the whole nation. So I don't blame Blair for that too much.
Right, okay, I've got to stop you there because we've got to throw to Katie Derham, who is up in the London Eye, and will talk to us now. Katie.
Mark, thank you. Yes, joining me here to admire the views, I'm delighted to welcome Tony Benn and Clive Anderson. And we've been talking about the fact that Baroness Thatcher is going to cause rather a stir at the party down on the boat. So she was a giant, wasn't she, Tony, of the political scene? I mean, not perhaps one of your closest friends, but...
Well, she said what she meant what she said, and did what she said she'd do. I thought the policies were catastrophic, but at least there was a certain consistency about it, which better than you sometimes get. And from that point of view, you have to respect her. I did think she did enormous damage, apart from sacking all the miners when the price of coal is trebling now because of oil, and we're going to have to dig for coal again.
I feel you're fighting old battles here. I don't know.
Well, I don't know we are. We've got 1,000 years of coal under our territory.
Yes.
It's very, very valuable now. So anyway...
Bring back coal.
If Tony Blair, as expected, gets voted in again for a third term, will he match her on the sort of political pages of history, do you think?
Well, it isn't about individuals, is it? I mean, Churchill put it very well when he gave him a present on his 80th birthday, and somebody said, you were the lion that won the war. He said, the British people were the lion. I was privileged to give the roar. And I think much too much coverage is about individuals, truthfully. It's movements that make a difference.
What do you think, Clive? Too much roaring going on in this election?
Well, I think Tony Blair, if he wins this election, it looks like he might, I think he should just go for it. He should introduce the poll tax. And so you can bridge all these policies, you can fight wars with Republican presidents, he can, you know, the balance between rich and poor can be in favour of the rich, as it turns out, and you know, get on well with big business. Just see if he can get away with it. Just see if he can go... Because if a Conservative Prime Minister had fought the Iraq War on the basis that it was fought, there'd be blood in the streets now. But he's fantastic. He can get away. Bring in the poll tax just to show that he could do it. The way Margaret Thatcher couldn't get away with it. What do you think?
Well, she was asked her greatest achievement, and she did say New Labour.
Yes.
And that, I think that in 1997, the people wanted to change, but the British establishment didn't want to change, and therefore they thought it was safer.
The people wanted New Labour, and you're happy with that, clearly.
Well, I'm not nothing to do with it. He said...
Gentlemen, we're going to have to continue this lively discussion down with a glass of champagne in a boat, which I'm not sad about. But
I think you missed a trick here. Why can't you use this eye as a swingometer, a giant swingometer with blue and red and yellow? Yeah.
There's a thought. Jonathan, I'll leave it to you to tell Alistair that the whole setup's changed with the swingometers.
Of course, thank you very much indeed. I think Tony only has tea. Anyway, coming up on the programme, the results will soon begin to pour in, and we'll be bringing them fastest and first with all the shocks and surprises that we expect. But first, let's have a reminder of the story of the night so far. Here it comes. There we have, we're predicting Labour to win with a majority of 66 on our exit poll, but we're saying there's going to be lots of ups and downs. And here is our prediction. 356 seats for Labour, the winning post at 324, Tories on 209, Liberal Democrats 53, and 28 the rest, the Nationalists and the other small parties. And John Prescott has said, what's clear and has been all the time, Labour's going to be the next government. I bet he put it more robustly than that in private. And Liam Fox has said, it's always been an enormous mountain for us to climb. Michael Howard has led the party up that mountain with great gusto. And Mingus Campbell said, it's in the target seats we've been going like a bomb, and there's a great deal of confidence. Now, a little piece of news in which is actually very significant if it turns out to be the case. The independent Peter Law, who was a Labour Party, had the seat of Blenheim Gwent last time round. They had an all-woman shortlist, which meant that he stood down, wasn't allowed to run, and he ran as an independent. It is suggested, reports coming in, that he's probably won that seat. Meanwhile, David Hill, who's the senior press officer for the Labour Party, has said marginals will be lost, but Labour will win a third term, and he said, Labour voters, I quote, I think, Labour voters have drifted away. Anyway, a little while ago, we were talking about decapitation, the Lib Dem strategy of targeting top Tories in marginal seats. If it works, then one or two or even more conservative big beasts would find themselves enduring what might be called the Michael Portillo experience. You'll remember it, that moment when he was humiliated in Labour's 1997 landslide, a defeat which spawned the question and even a book called Were You Still Up for Portillo? Well, he's still up and with us here again. Hi.
Hello again.
Nice to see you, Michael. But you've made a short film for us. It reminisces about that lowest point. Let's have a look at it now.
In the 1997 election, when the Tories were swept out of power, the most spectacular defeat of the whole evening was mine. And it happened here at this leisure centre called Pickett's Lock. That defeat, my defeat in 1997, was later voted one of the most memorable television moments, I think, of all time.
Look at Michael Portillo's face. That is not the face of a confident man. And I can see the pain in your
eyes. Portillo, Michael, Denzel, Xavier. Thank you, members. Conservative Party, 19,137. Twig, Stephen, Labour Party, 20,000.
So, look at Michael Portillo's face. He puts a brave smile on it, but Michael Portillo, for the moment, is out of British politics. He is defeated in Enfield Southgate, the most astonishing result.
Hi, Stephen. How are you? Even though we've now been together in Parliament for years, this is the first time we've talked about that night at Pickett's Lock that changed both our lives. Now, I hardly saw it that night because, you know, it was pitch dark.
Yeah.
It's way outside the constituency anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. I get lost around here whenever I come up here.
And I was in any case preoccupied because, you know, I knew the result. I don't know whether you did by then, but...
I got here a lot earlier than you.
Yes.
So I didn't know when I got here. It was only when it all started that it...
Well, I knew I'd stayed in the Conservative headquarters until I had reports back, you know, that the piles of papers were looking all wrong. So I pretty well knew the result when I arrived. But I remember when I did arrive, I saw you, and you looked shell-shocked.
I did.
You looked really... I mean, your face was sort of haggard. And I think I said to you something like, cheer up, Stephen, it's not that bad, or something like that.
What you said to me was, you must be devastated.
Apart from Stephen and me, the third role in that great TV moment was played by the man who read out the result, the then Mayor of Enfield, Pat Caneen. Big hits on the small screen.
That's it, 100 TV most memorable moments.
And what number? I'm number 3, I'm afraid.
You're number 3, indeed you are, yes. We all knew what it was. I mean, when I originally said, well, these are the figures I'm going to declare, is everybody happy? You just looked at me and said, oh, yes, ecstatic, and so, you know. I have to say it was a very statesmanlike performance by you, particularly when you made your little speech at the end.
A truly terrible night for the Conservatives. I would have wished to have been part of rebuilding it inside the House of Commons. I can't now do that. I wanted to defy expectations by being a good loser, but cheering Labour supporters still regarded me as public enemy number one. I came here to Buckingham Palace the morning after the election because a minister who's lost his job, by tradition, says goodbye to the Queen. My last trip in the ministerial limousine. Was my defeat a personal tragedy? Not at all. I'd had a wonderful career, and now I was to discover that there's a great life to be had outside politics.
Not a personal tragedy. I'm going to ask you about that in just a moment, Michael. Sure. But someone who you know extremely well has arrived at our party on the river. We can see someone who is absolutely unforgettable, a major force in the story of the Conservative Party, and we expect or hope to be talking to her very soon. Michael, back to this extraordinary moment that wasn't a personal tragedy. Come off it.
No, really, because that evening, remember, the Conservative Party had been reduced to 165 seats. So we weren't going to go on being in government. In fact, we were going to endure a very miserable time in opposition. I would have been...
You only enjoyed power.
Well, I must say I enjoyed office more than anything else. I'll be absolutely frank about that. And there was going to be this business of a leadership election. I would probably have had to be a candidate. I think it would have been a rather bitter struggle. So actually, even that evening, I could see the consolations crowding in.
One of the curiosities that people will have noticed, that there you were, almost arm in arm with a man who decapitated you. They'll say, well, he's meant to be a big enemy. What are they doing cozying up like this?
Well, I always wanted to get on well with any candidate who was standing against me, and I did get on very well with Stephen. But in any case, of course, the Labour Party is the Conservative Party's enemy in the big picture. You know, once every 4 years, we are competing for power. But in between that, all the competition is between people in the same party. Who's up, who's down, who's going to get the good job. So actually, it's much easier in between elections to have good relations with the other party than sometimes with your own.
And very briefly, you lost the limo, but outside you're doing so well, you've got another one to substitute for, is that right?
No, I take the tube. I'll get out my London Underground oyster, if you like, and show you.
Meanwhile, Gerald, I think I recognise that person. Can you describe us to it?
We artists feel we ought to immortalise these great moments that we hear about. And this is Michael's decapitation, and I think it's also time for a bit of blood at this point in the evening. There's the first blood of the evening.
I think that's how it must have really felt, Mr. Portillo.
Well, no, as I said, I was focused too on trying to be dignified, and I did see those consolations. So no, it's a true story.
We'll pause there. We've just had the declaration in Sunderland North, and we will see that right now. To be winning there, we will get that result as soon as we've turned it around a bit more efficiently. And meanwhile, just on that, because I'm sure it'll come up in a second, Lord Steele, just very briefly with you, do you think he was telling it exactly as it must have felt?
I happened to be with Michael that night. Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
In a certain other television studio
on another channel.
with another Dimbleby, and we were talking, and you went off to your account, and I don't think at that point you thought you'd lost.
No, I did actually.
Did you?
I was amazed.
Well, in that case, you disguised it very well.
I was amazed that Jeremy Paxton, if we're allowed to mention him on this channel, didn't say to me, why?
And I've got to ask you to pause in any case. Raw reminiscence later, now back to the present. Some big questions that face the Liberal Democrats. After some pretty big successes in recent by-elections, they clearly hope for spectacular successes tonight. Indeed, Charles Kennedy likes to boast this party could replace the Conservatives as the real opposition. But is that actually possible? Let's go back to Alistair Stewart's Snakes and Ladders for the answers.
Thanks, Jonathan. So what are these snakes and ladders in our electoral system for the Liberal Democrats? Well, starting with the positives, Charles Kennedy led the Lib Dems to what was, in their terms, a fantastic result at the last election. It was one of their best results in a century, bagging 52 seats. So up the ladder he goes. Charles Kennedy's a man with momentum, and he's made real progress since 2001. In the last Parliament, the Lib Dems were the by-election champs, picking up 2 more seats where the Conservatives made no ground. Add to that a defection from Labour, and the Lib Dems were sitting pretty on 55 seats when this election was called. Now, many commentators say that Charles Kennedy threw a 6 when he opposed the war in Iraq from the outset. It even gained him the support of a former Labour MP during the campaign. And he didn't struggle to maintain a clear line on the issue, as Michael Howard did. So here he sits. His party's looking in a strong position, even if sleepless nights did cause just a few campaign wobbles. But the truth is, number 10 is as far away as ever. The best he could hope for would be to be invited in for talks as a power broker in a hung parliament. And that's when the snakes start rustling in the election undergrowth. Taking votes from Labour could, in some circumstances, be the nightmare scenario. Winning not enough votes to gain the seat, but doing just enough to weaken Labour and let the Conservatives slip through the middle. What's more, the Liberal Democrats are simply spread too thin. Their support isn't concentrated in the cities like Labour or in the countryside like the Conservatives. And that's why, as long as there's a first-past-the-post system, the Liberal Democrats will always struggle, sending them sliding back to the beginning of the board. Now, later on, we'll be looking at Labour's game plans, but for now, it's back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Alistair. In a moment, we're going to be joined by the Liberal Democrat, President Simon Hughes, but we can look now at Kirkcaldy, which is where Gordon Brown is arriving for his count. He will be safely back in Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. No very great surprise there, but we'll be looking at the change. We do know that Labour, incidentally, has won Sunderland North, and we're bringing the full results as soon as we can. Meanwhile, just picking up Nick, on the Liberal Democrat challenge that we were seeing there, can you give us a sense of it before we talk to Simon Hughes?
Well, I think what's so fascinating about tonight is that the exit poll shows a big boost for the Liberal Democrat in terms of vote, but not a big boost in seats. In fact, it suggests they may be down a little bit. That will be an important part of the story of the night.
Gordon Brown, of course, is the man of this campaign. Many people said that he was reluctant to fight in the campaign and had to be persuaded. He has, in any case, been anointed, without much doubt, as the next leader after being the man who came with Tony Blair to ensure the Labour victory. Now, let's get another quick roundup of the election night news from Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Thanks very much indeed, Jonathan. In the last few minutes, the Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott has said there was no doubt Labour would be returned for an historic third term in office. He was speaking after Labour won the first seat to declare tonight, Sunderland South, with a reduced majority. Speaking from Chicago, the former Labour leader, Neil Kinnock, also predicted a good night overall.
The fact is, in a third successive election, to get what by any standards is a very substantial majority in the House of Commons is a token of the resilience of Labour under Tony Blair and indeed Gordon Brown.
The Labour MP Claire Short has claimed a majority as low as 66 could actually be good for the government. Arriving at her count in Birmingham, the former cabinet minister said the result might mean a little more discussion and respect for Parliament. And she said the party would have done better with a different leader. For the Conservatives, the party co-chairman Liam Fox has acknowledged they may have a mountain to climb. However, some of his colleagues, including frontbencher Tim Collins, are more hopeful.
Our candidates are absolutely confident that they're going to be winning in lots and lots of places. You're going to see some very surprising Labour people losing their seats way down the target list. We are confident we're doing well.
For their part, the Liberal Democrats are insisting they will make significant gains despite the exit poll prediction. Deputy Leader Mingus Campbell says they've improved their share of the vote and will end up with more seats.
We are 3% up from what we were in the last election. Labour are several points down. The Tories are exactly the same, exactly the level that prompted Mr Hague to resign within a matter of 24 hours.
And finally, one of the most anticipated results is shaping up to be in Bethnal Green and Bow. There, the Labour MP, Una King, is facing a tough challenge from George Galloway, who's standing for the anti-war Respect Party. The count is bound to be controversial. Allegations have already been made about postal ballot fraud. And that's about it. I'll have another update a little later. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Mary. And now we go back and see that Gordon Brown is getting close to his count. Nick, Gordon Brown, we were talking about his achievement. There is Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, which is where he'll be waiting to hear almost certainly. It's a new seat. It's a notional victory for him because of the boundary changes in Scotland. But his performance in this election, the way in which he came to the rescue, as it were, of Tony Blair?
Yeah, I think it's extraordinary, wasn't it? And I think the one thing that people will remember from this election is the moment that he embraced Tony Blair. Remember that he had simply refused to have conversations about the election. He had said, effectively, to Tony Blair, you want it down in Melbourne to run it? Well, fine, he can run it. I've got other things to do. And then to see them, as we did, hug each other, as it were, in public, appear on election broadcast together in every news conference. I will never forget when the Prime Minister was on the back foot on Iraq, Gordon Brown offering himself, in effect, as a human shield. Now, if this majority is towards the low end and not up towards the high end, it's no doubt at all what Michael Patillo was saying earlier, that supporters, not Gordon Brown himself, will say, now, come on, we're not going to win again unless we get a change of leader quite soon.
You're sounding as if you don't think they're absolute buddies, but it's a calculated marriage of convenience.
Perish the thought. What a thought.
What a thought. I'll put it now to Ruth Kelly, who's joined us from Bolton West. Ruth Kelly, we've just been seeing up in Scotland, and we've been talking about Gordon Brown as he goes to his count. You're waiting for yours as well. What do you make of the projection of 66-seat majority, which we said might go down, of course, could also go up?
It could also go up, it could go down. I mean, an exit poll is an exit poll, and it's far too early to say what will actually happen when the votes are counted. It does look likely, however, that Labour will win a historic third term, and I think that that is a real vote of confidence in our programme since 1997, the investment in schools, the investment in hospitals that we've seen, and actually the British public saying they want that investment to continue.
It's mainly Gordon Brown's achievement, isn't it, against the resentment that there is both inside the Labour Party and outside against Tony Blair, fair or unfair though that may be.
The last 8 years has all been Gordon Brown, I don't think. So it's been Gordon Brown, Tony Blair and the rest of the cabinet and the Labour government working together to deliver record investment in schools, record investment in hospitals. And of course at the centre of our campaign has been the strength of the economy. Because to have an economy that has seen its longest period of growth for 300 years is quite a phenomenon. And I think it was absolutely right to have the economy centre stage. And in the end, when people thought about the fact that 2 million jobs have been created since 1997,
how long?
Then they really voted on that basis.
How long do you think now Tony Blair will wish to stay as Prime Minister before deciding that he's reached the end of his term?
Well, it's a little premature to speculate on the future Labour leadership when the votes aren't yet counted. But if we are right, and that we have seen a substantial Labour majority, and that we have secured a historic third term, Tony Blair has made it absolutely clear that he wants to serve a full term.
OK, Ruth Kelly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now we can show you that full result at Sunderland North. Let's have a look at it. Here it is. Labour hold with a majority of 9,995. Bill Etherington, 15,719 for Labour. The Conservatives in second place, 5,724. The swing there, Liberal Democrats on 4,277. The swing from Labour to Conservative, 5.1%. Interesting figure that, 5.1%. The share of the vote for Labour, 54.4. Conservatives, 19.8. Now let's look at that change in the share of the vote. This is our second seat in, of course, this evening. Down 8.3 to Labour, up 1.9 to the Conservatives, up 2.7 to the Liberals. Liberal Democrats, Independents on 2. I want to bring in Colin Rallings on that. Colin, what are we to make of that?
Well, Jonathan, it tells us that the voters of Sunderland have swung away from Labour, but funnily enough, I've just heard the result from the third Sunderland seat, Houghton and Washington East. And there again there's been a movement away from Labour, but this time to the Liberal Democrats. So the pattern that we were sort of expecting at the beginning of the evening, that the Liberal Democrats would benefit from this disaffection with Labour, has been true in one Sunderland seat, not the other true. It simply underlines that we really don't know what's going to happen tonight. If seats in the same city are behaving differently, goodness knows what's going to happen across the country.
Colin, I think that's extraordinary. It goes back to this thing. Insofar as it's Iraq or immigration or whatever, the votes are going away from Labour, but in ways that are totally unpredictable.
That's right. Look at those little graphs that you put up, and the red and the green and the yellow were basically even, weren't they? People were deciding quite large numbers to abandon Labour, admittedly in a safe seat where they knew they'd still end up with a Labour MP, but they were splitting between Tories, Liberal Democrats and the rest. And it may be in different parts of the country people are searching around for the right way to kick this government.
It is going to be an extremely riveting evening. But to demonstrate that on ITV's election 2005, we do seek to deliver on our promises, let's go to the boat on the river opposite Parliament and the best political party of the night, where I think, Mark, you're with a wonderful entertainer called Nicholas Parsons.
I am with a wonderful entertainer called Nicholas Parsons. I'm also with Tony Robinson, a Labour Party member, of course. Let's start with Tony Robinson. I mean, not a great night at the moment, is it?
Yes, I'm glad that the Tories haven't done a breakthrough, because I thought that their campaign was horrible. I'm glad that it looks like the Labour Party are going to win, but also...
a majority of 66, you can't be happy with that,
Well, no,
can you?
I am in a funny sort of way, because I think that the electorate have said they don't like the way Number 10 conducts itself, and I think that really the Labour government are going to have a major, serious rethink of what its relationship is with its own party, with its own politicians, and with the country now.
So you think it's about the style of government of Tony Blair?
Well, I think it's deeper than that. I think it's about how democratic the practice of our politics should be, and it's got to be more so, because that's what the people want, and they've said it terribly clearly.
And where does this leave the Tony Blair-Gordon Brown issue, do you think?
Well, he's already said that he's going to leave, and I think the only issue is when. But what worries me is I wouldn't want some seamless passing on. I think we need a debate within the party about how the Labour Party and how the Labour government is going to run in future.
But it's slightly disingenuous. He said he's going to serve a full term. If you stand, you serve a full term. That's where he stands.
Well, yes, but people are already saying yes, but he would have to go after 3 years in order to give the new person a fair crack at the whip.
Yes.
But that means you split your entire term.
Yes.
So it would be like Iraq. It would be dominated just by one thing. My guess is that we'll see him leave pretty quickly.
Okay, Nicholas Parsons.
Yes.
What do you make of it, the results so far, the exit polls so far?
Well, the exit polls are predicting that there's going to be a reduced majority for Labour and an increased number of seats for the Liberals, which is wonderful, because I've been supporting the Liberal Party ever since my university days, and to see them grow from a party that had 5 or 6 seats and then 50 or 60 seats, and now we're going to get more. I mean, we're on a surge, we're moving forward. I think people are recognising that the whole idea that a Liberal vote was a wasted vote was a horrendous thing to say. We need a third party to put forward a fair, intelligent, middle-of-the-road point of view.
And right, do you think of Charles Kennedy to make the stand on Iraq that he made?
Absolutely. I mean, I was all against the war. It was a ridiculous thing to do. First of all, it was wrong. It was wrong. They went to war on this representation to Parliament and everywhere. But on top of that, the consequences were bound to be catastrophic, which they are. It's proved right. And the Liberals were the only ones who came out and said, don't we vote against this. They were against the war 100%. And I think they've been proved absolutely right.
Okay, Nicholas Parsons, Tony Robinson, thanks very much indeed. Jonathan, back to you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Now to the final instalment of Alistair Stewart's electoral snakes and ladders. This time he's looking at how the system gives Labour so many built-in advantages.
Thanks, Jonathan. The prize for Labour in this game of snakes and ladders is keeping hold of number 10. Tony Blair and his party start with a massive advantage. The very structure of our electoral system is biased in their favour, and we've called it the X factor. Labour have the right number of votes exactly where it needs them to win the maximum number of seats. So much so that from the very outset they're almost there and within striking distance of number 10. But there are quite a few snakes that have crept into the political undergrowth since the last election, and perhaps the most venomous of those is distrust in the leader himself. Polling suggests that to many voters, Tony Blair's become arrogant and removed, particularly over the Iraq war. Well, that doesn't go down well with Labour supporters or the floating voters who flocked to him in 1997 and 2001, so that might dent him tonight. And then there are the women. In 1997, for the first time, more voted Labour than Tory, and that helped Tony Blair into government. But, you know, they seem to have gone off him as well, and might just give him a bloody nose tonight. Finally, there's that Blair-Brown feud. A split party is never popular with the voters, but in truth, it's just a short snake, because the idea of vote Blair, get Brown may have actually stopped the slide. But what would be really damaging would be if traditional Labour supporters stayed at home today, or even voted Liberal Democrat. Failure to get the vote out in Labour heartland seats would cause Mr Blair real problems. And that's why this campaign was no walk in the park. But do you remember where we started? Tony Blair never forgot the X factor. Even if he were neck and neck with the Tories, he still wins with a massive majority. Even if he were 5% behind the Tories, he still wins with a comfortable majority. And that's why he'll almost certainly be back here tonight in Downing Street for a record-breaking third term. So Mr Blair is the player in the best position to win tonight's game.
Alistair, no doubt about that, but an extremely intriguing night. I'm joined now by David Blunkett, the former Home Secretary. Good evening, Mr. Blunkett.
Good evening, Jonathan.
3 results that we've got in so far in the same area, the 2 Sunderlands and Houghton and Washington East, show very considerable swings away from Labour, 5, 6, 7% away from Labour, and they go practically evenly, so far as we can tell, to the Lib Dems and to the Tories. How do you explain that draining of votes?
Well, firstly, I think the Linton-Crosby approach, with focus groups having reinforced their view, was to tackle the white working class vote on immigration, and they've been reasonably successful. This is not surprising. I predicted 3 years ago, which is why I put the programme in place, that this would be the kind of issue that they'd focus on. Secondly, there is obviously a major campaign that's been run against Tony Blair personally, and that has had an impact. Remembering that it's not just the way in which the Liberal Democrats have behaved, that there was a conscious decision by those who support the Tory party in the media that Tony would be the focus, because he was the major gain for Labour in 1997 and 2001.
You said in the last few days of this campaign that it would be self-indulgent of those Labour supporters who were opposed to the war in Iraq, or indeed believed that Michael Howard was right in saying that they'd been lied to about Iraq, self-indulgent to leave Labour. Wasn't that a tad arrogant on your part to say that?
No, it was a simple fact. I said the better off who chose to leave Labour in circumstances where their change could result in a Tory being elected, which I think we will see later tonight will come true, was self-indulgence, because they, i.e. those who are better off, tomorrow morning, Friday morning, their lives won't have changed. In my constituency, the lives of my electorate will change had there been a Tory government. Now, there's not going to be one, and the Tories are going to end up roughly with the number of seats that Labour had in 1983.
Just in a phrase, just in a phrase, a slightly gloomy night.
Well, I think when you're losing good colleagues, when people who have slugged their guts out and have done a good job in Parliament lose their seats, your heart goes out to them. If you've had 2 absolutely avalanche victories in 97, 2001, it's not surprising that you're losing seats. I think tomorrow we'll be putting a government, the Prime Minister will be putting a government together that will listen to, will respond to what has happened in the general election, and will build a relationship with the people. And that's the really important thing that actually will stand us in good stead over the next 5 years.
And you'll be in that government?
That's entirely in the hands of the Prime Minister. I've done my best.
He said you're going to be in it. He's already said you're going to be in it.
I've done my best over the last few weeks with very good colleagues in government to actually ensure that we got the message across. I think, regrettably, in this general election, not just Iraq, but primarily Iraq, has drowned out many of the debates that we should have been having between us and the electorate. And we need to renew that, not by rerunning the election, and I hope tonight on this channel and on others we won't simply continue to try and rerun the election, but in a vision of the future we'll have a dialogue with the electorate in a way which will restore confidence and faith in politics and politicians.
David Blunkett, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, just to remind you, down there you can see Labour 4, Conservatives 0, 0, 0 for Liberal Democrats and the others as well. That is our tally. That is the number of seats that are in so far. We've had 4 in so far, and is the implication of those, of course, I was talking about with David Blunkett. Now, it's time to link up with the ITV newsrooms around the United Kingdom for more on what's happening where you are tonight. Join us again in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, and this is how our region looked today before we went to the polls. As you can see, it's Conservative territory, although the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party made some gains, of course, in 2001. But tonight, the Tories want to claw those seats back. They're looking to regain the region's most marginal seat, which is Dorset South and Guildford as well. Another constituency on their hit list is Eastleigh, and that's where our reporter Sarah Merchant is for us now. Sarah.
Yes, this is one of the Tory targets. They're hoping to take this seat from the Liberal Democrats, who've held it since a by-election in 1994. David Chidgey, who's been the MP since that time, is retiring, and that's one of the factors which could affect tonight's result. But it will be close. The Liberal Democrats won the last count with a majority of just 3,000 votes.
Well, the Liberal Democrats are hoping to add to their 10 seats, especially in Maidenhead and in the Tory leader's seat, which is Folkestone and Hythe. They're also battling to keep several seats, including Winchester, and that's where we can cross to Richard Slee, who's waiting for us in the counting room now. Richard.
Well, this is very much a two-horse race, with the Liberal Democrat Mark Oaten defending a 10,000 majority. But until 1997, this was a Tory stronghold, and they want it back. In 2001, Winchester had the highest voter turnout in the country, and that's one of the reasons we don't expect a result here until 4 o'clock.
Meanwhile, Labour's big ambitions are both in Hampshire. They're concentrating on Basingstoke and Gosport. They're also hoping to hold on to key seats in Brighton and Medway. Joining us now from Kent is our reporter, Jeff Moody. Jeff.
Well, there's a lot of eyes on these 3 Kent seats tonight. Chatham and Aylesford, Medway and Gillingham were all taken by Labour back in 1997 and again 4 years ago. But the majorities are only slim, only 2,000 in the case of Gillingham. So if the Tories are to succeed nationally tonight, it's seats like these 3 that they really need to take.
I'm back in a couple of hours.
Hello again. Now we're joined by Simon Hughes for the Liberal Democrats. He's president of the Liberal Democrats and doesn't yet know whether he's in, but it hopes he's going to be in. Mr. Hughes, whether you're in or not in, it's a pretty gloomy night on the basis of the evidence of the exit poll. We keep stressing it is an exit poll, and there have been in the safe seats that have been called, there have been some draining from Labour, both to the Conservatives and to yourselves. But the proposal of the exit poll is you're going to have roughly the same amount of seats in the next House of Commons.
I think hello, good evening, firstly, from a fine, windy London. The exit polls give us a percentage share over the country. If they're true, forget anything else, they give us our best score, our best share of the vote since the party was formed in 1988. They give the Tories 1% more, and that's 1% more than their 2 worst results since 1832, and they bring Labour down, interestingly, to the share of the vote they got in the only 2 times in the last century when they had a minority government, 37%. So we would have, if we get a Labour majority, but with this share of the vote, they would have lost their authority in terms of who voted for them, barely 1 in 3 of the population. The Tories wouldn't have moved, and we would have gone up 3 or 4%. So there's not a huge movement, except Labour dropping a lot. In terms of the seats, I mean, I know no more than you. There have been 4 seats in. They've shown the movement away from Labour. I think the battleground, as you've said all evening so far, will be in the marginal seats. A lot of the country will have a general shift, but the marginal seats will show very different outcomes. And I mean, even if I could, I wouldn't wish to predict what they'll be, because I've been to many of them, and I know that they feel different in different places.
And does that feeling that you get from those suggest that our prediction for you may be too low?
Yes.
Or do you sense that it's also the case that quite a lot of seats that are Conservative marginals, held by Conservatives, that you would take, given the strength of the shift for Conservatives, means they're going to hold on to many more of those than you might have hoped?
I'll give you my honest judgment. My honest judgment is that the Tory core voters held, and so there's a much tighter contest in the Tory Liberal Democrat marginals, either where we're defending against the Conservatives or they're defending against us, than there is in the seats we're challenging Labour in. The problem for us is that the seats we're challenging Labour in, there's a bigger gap for most of them between where we are and where we need to go, but the votes have been crumbling. I was up the road in Islington, the actual seat where Granita, the famous restaurant, was, and when Mr. Blair had his last house before moving into Downing Street. I would be very surprised if that seat doesn't come to us over the next few hours. And I've been to Bristol, there's a seat which I think will come to us. I've been to Birmingham. So I think there were 2 different sorts of activities. Labour Lib Dem contest doing one thing, Tory Lib Dem contest being much tighter.
Simon Hughes, thanks for joining us. We shall, as you said, we shall see. The count is going on in Sedgefield South. It's Sedgefield South in Sedgefield, and we will be there for Tony Blair's seat. He will certainly get in, but again, the share of the vote that he gets will be very interesting. Now, though, a reminder of what's happened so far tonight. Let's see what it is. Here we have Labour to win with a majority of 66. This is still based on our exit poll. So far, 5 seats in, and 356 to Labour. We're still predicting 324 is the finishing post, 209 for the Conservatives and 53 for the Liberal Democrats. And Ruth Kelly said on this programme it does look likely that Labour will win an historic third term. Tony Blair has made it absolutely clear he will serve a full term. Doesn't actually answer the question, but anyway. Sunderland South, this is the first result we had in. Majority of 11,059. Chris Mullin in with 17,982, but the swing there from Labour to Conservative, 3.9%. And Labour holds Sunderland South as well, with 15,719 votes versus Conservatives 5,724 and Liberal Democrats 4,277. The swing there from Labour to Conservative larger, 5.1%. And Houghton and Washington East, all up in the same area of the country. Labour held with a majority of 16,000, just over 16,000, and the swing there from Liberal not to Conservative, no, not to Conservative, but to Liberal Democrat, of 7.2%, which just illustrates what we've been saying from the very beginning, that there was going to be a huge number of things happening this evening. Now we can join, I think, Juliet Bremner. Yes. You're in Bethnal Green and Bow. Juliet,
yes, I am.
It's been, we're told, a pretty ugly campaign. What's it like now?
Well, there's a lot of tension in the hall tonight. As you rightly say, it has been an acrimonious battle here between Una King for the Labour Party and George Galloway, who, of course, is expelled from the Labour Party and now has his Respect anti-war party. There was a lot of mudslinging when they were on the campaign trail. Some people said it looked more like a boxing match than an election campaign. And here tonight, although neither of the two main protagonists have turned up yet, we see their scrutineers, their supporters are out in force in the hall. And what they're doing is they're checking all those votes, because both parties say that it is just too close to call here. Now, if George Galloway was able to unseat Una King, it would be a tremendous blow. She had a majority of 10,000 last time. So if he's really tapped into the Muslim Bangladeshi voters and persuaded them, because of their anti-war feelings, that they should vote for him in a sufficient number to unseat one of Mr. Blair's most loyal supporters, it will indeed be a blow for the Labour Party.
You know, that's very interesting, and it's right, isn't it? During the campaign, it was extraordinarily difficult to find out how it was going to go, because people were simply not communicating what they were intending to do.
And that is still the case here tonight. We're hearing different things, as you might expect, from each party. We're being told by George Galloway's supporters that they think they've done very well, particularly in the Spitalfields area, which is a heavy Bangladesh area. But Una King's group say they think they've done well in the white areas, in the white working class areas. They think they've held their own there. But neither one wants to call this just yet.
Very interesting, Julia. Thank you very much. We will, of course, be back for that count, but neck and neck in Bethnal Green and Bow. Now, the master of them all, Gerald Scarfe, has been working away. Gerald.
Well, we were talking about Gordon Brown a little earlier, and I started drawing this. Here's Brown and Blair walking along in the same suit. And they're saying, both of them are saying, thank God this Unity Cape is nearly over.
And it's a very large suit, and it's no doubt who's got the biggest suit.
Well, yes, that's true, yes. Although Blair's getting rather large as well, isn't
he? Eating a lot during the...
Yeah.
Although they did have that picture of his torso, saying the best torso in somewhere or other, in some magazine.
I'm bringing news on this. Apparently, the reason the Prime Minister put on weight during the campaign is not just because we all do this during the campaign, but he actually fell off his running track, so he can't do the exercise he normally does.
I want to bring in, who's joined us now, and warm welcome to you, Roy Hattersley, Lord Hattersley. Gerald Scarfe's cartoon there shows a very uncomfortable relationship. How do you see it?
I think a very complicated relationship. There was a time when they were genuinely very close. When Tony Blair worked for me, 10, 12 years ago, he and Gordon were inseparable, and genuinely inseparable. And Gordon was the senior partner. That's one of the strange paradoxes of this. Gordon was very much in charge, and Tony Blair was running 2 paces behind him, which I think leads to some of the understandable resentment. I think the warmth has disappeared, but they're both sensible enough to know that the future of the Labour Party in government depends on them working together, which they can do perfectly satisfactorily. But I don't think they would want to go on holiday together anymore.
What do you make of what we know so far? We know it's very early, but we have seen real swings away from Labour. To what do you attribute that?
I think this Prime Minister, to put it brutally frankly, has been a great liability. Had Gordon Brown led the party into this election, I think we would just be saying quite different things. We'd have been saying it's not only been a boring campaign, a rather squalid campaign. We'd have said it's a very boring night because we know there's going to be a very large Labour majority. And I think his problem has not simply been Iraq, though history will say, he will say on behalf of history, that it was Iraq that went wrong. I think people increasingly don't like his style of government. And I think that's become very obvious in the seats, the Labour seats, where there's going to be a swing against the Labour Party from traditional Labour voters.
And given the potential reduction in the size of the majority down to whatever it may be, 66, does that put Gordon Brown in an even stronger position with power ebbing from Tony Blair?
I think it's inconceivable that the Prime Minister will last for the length of full Parliament. You have to say that. There are some things Prime Ministers have to say. You have to say you're not going to devalue the pound. You have to say you're going to settle for a full term. So I don't blame him for saying that. But if the majority is perhaps slightly more than 66, who might deny Neil Kinnock his moment? He says it's going to be 80. I always agree with what Neil Kinnock says. Say it's a majority of 80. I think that means that the pressure on the Prime Minister to go, whether he wants to go or not, the pressure will become irresistible.
Nick, it's an extraordinary conversation in a way we're having, isn't it? A third huge victory for Labour this would be it 66 or 80 or even higher if it turned out to be, after a situation in which he thought he was going to resign after the war, and we're talking about whether it could change, but it's all to do with expectations. Now, if I could just take you through to my toy Elvis, just to give you a sense of how Labour's losing its support in its key areas, because Roy Hattersley is quite right that this conversation will be had. I don't doubt him for a second, but it is interesting to see. Look at Houghton and Washington East, one of the seats that was in. An important seat because it's run by Fraser Kemp, who was number 2 to Alan Milburn, running this campaign. There is the result. Remember, the height of this red block, the skyscraper, tells you the size of the majority. Just compare the result just in with where we were, 2001 at the beginning of the night, 58.9%, much higher that block. When Tony Blair first got elected in 97, higher still, 63.5%. So it's a safe seat, it's a huge majority for Fraser Kemp, but it's been going down. But what will be interesting is, does the map become more blue? Does that suggest the Tories have got a chance? Or is it that just Labour feel the heat a little bit at the moment because their majorities are falling and they use that as an excuse to say to Tony Blair, thanks very much, but we don't need you to stay that full term?
It's not me that set this benchmark. I would have been delighted to see a majority of 50. I was in the cabinet for 2 years when we didn't have a majority at all. You can manage on 20 very easily. It's Tony Blair and Blairites who said we must have a huge majority to vindicate Blairism. Not a Labour victory, but a Blair victory. They've made the benchmark, and by making the benchmark, they've set it up for themselves.
More of this in due course. Now we can go to Alistair, where I think, Alistair, you've got a battleground for us, is that right?
Yes, I have, Jonathan. I wanted to just take those, as you described them quite accurately, safe seats, but just apply the logic of it to the battleground. If we just step down over here, you'll notice that at the moment, of course, the battleground, when I bring it up to you, is not yet coloured in because we haven't had any of the results from those marginal seats. But if we start off here with the 4% column, remember that was the swing that was achieved in Sunderland South. Yes, it's a safe seat, and yes, it's a Minister, Chris Mullen, but people who live in marginals know that they live in marginals, and if they vote in the same way, then all sorts of people could be in grave trouble. And look, there's Finchley. You were seeing Baroness Thatcher at the party just a little while ago. Rudy Viz, who is the Labour Member of Parliament for Finchley and has been since 1997, he could be out. That's if the Sunderland South swing is echoed here in the marginals. Then if we come along here a little bit further and we come into this column, here's the 5% column. Remember, that was the swing that was achieved in Sunderland North. Yes, of course, it's a safe Labour seat up there, but a lot of people in these seats thought they were as well. Dover, Gwyn Prosser, he'd had real problems with immigration. That might be a factor there that means out he goes and in comes a Conservative candidate. And finally, as a taster, because we're waiting for it probably in about the next half hour, right over here in the 6% column, remember, they know where they live. It's called Birmingham Edgbaston. It's Gisela Stewart. She lost her government job because the Prime Minister had such a tough scene in her constituency all those 4-5 years ago. And there's MG Rover too. These people know where they live. They may just echo what's going on in Sunderland and more, Jonathan.
Alistair, thanks very much. We're just past 12 o'clock. There are going to be a huge flow of results that are about to come in. We've just had the sources, I stress sources, in the Liberal Democrats say that they've taken, they believe, Hornsey and Wood Green, and that would be a 12% swing to the Lib Dems. We don't know that because it isn't yet in, but that's what the sources are saying. But now we can go to Ashfield, where the Defence Secretary, Jeff Hoon, awaits. Good evening, Mr. Hoon.
Good evening.
Now, I put it to you, back in Downing Street, very obviously, and probably at least, but Iraq, on the face of it, given the hemorrhage of votes that we see to the Liberal Democrats as part of the hemorrhage that you're suffering, is doing you serious damage.
Well, I've been to about 30 seats in this election campaign, coming back to Ashfield every evening. And although I accept it has been an issue for some people, nothing like as significant as the economy, the health service, education, public services generally, taxation.
So why are you going to lose on the basis of the exit poll so many seats? 100
Well, I think we
seats
still
or more.
wait and see. We'll have to wait and see the real results. Please bear in mind, I don't know whether anyone has made this point to you so far, that we did very much better in our marginal seats in 2001, reflecting the hard work that Labour MPs had put in between 1997 and 2001. Swings there were quite different and much better for Labour in those seats than in the safe seats that so far have been declared.
So what are you preparing us for? A significant loss of seats in the marginals because you haven't been able to keep up the momentum?
No, on the contrary. What I'm saying is that my experience of travelling the country is that where Labour MPs have worked hard in those marginal seats now since 1997, they will get considerable benefits from the electorate for doing that. As I've travelled around meeting Labour candidates who've held the seats since 1997, there's quite a significant personal vote. There's quite a significant these people have worked for us in our constituency factor, and I'm sure that that will make a difference when the votes are counted.
But you would concede, I guess from what you're saying, you would concede that those supporters of Labour, or those who voted Labour last time around, a significant proportion of them at the very least, have said we didn't like the decision to go to war in Iraq, and we believe we were misled and even lied to by the Prime Minister. That has played its part.
I have not come across that, and I would have thought that of all people in the government, I would be the person who could most expect that sort of reaction on the doorstep. I've not found people saying that Iraq is the most important issue as far as they are concerned. I've had some people who've raised it with me, but not as a central decision-making factor in how they cast their vote.
We've got 6 seats in, Mr. Hoon, so far. We're going to have an awful lot coming in fast. Just one quick thing more to you. Lord Hattersley's with us. Roy Hattersley said that the real truth has to be accepted, that Tony Blair has been a liability to Labour in this campaign.
Well, I've known and admired Roy Hattersley for a very long time. We may support different football teams, but we do come from the same part of the world. And I can recall him, when he was a cabinet minister, being pretty disparaging about a member of the House of Lords commenting upon those who are currently trying to ensure that Labour secures a majority in government. I think he would have been pretty harsh on anyone who's in his position now.
OK, thank you very much for joining us. He'll get his own back in a moment, but we're going to give you now the election night headlines just after midnight. Labour's leaders are preparing to make history, as we've said. Our exit poll, though, predicts a reduced majority and an unprecedented, however, third term. Michael Howard has won an extra 44 seats, we believe, judging by the exit poll, but there's disappointment for the Liberal Democrats, we predict, with only 2 more than they had last time round. And stand by for the big rush results as the results come rushing through as they prepare the ballot papers, count them at key constituencies all round the land. A little earlier, Nicholas Owen guided us through the first result of the night in Sunderland South. Well, he's now moved on his helicopter journey around the country, and he's going to Tony Blair's constituency. How are you getting on, Nick? Can you tell us?
Well, as we were saying back at Sunderland South, where we've just come from, no surprise that the Labour man held on there, and no surprise that the Labour man will hold on where we're going, Sedgefield, the Prime Minister's constituency. Interesting thing, though, of course, is that Reg Keys will be among those opposing him. He lost a son who was a soldier in Iraq, so a bit of a feverish atmosphere there, I guess. And also they'll be digesting, the Labour supporters, the way results are going across the country. So a very interesting spot to be. We're just dropping down right now beside that Sedgefield constituency.
Nick, thank you very much. Now you can see in the tally there, Labour's got 7 seats in. They are just beginning to go, and they're going to be coming very, very fast. But we can go to the party now again with Alistair McGowan, who is with, not sure either with Katie, I think, with Mark.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Alistair McGowan is here, as you say. I'm also with Chris Eubank, a man I wouldn't pick a fight with. Chris, we heard Jeff Hoon there talking about Iraq. Now, you voted Labour, even though you disapproved of the war in Iraq. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, my feeling is that he's the one who justified it, but really he was helping Bush. And so my viewpoint is now he's a better man for the job in terms of he's done good for the country, and he will do good for the country. But outside the country, I think we need someone who has the ear of Bush, someone who can influence Bush, and maybe rein him in if he should step out of line a little too far, if you will.
So you worry about the policy of invading countries, the preemptive strike policy?
I do, yes. And I think Tony Blair meant well. He thought he was doing the right thing. We elected him to do a job. He did the job. We don't agree with the decision wholly. The population of the world don't actually agree with his position, but we elected him to do the job. He did it. We don't agree with it, but still he has the view or the influence of George Bush, I believe.
Well, I've been talking to Labour supporters here, some of whom said it was such a terrible mistake in their view that they couldn't possibly vote Labour.
Well, you see, my viewpoint is, as I say, the major point for me is the fact that he has George Bush's attention. And we need someone to have George Bush's attention, because the seat of power in terms of world is George Bush. You know, Michael Howard or Charles Kennedy gets into power, they do not have the ear of George Bush, and he is the most powerful man on the planet.
Well, Michael Howard may have the ear of Bush. We can't say that he wouldn't have.
He doesn't. I mean, we've seen, well, I've seen disregard paid to Michael Howard by Bush. Not Tony Blair, their friend.
In fairness to Michael Howard, George Bush is not going to pay much attention to an opposition leader, is he? But if he was Prime Minister, it may be different.
Maybe. But what I've seen so far, and the justification, the justification of Iraq and what happened in Iraq and the war, what happened, it seems to me that it would have fallen on deaf ears if Tony Blair hadn't spoken on George Bush's behalf.
Well, I was hoping to talk to Alison McGowan. I've got to throw back first to Jonathan Dibbleby, and we'll talk to Alistair in just a moment. Jonathan.
Mark, thank you very much. Well, it's just after midnight. As you can see, there are 8 Labour seats in now. Let's now have a summary of what's happened so far. Here we have, we're still predicting on the basis of our exit poll a majority of 66. And 324 is the winning post, 356 seats we are predicting for Labour, 209 seats for the Conservatives, 53 for the Liberal Democrats, 28 for the rest. Now here's an update. Chris Mullins said it's a triumph of fear, optimism over pessimism, is a chance to shape the lives of another generation. We must do this wisely. Well, that's a thought. Labour results. Labour have held on to Great Grimsby, they've held on to Cleethorpes, they've held on to Rutherglen and Hamilton West, and they've held on to Bootle. Now, that's what they've held on to, but to see how they're holding on to that and what is happening to the vote and to any shift in that vote, Colin, can you help us with what we've now got 8 seats in? What does it look like, the picture?
Well, they're all very safe Labour seats, Jonathan, of course, but what is consistent is the drop in the Labour vote, anything from 5% upwards in these seats, mainly the Liberal Democrats benefiting now on the average, though of course as we saw in Sunderland there was a fairly even split between Conservative and Lib Dem. But I tell you one thing that I've noticed is that even in these safe Labour seats the turnout is somewhat up on what it was back in 2001, 2 or 3 points, and therefore I think that in the marginals it's likely to be up even more, and I think we're probably on course for getting towards that 65 or so % overall turnout that Alistair was talking about with his graphics earlier.
Now on the turnout we've got so far, is it consistent with, I know how complicated this is, but is it consistent with what we are saying the exit poll is suggesting?
Well, the exit poll doesn't really sort of deal with turnout, and it also doesn't particularly deal with these very safe seats. But what we have seen so far doesn't yet lead us to believe that the exit poll is other than, you know, reasonably accurate. On the other hand, as I keep coming back to, the Liberal Democrats particularly are an unknown quantity. We've already heard this rumour that they're claiming that they might have won Hornsey and Wood Green on a 12% swing from Labour, a seat where they are second in London, the kind of place where you'd expect them perhaps to benefit from a sort of an Iraq effect, a multicultural area of the capital. So we're still all over the place in terms of the trend. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again, we have to keep on the edge of our seats and watch for every result.
It looks like it's going to be, thank you Colin, it looks like it's going to be a longish night, but a very riveting night. Now we can go to Scotland. Now, Scotland has had a whole set of revisions to its constituencies, fewer seats, different boundaries. And Martin Geisler in Edinburgh, good evening. You can tell us more, Martin.
Indeed, it'll be a while before we get a broader picture of what's happening in Scotland this evening, Jonathan. We have just one declaration so far, Rutherglen and Hamilton West, but even that in its own has been interesting. The sitting Labour MP, Tommy McAvoy, returned at a canter there, but with a smaller majority, a 16,000 majority, all said. But that's 2,000 less than last time round. A 5% swing, that, to the Lib Dems, and if that trend is replicated across Scotland in some of the more marginal constituencies this evening, it could be a very interesting night ahead up here. As you say, whatever happens, however the Scots have cast their votes today, it will be a radically different political map north of the border tomorrow because of these boundary changes. Almost every one of the constituencies has changed. There will be 13 fewer Scottish MPs in the new Parliament. There were 72, there will now be 59. And this boundary change has thrown up a whole clutch of new marginal constituencies. It also makes it very difficult for us to analyse one set of results against the other. The best we can do is take the 2001 results and put them into the 2005, the new constituencies. If the same voting pattern took place tonight, we would have Labour on 45 seats north of the border, the Lib Dems on 9, the SNP on 4, and the Tories on none at all. The Speaker, Michael Martin, of course, would retain his seat. That makes 59, but the pollsters don't think that'll happen. The best prediction we have so far is that Labour may lose about 5 seats. They may go down from their notional 45 to about 40 and spread those 5 around the other major parties. A good night for the SNP would be perhaps 6 seats, a good night for the Lib Dems, 12, a good night for the Tories, realistically 1, but they hope to pick up as many as 4 perhaps. An interesting night in Scotland.
Very, and we'll be back for it, thanks. Now, Keighley is a seat which has caused a lot of focus and concentration. It's a Labour-held seat, but not with a very large majority, and the BNP leader is running there. So we go to Tim Rogers there and find out what's happening. Tim?
Yes, at the moment there's a slight delay in proceedings here. The postal ballot, of course, is possibly responsible for that. There's been a very large increase in the number of postal votes here, as in other areas in the north. And so that's led to a slight delay. In the background here, if I can just point down to the floor behind me, you can see Nick Griffin, the BNP leader, who came rather theatrically earlier on this evening, arrived here at the vote in Ilkley in an armour-plated vehicle. I don't know whether he was anticipating any trouble at all. He was only met by one mother and child who shouted rather forlornly at him, "You're not wanted here." And if our predictions are right, that would seem to be the case amongst the electorate in this constituency as well. We're told that this is likely to be a very close-run race between Labour and the Conservatives. The sitting MP, Anne Cryer, has a majority of 4,000. She thinks that's likely to be greatly reduced, although we don't know precisely what that is likely to be just yet. It could be the result, we think, sometime between 1 and 2 o'clock, although possibly longer than that because of the delay here. The Conservative candidate, Carl Paulson, thinks he might just have missed it. This was number 50 on the target seats for the Conservatives. He thinks he might just have lost that. But Anne Cryer thinks also that not supporting Tony Blair might have helped us somewhat. He, of course, took a very public stance against the war, and his name was never mentioned on any of her election literature at all. But we're waiting for that result, and we're expecting it, as I said, to be a close-run thing between Labour and the Conservatives, with the BNP and Liberal Democrats nowhere.
OK, we'll be back for that, Tim, that result. Thank you very much. Birmingham Ladywood we're expecting soon. That's Claire Short's seat. Claire Short has already indicated that she thinks a majority of around 60 or so would be rather a good thing for the Labour Party. But up in Sedgefield, Nick Owen is there, as we know. He's with Reg Keys, aren't you, Nick Owen, who, of course, ran
as an independent. I'm just making my way, actually, in to the Newton Aycliffe Leisure Centre, Jonathan. That's in the heart of the Sedgefield constituency. And the importance of this place, where Tony Blair is the Labour candidate, emphasised by, look at this, camera after camera after camera after camera. So all eyes on this place. I'm very interested to hear what Tony Blair himself was saying later. But as you said, Reg Keys, very interesting, a candidate standing here. He lost his son Tom in Iraq. Tom was one of the Red Caps. You remember 6 of them died. There was a terrific controversy about the way they died too. And I'm going over now to speak to Keys. Reg Keys, good evening to you. Good evening. What sort of campaign has it been for you? Have you actually run a fully organised campaign with workers and going to the doorsteps and everything else?
It's been a fully professionally organised campaign, fully funded, with up to 100 canvassers at a time out on the streets, 3 offices up and running around Sedgefield. It's no gimmick, it's no trick, it's been a very, very professional campaign.
And what have people been saying to you on the doorstep? And indeed, what have you been saying to them?
Well, the main thrust of my campaign obviously has been the war issue, but I've been able to diversify as well and relate to matters with the NHS because of my background and my wife's background.
Because you're a paramedic?
I was a paramedic and my wife was in trauma and orthopaedics. But basically what we've been saying is, can we make the Prime Minister accountable for the Iraq War, bearing in mind the legality of it, and the loss of life, and of course the cost of this war.
And we gather the chances are you might do very well here. There are some whispers in this hall tonight you might even come second. Chances of unseating the Prime Minister, I suppose, unthinkable. But if you do come second, what sort of message do you think that sends out about the involvement of this country in Iraq?
Well, if I could just beat one of the other main parties with their full, well-oiled, slick marketing machines, that for me would be a huge moral victory, and it would send a resounding message back to Downing Street that the war is an issue, that it will not go away, that Iraq is now a country that's destabilised, a fermenting ground that breeds terrorism, and Mr Blair, how do we get out of it?
Reg Keys, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick.
And back to you in the studio from the Sedgefield constituency.
Nicholas Owen, thank you very much. We said that we were going to be first. We promised you we'll be first for the results. Well, we've got 13 of them in so far. Now, they are all Labour seats. Don't think there's going to be a Labour landslide on that basis, because these are the safe Labour seats that always come in first. The Conservative seats, rural, bigger constituencies, geographically, always come in later. But we've got those 13 seats in. Nick, you're looking as if you're Elvis bound, are you? Or not?
No, I was just looking at as those seats come in, and it is, as you say, mainly up in the northeast. We're seeing large Labour majorities. What's interesting is to see the swings that are approaching. Now, our exit poll suggested overall a swing of about 3.7% against the government. You're getting very different swings. Sunderland South, about 3.9%, almost in line with the exit poll. Sunderland North, 5.1%, a lot more than that. Houghton and Washington, 7.2%. That to the Liberal Democrats rather than the Tories. So it does show, even in safe Labour seats, even in one part of the country, a big variety in the way that people are reacting if they wish to protest.
So we can't... What are you making of it, Michael?
More or less what Nick said. What I'm noticing is that the reduction in the support for the government in the results we've had so far appears to be greater than was suggested by the exit poll.
Yeah, that's what I was...
And already, you know, one was looking at a government coming back with a 37% poll, which is extraordinarily low for a winning party. I might say the Tories with 33% also remarkably low. So the two top parties are coming back with very low percentage scores. Liberal Democrats are coming up, and according to the exit poll, are not going to win many seats. This is going to put the electoral system, I think, into further crisis, at least in public esteem.
Do you agree with that, Roy?
I agree with it to a certain extent. I suspect, very easy to be proved wrong on a night like this, so I shouldn't suspect things until they actually happen, but I suspect that the swing won't be as great in the marginal seats as it is in the safe seats. If you're deeply resentful about anything, and you're in a safe Labour seat, but instinctively Labour, it's much easier to go the other way than if you know your vote is going to decide the seat one way or another. So my guess is the swing will be less in the marginals. I very much want to see a marginal to see whether that's true or not. I hope it is.
We shall see. Let's go back to the party now, and Katie Darham. Katie.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, I'm here with Julia Hartley-Brewer, the political editor of the Sunday Express, and Andrew Rawnsley, political commentator from The Guardian. Admiring and Observer and Guardian. Yeah, I'm sure I read you in both, Andrew. Anyway, we're admiring the view, but we're also commenting about the swing, which we're just hearing about, 3.7% from the exit polls. Andrew, what do you make of that?
Well, this is a dangerous election in which to try and translate that into national results, because I think all the senior politicians I've talked to expect there to be quite a lot of quirky and unusual results in this election. On the one hand, if your exit poll is roughly right, it will be quite a psychological blow to the Labour Party to lose that number of colleagues in the House of Commons. On the other hand, to win 3 elections in a row, which would be historically unprecedented for the Labour Party, and if you tot up all those majorities, Tony Blair would have done very well indeed. So there'll be mixed, if it's right, of course, and we have to say if at this stage of the evening, there'll be a lot of mixed emotions around.
Yes, of course, we are right in the speculation game at this particular stage, only 13 seats declared so far, Julia. But, I mean, are you surprised by this exit poll?
Yes, I think most people were expecting something in the region of 80 to 100 for majority for Labour. But, of course, it could go either way. We could go in any direction, either down or up, simply because the opinion polls, as Michael Howard always keeps telling us, is that only one that really matters is the opinion poll on the day of the election. And the opinion polls have been pretty much been pretty static over the election period, but they haven't really reflected what a lot of people are saying they're feeling on the ground, from support for the Lib Dems and support for the Tory party, and a lot of dissatisfaction with the Labour Party. So who knows? I think this election is more about sort of 659 by-elections, actually, all happening all at the same time, and something different is happening in every single by-election, effectively, on one day. So a uniform swing, I don't think so at all. And I think the marginal constituencies and the constituencies that have been targeted by the Lib Dems and the Tories especially, you're going to see a much bigger swing. So who knows? I think, everyone's holding their breath right now.
Now, I just want to get your reaction, because you were both there when Baroness Thatcher came to the party not so long ago. She's still there now. I think we're going to be talking to her at some point. She got a round of applause. It was like the arrival of the Queen of Sheba. What did you make of that?
Well, she didn't get a round of applause from everybody, actually. Because even now, Lady Thatcher remains a figure who probably divides the country. It was an astonishing sight. It was also astonishing, I suppose, any Labour Party people who were on your boat would be thinking to themselves, well, there's this woman who defeated us 3 times, but we're about to defeat the Conservatives 3 times. So for them, it would be quite a bittersweet moment, I imagine.
Yeah, I was quite surprised, because I thought Margaret Thatcher said she'd be out of the country for election day, so she wouldn't have to vote.
She knows about a good party, Julia. Yeah. Julia and Andrew, we're going to have to leave it there. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Katie. Colin, at the moment, we haven't got the full results through from a lot of these. We know, when we're saying that Labour has won 13 seats, we know that, but only 4 of them or 5 of them we've had the full results of after the returning officer has given those results. The others we don't yet have in. When we have them in, incidentally, we'll put some of them up there so that you can see what we're talking about more clearly. But Colin, on this swing that we're talking about, just reiterate for us what's happening.
Well, what we're seeing from these very safe seats, Jonathan, is quite a sizable drop in the Labour share of the vote. And in some seats, the Conservatives are benefiting more than the Lib Dems, and in other seats, it looks as if the Lib Dems are taking the bulk of the vote from Labour. But where we're talking about a perhaps slightly smaller swing overall during the course of the evening, for example, with our 66 prediction on the exit poll, is because we expect the swing in the marginals to be not of that level, and also to counterpose each other in some seats, particularly between Conservative and Lib Dem and Conservative, for example.
That's because that's right. Roy Hatton is making the general political point that he expected the swings to be smaller in the marginal seats than in the safe seats, because you have, as it were, I don't want to misquote him, you have the sort of luxury in a safe seat of saying, I don't want this, or I don't like them, so I'll go Liberal or I'll go Conservative.
That's right. And what, in fact...
Is there cephalological evidence for that happening always?
There's no cephalological evidence this evening for it happening, and it's always wrong to assume that the marginals behave differently to the safe seats, and we still haven't heard from a marginal, and Roy Hadley is quite right. He wants to hear from a marginal, and so do I. Only then will we get some kind of clue to what might happen, and yet again I would warn that the first couple of marginals, if they're from Birmingham, if they're from London, it doesn't really matter. They may give a different picture to those that we then hear later on from South West or from Scotland.
But they may not give us a clear picture.
No, indeed.
Okay, thank you, Colin. We can go to the Foreign Secretary Jack Straw, who's in his Blackburn seat, where it has been thought that he might face something of a hostile vote because of the Iraq war. Mr. Straw, good evening.
Good evening.
You've been following very closely, I guess. You know what the exit polls are saying. The exit poll, you know that we've had 15 seats in for Labour, but there's been a pretty good hemorrhage of support away from Labour to the other parties, ranging from, 3 up to 7%, either to the Conservatives or to the Liberal Democrats. Quite worrying, isn't it?
Well, we were bound to lose some votes. After all, given 2 huge landslides in 1997 and 2001. If the exit polls are right and we end up with a majority of around 60, I'll be very sad for those very good colleagues and friends who've lost their seat, but a majority of 60 is a working majority. It's worked for governments in the past, and it's easily workable for this, what would be an historic 3rd term of a Labour government, so it would be good news.
But if you think of the rebellions that there were in the last government, which ranged from 20 up until 70 and even more on 1 or 2 things, it ain't going to be that easy, is it?
Well, that ignores the fact that the behaviour of parliamentary parties, whether they are Conservative or Labour, and the size of rebellions is directly related to the overall size of the majority. I mean, that's always been the case, and when Labour has...
So they'll be whipped into line more easily with a smaller majority?
No.
More obedience?
No, it's not, that's not the point I'm making at all. I'm trying to make, if you don't mind me saying so, slightly more serious point, that the chemistry and the psychology of parties works differently if people know that the consequence of a rebellion is much more serious for a government's survival. And on the other hand, of course, governments have to work that bit harder to ensure a consensus within their own parliamentary parties before they put things to a vote. But that's a serious point I'm trying to make.
Okay, very serious point. One very swift question to you. Gordon Brown is not quite all-powerful now, but pretty near that.
Gordon Brown's had a great election, so has Tony Blair, and let us see how the Labour Party as a whole has done. But both are very significant figures in the party.
Thank you, Jack Straw, for joining us. Birmingham Ladywood is just about to hear that Claire Short very probably is back in there, but again we'll be looking at that share of the vote. There you can see the place where the returning officer will stand, looking wonderfully silent, rather elegantly announcing all bits of this great city, the City Council and the rest. Nick, Claire Short, I was saying earlier, I think she was reporting saying she rather welcomed the idea of a smaller majority, but of course she is a serious potential rebel.
Yes, and she has said what we call the Francis Pym point. You might remember now, back in 1983, Francis Pym was a cabinet minister for Margaret Thatcher and made it clear he thought it would be better.
And he got the chop for
the Tories for doing that. Yes, she's already chopped herself by resigning, Claire Short, but she is one of a number of Labour MPs who think that if they had more purchase on the Prime Minister, as it were, because the majority was smaller, if the rebellion of 30 or 40 meant he might lose rather than it just be slightly sweaty for him, that would change the politics. But I mean, it is so fascinating tonight because the exit poll says 60-ish. If it actually goes up to 90-ish, then it looks a very comfortable majority indeed. That's why we're waiting for these seats to see exactly how they pan out.
David?
Well, while I've been out, I come back confident that the exit poll is wrong about the number of Lib Dem seats, and I think we are going to do much better.
What makes you say that?
Reports that we're getting through party headquarters.
Now we're going to go to Hull West, where the returning officer is about to tell us who's winning.
Constituency.
It's Alan Johnson's seat.
On the 5th day of May 2005.
He hopes to retain it.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Johnson, Alan Arthur, the Labour Party candidate, 15,305. Nolan, David Patrick, Liberal Democrat, 5,855. Wallace, Stephen John, Veritas, 889. Woods, Karen Ann, the Conservative Party candidate, 5,769. And I do hereby declare that the said Alan Arthur Johnson, the Labour Party candidate, is duly elected Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
So, Alan Johnson, the Pensions Minister, is back in with a majority of 9,450, 15,305 votes for him. For the Liberal Democrats in second place, 5,855. Conservatives, 5,769. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat, 4.7%. And here is the share in the vote, 55%, 21% for Liberal Democrats. And let's now look at this change in the share.
You might see them by their
Change in share, it'll come up in just a moment, I hope. Incidentally, a very significant result we can report is that the Conservatives have gained Putney. They lost Putney when David Mellor was the member there. It's 50th on the Conservatives' target seat, and they have gained Putney. A quick response to that.
Well, people remember David Mellor being barracked on that note. That is exactly the sort of seat that the Tories need to get back, not to get back into government, but frankly to say they're on the first step towards being a credible challenger for government, but they will be cheered by that result in Putney in South London, and they will look at a whole series of seats around the margins of London to see if they can gain others as well.
They will be quite encouraged by that, won't they?
Yes, there's no doubt that is good news.
I think it's 50th on their seat.
And they will look at that and say, this is exactly the sort of result they need. There might have been a result in a fear amongst Tories in an area like Putney that defectors would go to the Liberal Democrats. It's a middle-class area. It's quite a wealthy area. That was the fear amongst some Conservative strategists, that people would bypass the Tories, go straight to the Lib Dems. When we see the figures, we'll see exactly what they've done.
I hope we'll get this up. Meanwhile, let's have a look at some of these results. Let's have a summary. They're still the majority on the basis of the exit poll, majority of 66 for Labour, for Tony Blair. And here are some Labour results. They've held Manchester Central, Rotherham, Wirral South, Hull West and Hessel, but it's going to be the share of the vote that matters and the swing. And Barnsley Central, majority 12,732, Labour 17,478, Liberal Democrats in second place, but look at that swing, Labour to Liberal Democrat, 5.2%. And Rutherglen and Hamilton West, this is in Scotland, a majority of 16,000, Labour on 24,000, Liberal Democrats in second place on just under 8,000, then the SNP 6,023, the Conservatives 3,621, and the Scottish Socialist Party 1,164. And again, a Labour to Liberal Democrat swing there of 5.4%. We're getting quite a lot of these swings. Houghton and Washington East, Labour held again, majority 16,000. We've been through those, so I won't give you all those details again, but that swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat, really significant again, 7.2% swing to Liberal Democrats. Now, to make sense of that, Alistair.
Jonathan, great excitement. First blood, we think, on the battleground. Putney, there it is down there in central London, as Nick was saying. Gosh, we all remember David Mellor going out and Jimmy Goldsmith heckling there. Heckling he was as they lost the seat in 97. Well, let's show you why it's of great interest. We'll put it up onto the battleground. There it is, Putney, just 3 points above Finchley, which we talked about a little bit earlier on. Tony Coleman made an absolute fortune in the retail sector. He may be heading back to the retail sector tonight. Now, the battleground has gone for a moment, but Justine Greening has brought it back for us. There we are. She's the new Conservative Member of Parliament for Putney. But the significance of it is, as I said, it's the first blood. But if you just come with me very, very briefly, let me take you up here towards there's Pudsey and there's Wirral South and there's Cleethorpes there. They've already gone to the Labour Party. No blue blood anywhere near that 10% former government. No blue blood here either, all the way back even to the swing parliament. But Putney, they'll raise a glass, perhaps half a glass, to Justine Greening in Putney.
Thanks very much. Gerald has been working away. Gerald, what? What on earth is that?
The first blood, this is Michael Howard.
This is the Putney.
Putney, yes.
It's a very ruthless victory by your account.
It's either Putney or an immigrant. I can't really tell. It's one or the other.
He
sunk his teeth. And
he looked like a rather elderly Hamlet with a skull in his hand.
Yes,
he does, doesn't he? But
those are the marks in his neck where the teeth have sunk in.
If you didn't know better, you might have thought that you felt that there was something of the night about him. I don't know.
Well, I've heard that before somewhere.
Yes. Anyway, it's very powerful. But was it designed? You didn't know Putney was going to do it as quickly as that. It was designed for the first collapse of the night.
Yes,
the first victory
I
of the night.
knew something. They would get one somewhere.
Very powerful, very powerful. Now, back to even more serious business. Mary Nightingale with the news of the night.
Thanks, Jonathan. The Chancellor Gordon Brown has become the most senior minister to make an appearance tonight at the county seat of Kirkcaldy. Mr Brown refused to comment on the exit poll that predicts a Labour majority of 66. But speaking on this programme, the former Cabinet Minister, David Blunkett, admitted it would be slightly disappointing, and he blamed the Tories' negative campaign.
There is obviously a major campaign that's been run against Tony Blair personally, and that has had an impact, remembering that it's not just the way in which the Liberal Democrats have behaved, that there was a conscious decision by those who support the Tory party in the media that Tony would be the focus.
There are reports that Labour could be in for a shock in the Welsh seat of Blaenau Gwent. There, the independent candidate, Peter Law, looks set to beat Labour's Maggie Jones. The seat, as Abervale, was previously held by Labour leader Michael Foot and was thought to be one of Labour's safest. The Labour MP Claire Short has claimed a majority as low as 66 could actually be good for the government. Arriving at her county in Birmingham, the former Cabinet Minister said such a result might lead to a little more discussion and respect for Parliament. And she said the party would have done better with a different leader. The Conservative Party co-chairman Liam Fox has said it's obvious that voters want to cut Tony Blair down to size. Commenting on the exit poll, he said the result that mattered was the real result. And the Tory frontbencher Tim Collins was also upbeat.
Our candidates are absolutely confident that they're going to be winning in lots and lots of places. You're going to see some very surprising Labour people losing their seats way down the target list. We are confident we're doing well.
The Liberal Democrats are claiming they may have taken the Labour seat of Hornsey and Wood Green. If true, the swing in North London would be a massive 12%. Simon Hughes, whose seat is also in the capital, says the Lib Dems are heading for one of their best results ever.
The exit polls give us a percentage share over the country. If they're true, forget anything else, they give us our best score, our best share of the vote since the party was formed in 1988. They give the Tories 1% more, and that's 1% more than their two worst results since 1832, and they bring Labour down, interestingly, to the share of the vote they got in the only two times in the last century when they had a minority government, 37.
And finally, in the last few minutes, Lady Thatcher has arrived at the ITV News election party on a Thames riverboat. The former Prime Minister was reported to have left the country in despair at the Conservative campaign. If Labour do win tonight, Tony Blair is likely to overtake Baroness Thatcher in terms of overall electoral success. And that's it for the moment. I'll have another update a little later. Back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you very much. Now, I just want to make absolutely clear that the results here that we've got here, you see it's 18. Those are victories for Labour, which we know are victories for Labour. Our people, which we've got at every count all over the country, know that's the result, but there is a gap between the point at which they learn that that's the result and the returning officer actually announces the result. And it's only after the returning officer has announced the result that we again get the full results with the number of votes cast for each candidate, the share of the vote and the change in the share of the vote and what the swing was. So we'll bring you those as they come in, but the key promise that we had to be first, we are honouring, and here we are with 20 seats to Labour, 1 to Conservatives, and one more thing to say about that, of course, the Conservatives will be catching up. It's not going to be as far behind as that. At our party, incidentally, we saw Baroness Thatcher there. She is there signing books. She never loses an opportunity to sign a book, particularly if it's her own. And there she is at it, as it were. And we hope to be speaking to her. But she is, I mean, there's an odd way, conceivably, in which you could say that Margaret Thatcher created New Labour in quite an important way, causing the problem that the Conservative Party now has, because you've got a thought about that, right?
Well, I think you're quite right, that very much of what Tony Blair believes about the market, small government, competition, he inherited from Mrs. Thatcher. I don't think he knew he inherited it from Mrs. Thatcher, but I think he did. Therefore, she, in a sense, is the architect of those two victories. But on the other hand, if we do badly tonight, she's also the architect of Labour's difficulties, because what we're seeing tonight is the revolt of the Labour Party. It's not the revolt of the Tories, potential Tory voters who we've attracted back. It's a Labour Party revolt. And if things go badly tonight, the first thing the Labour Party has to do is start recreating the party again. Otherwise, we're in serious trouble.
There are not many political figures who attract still the attention that she does. Well, I know she's talking to Chris Eubank there at the party.
Yes, but I think she attracts more attention in television studios than she does in the country. I mean, people waiting for the election, people who barely remember Mrs. Thatcher Prime Minister, will be wondering why you keep mentioning her every 10 minutes. I mean, she is very much the chattering classes.
Because they keep hoping to get an interview,
exactly,
which she's not going to do.
I would like to speak to the political editor, please.
Sorry.
Nicholas.
I was going to say there's a fascinating parallel, as Roy knows, though, with what Margaret Thatcher did electorally for the Tories, but then did to her party. In other words, she hollowed out her party while winning a series of elections, as they've been suffering ever since. And what Roy Hattersley is saying is he fears, I think, aren't you, Roy, that that's exactly what Tony Blair has done, brought electoral success while destroying the roots of the Labour Party, which will make it very difficult
and
in the
may
future.
I just tell you two young cynics that she is going to speak, and in news terms, when she talks to us, it is not uninteresting what Margaret Thatcher has to say about this election and the performance of her own party, as even you, Lord Hattersley, will agree.
We will eat humble pie.
I'll need to hear it first. And I'll need to be convinced that the great British public are remotely moved by it as you are, Jonathan.
I'm going to pause it just there to let our viewers know that Helen Callaghan, no relation so far as I know, is in Cardiff, which used to be one of the seats there held by the former leader, late leader of the Conservative Party, Jim Callaghan. She's there in Cardiff, where there is a very important, very marginal seat in Cardiff Central. Helen, what have you got for us?
Well, really, I think there will be a few surprises here in Wales tonight, and one of the most upsetting for Labour, if it goes his way, will be Blaenau Gwent. Now, we hear that Peter Law, who's the former Assembly member, a Labour man himself, who stood down and actually stood as an independent in Blaenau Gwent against the official Labour candidate because she was selected from an all-women shortlist. We hear that he is on track for victory there, and the agent for the official Labour candidate has more or less said that she is conceding defeat. We'll have to wait for the official result, of course. Elsewhere in Wales, we've got Monmouth, the Conservatives hoping to break their 8-year duck here in Wales and get an MP there. Plaid Cymru hope to take Ynys Môn. And obviously here in Cardiff Central, the Lib Dems have got a key target here. They're hoping to take Cardiff Central.
Helen, the issue with Mr. Law running as an independent, is it the case that it is support for him, or is it resentment against the all-woman shortlist?
I think it might be a mixture of both those things. Peter Law is an incredibly popular candidate, a local man, and he's been campaigning hard. Also, a real dramatic twist to his campaign. Just when he was days into his campaign, he was talking about brain surgery that he'd had. He had a brain tumour, and he was canvassing with part of his hair shaved off. Now, obviously, that added a twist that nobody could have predicted, including Peter Law himself. He wasn't going to stand at one point because of this terrible health problem, but he decided to go ahead anyway, and it's played very, very well on the doorsteps.
Very interesting, Helen, to see whether we do get an independent MP in Wales. Now, both Nick Robinson and Colin have things to say about the Putney result. I go first of all to Colin.
Yes, Jonathan, I've just been looking at the figures. You said that the Conservatives have gained Putney from Labour, and the significance of that, quite rightly so. But in fact, in Putney, there was a 6.5% swing from Labour to Conservative. Why is that significant? Well, because if there was a 6.5% in all these Labour Conservative marshals across the country, then the government would lose its overall majority. Now, I'm not saying everywhere's going to be like Putney, but that's the scale of some of the defeats the government is facing tonight.
That's very interesting. I mean, we must not rush ahead of ourselves, but that is very interesting if that's the case. Nick?
It certainly is. It's a hugely significant result. Let's just look at Elvis, our election visualizer. Remember, the height of these little blocks tells you the margin. It's flashing there. Let me just point an arrow in case you can't quite see that tiny inner city seat. Now, I'm showing it in 1992. That's when David Mellor was the MP for Putney. Big Tory lead. Look how it changes over time. This is Tony Blair winning in 1997, a 6.8% lead over the Tories. Then last time, 2001, an 8%, an increase in that lead. And then tonight, it's one of the only results we've got in London already. There you can see a 4.8% lead for the Tories. Now, they will really be quite cheered by the scale of the victory, let alone having that victory.
Absolutely. We've got 29 seats in so far. We're bringing them in as fast as they come to us. 29 seats in. Labour, Conservatives have got one, which is the Putney seat we've just been talking about, and Liberal Democrats have got two. Alistair, I think you can show us what this is beginning to look like on the swingometer, is that right?
I can indeed, swingometer and battleground, because it really is, as Nick was just echoing there, a truly significant result. And let me just show you why. First of all, let's bring in the swingometer. Now, you remember that at the beginning of play, we have it there, it sits 0-0, there's 160, that's the Labour majority there. Now, put in the Putney result there of a swing to the Conservative Party away from Tony Blair of 6.4%, and they've moved into this crucial grey area of a potential hung parliament. It's not over there 10.2% yet, but it is now for the first time this evening moved into the possibility of a hung parliament if the Putney result were repeated. Is that possible? Yes, it is possible, and let me show you again why. Bring in the battleground if you'd be so kind, and I'll tell you there. Just inch away, there we are, Putney there. It required a swing of just over 4% for Justine Greening to take that seat from Ian Coleman and win it for the Conservative Party. She didn't do 4%, didn't do 5%, did over 6%. Now, OK, immediately you spot Pudsey, Wirral South and Cleethorpes. Labour have held those seats up there. That is fine, but look, just above Pudsey's Birmingham Edgbaston, that one is still to come. But if that situation in Putney were to be repeated, there is a whole raft of seats in the south of England, including Reading East down there, and also coming up here, Corby up in the Midlands is a different one, but Dover as well. All of those seats, if the pattern is repeated, and certainly within London, Hammersmith and Fulham and seats like that, that the Conservatives could look to be taking this evening. It all depends on what happened in Putney being repeated elsewhere, Jonathan.
Very interesting. Thanks, Alistair. There's another piece of news in which is interesting. It's that the Liberal Democrats have failed to win a seat. This is Newcastle Central. the fact they failed to win it is not the news. It's that they got a 12% increase in their share of the vote there, but Labour held on, which shows yet again a big swing towards the Liberal Democrats there. We're waiting for the result now in Hull East, where John Prescott will be waiting to hear how he has done. No doubt that he's going to retain his seat. His majority, the last election over Liberal Democrats was 2001. He had a slightly quieter campaign than in 2001, a disappointing failure to have a knockout blow, but he was still pretty robust in his language of various people in it, wasn't he?
Yes, to the great disappointment of the travelling media circus, indeed, that John Prescott didn't hit anybody. It was one of the great highlights of the last election, and we were very upset that he didn't hit anybody. He played a crucial role, of course, once again, getting around the country, saying to Labour voters, vote for what you value, that slogan. I will never forget him at the last Labour News conference, sighing, grimacing, so frustrated that we were asking questions about trust in Iraq, and he kept saying it's the economy, for goodness sake, look what we've done for ordinary people.
Now what's going on here, I think, is that all those, and you'll know this, both of you, Roy and David, that all those who are representing their candidates are listening to and checking the results, saying whether they are open to challenge or not.
It could be spoiled votes, exactly, yes.
Wondering whether there's spoiled votes there.
Yeah. Could I just say on the Newcastle Central one, it's not even on the top 50 of
this is one you nearly lost.
The one we lost.
But just going up, sorry to cut you off, we're going to North East Fife, where Ming Campbell is about to hear that he
I think he will have won.
And he will most certainly have won. He had a 26% majority.
This is the result of the parliamentary election held on Thursday, the 5th of May 2005, for a member to serve in Parliament for the North East Fife constituency. I, Michael Robinson, Deputy Returning Officer, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Mingus Campbell, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 20,088 votes. Roderick Alexander McRobbie Campbell, Scottish National Party, 4,011 votes. Jack Ferguson, Scottish Socialist Party, 416 votes. Anthony King, Scottish Labour Party candidate, 4,920 votes. James Park, Scottish Green Party, 1,071 votes. Duncan William Pickard, UKIP Scotland, 533 votes. Mike Scott Hayward, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 7,517 votes. Total ballot papers cast was 38,556.
So there is the certain result, majority of 12,571. Sir Ming Campbell, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, is in with over 20,000 votes for him. The Conservatives in second place, long way behind, 7,517. Labour in third place, 4,900. And the swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrat there, interestingly, 3.2%. And here is the share of the vote. 52%, 19.5% for the Conservatives. And the change in the share of the vote, Liberal Democrats have increased share of the vote by 3%, Conservatives down 3.4%, Liberal Democrats down as well. Here is Ming Campbell.
On behalf of all of the candidates, by thanking you and your staff for a most efficient count. I think this may be the earliest declaration in this constituency for some considerable time, and it's a tribute to all of you that it has proceeded so smoothly. May I also thank those who are responsible for manning the polling stations and, of course, the police, whose assistance on these occasions is essential. I would like, if I may, to thank my agent, Charles Dundas, who is acting as agent for the first time, and all of my supporters. And in particular, if I may, I'd like to mention Anthony Garrett, the chairman of the North East Fife Liberal Democrats, who's unable to be here this evening for family reasons. But most of all, I have to thank the people of North East Fife for putting their trust in me once again. This is the 5th occasion on which they've done so. And I regard it as much tonight as a privilege and an honour as I did when it first happened in 1987.
Well, we're waiting for results in Sheffield Brightside and Hull East, and we'll go to those as soon as they come in. But Lord Seal, he is a fantastic asset.
Well, just let me remind you that Ming had to fight that seat 3 times before he won it from the Conservatives, and now look at his massive majority. I mean, just an amazing turnaround, and a great personal credit to Ming, who at one time told me he couldn't go on being the candidate because he couldn't afford to, and I had to go and persuade him to have one more go.
He must still have, he said he harboured regrets that he didn't quite go for the leadership against Charles Kennedy.
Possibly.
This is the historic, extraordinary quality of this campaign. All 3 parties had the wrong leaders.
Well.
There's been Clark for the Tories, Campbell for the Liberals, Brown for Labour. I mean, all 3 parties chose the wrong leader. Quite extraordinary.
Well, that's your theory, yeah?
It's not yours.
We're going to see, we've got Sheffield Brightside coming up here. Now this is David Blunkett's seat, which will soon be being called. He had a 66.7 majority over Conservative last election, and whatever the ups and downs, there is no possibility that the former Home Secretary is not going to be back in Parliament. And as he sort of half said, he's only too happy that he's going to be back in government, almost certainly, Nick.
Absolutely. I noticed in your interview that you did a little while ago, he referred to we when he said what the government would be doing after tomorrow. He knows he's in. He doesn't possibly know what job he's got, although I suspect he probably knows that too. He was introduced with the most extraordinary warmth by the Prime Minister at a rally the other day. He'll be back, and he'll be a very important part of this government with its 3rd term.
Here he is about to speak by a little bit. No, he's not. He's just seeing, he's judging where the microphone is so that when he is announced as the winner of the seat, he'll be in exactly the right place. It's difficult to underestimate the formidable qualities of this politician. You know, he arouses enmity in people because of his hard line on a number of social and liberal issues, but he is a formidable character. 47 seats in, you see we've got there. 47 to Labour, and we're soon to get this one. Here comes the returning officer. Of course, because we've been told it by our talent spotters on the ground, we know he's won it, but here we will see the full result. So this is the result that we know he's won, but this is the formal announcement of the result.
So what we often find in situations like this, Jonathan, is people assume that the candidates are hearing this for the first time and that the reaction is their first reaction. In truth, it's not.
Here is not the result for Sheffield Brightside. Another one in early, but we'll get that later perhaps. Let's stick with Sheffield Brightside for now.
I am Michael John Hyde, being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Brightside constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Blunkett David, the Labour Party candidate, 16,876. Clark Judith Ann Napier, UK Independence Party, 779. Clark Timothy, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,205. Harsden Jonathan Graham, Liberal Democrat, 3,232. Hartigan Christopher Neal, British National Party, 1,537. And I do hereby declare that the said David Blunkett is duly elected.
So here is the full result. Majority 13,644. David Blunkett with 16,876 votes. The BNP down the bottom there. Swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat, 6.4%. Let's hear his speech.
All those who have worked so hard, and particularly the people of Brightside who have been all to me over the years, and I intend to continue repaying that debt. And also to people across the country over the last few weeks who have equally been warm and supportive. Could I say also to my opponents, thank you with the exception of the BNP for a sensible and clean fight and for actually guiding and protecting the people of Brightside with real choice. Could I just say very briefly that when you win two landslide victories as we have in 97 and 2001, when you climbed a mountain, which we did from the dark days of the 1980s, it's not surprising that normal politics returns and we fight for every seat and every vote, and that we obtain a historic third term, but with a substantially reduced majority. And there are two lessons. Firstly, that we should continue building on the economic prosperity and the legacy that Tony Blair and Gordon Brown have created, and the investment in public services, which was unknown in my constituency before 1997. But secondly, that we need to hear the voice of the British people. For the next 5 years, we will need to be in touch with, listening to, in contact with people in the neighbourhood, in the community, building confidence in politics and politicians, re-engaging in local democracy, ensuring that the government is seen not as the establishment, but on the side of the people. Tony Blair led us out of the wilderness and will continue to lead us into the next 5 years and into a situation, and the hecklers can heckle all they like, but we are not going to pull troops out of Iraq until the Iraqi people are able to secure the stability and security for themselves that they've sought in their democracy. And although it's cost us, and although it has cost us dear, history will look back on this period of leadership and commitment to democracy in another nation. And we will be proud of what we've done, and we will not be proud of the Liberal Democrats who have exploited the issue, who have exploited the issue, whatever it cost the people of those communities most disadvantaged. And we will continue the drive for opportunity and security at home, and for playing leadership role abroad. We have within our neighbourhood, within our economy, and internationally, a Prime Minister to be proud of, and a party to be proud of. And I'm proud to represent the people of Brightside and to play a part in making a better Britain and helping people make a difference to their own lives. Thank you very much.
There, David Blunkett, rather like in the hustings there, with obviously a lot of people heckling, saying very interestingly that after you've climbed a mountain, it's not surprising that normal politics returns. A substantially reduced majority, he seemed to be saying, was inevitable. We've got to listen to the people, he said, and he also said, in response to the heckling, which I presume came from war protesters, Iraq cost us dear, but the Prime Minister will be remembered in history for his brave and bold decisions. We've got lots of places to go, but Nick, while we just go there?
I thought that was absolutely fascinating what David Blunkett was saying. We are watching a historic third victory, but it doesn't feel like victory, does it? It feels like a defeat when you listen to these speeches. Blunkett saying, not surprising, normal politics returns. Well, it is surprising for many people in the Labour Party who have no experience of normal politics at all. Many of them who came in with these huge victories, and it will be very interesting to see how the Labour Party deals with what in conventional terms is a perfectly good majority that they will have today, but will feel difficult, will feel painful, and they've lost a lot of colleagues. David Blunkett was signalling there, he thinks, he used the phrase, that Tony Blair will continue into the next 5 years. He knows not everybody will agree with that.
Absolutely. We've got, quite interestingly, that the Liberal Democrats, not surprisingly, perhaps given the swings we've seen, have held on to Torbay, which was once a Conservative seat, but one that was always sort of uncertain. John Prescott, while we've been hearing David Blunkett, has himself been speaking in Hull. So let's pick up on what he was saying.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I, I'm sure, on behalf of myself and the other candidates, thank the returning officer and all his staff for producing the work that they've done for the result tonight. Also, our thanks to the police for all the work that they do in it, and a special thanks for them, because I think there's more candidates being involved in this election in East Hull than we've ever had before. I think it's been a pretty fair fight. I'm delighted that we've now come to this result. I want to say thank you very much to my hard-working party workers, because it was the Labour Party that won it, nobody else, and therefore to that extent can I say thank you very much for the very hard work and the comradeship shown by my own party. Can I say a special thanks to my agent, who now has been my agent for 10 elections, but has actually must have a record of being the agent for 16 elections in Hull and in East Hull. Thank you very much, Harry. You've played a tremendous part in that. So, may I just say that all the talk about how big the majority is, we wait to see that, but what's most important is it's quite a historic night for the Labour Party. We clearly will be government. It's the third term in office, as Alan was talking about before. I think when we started off in 1997, we might not have thought we'd get 3 terms, but we have, and such an endorsement, and such a majority of members of Parliament.
Well, we leave the Deputy Prime Minister there and go to Kirkcaldy in Scotland, where the Chancellor is about to hear that he has almost certainly got in there. Nick?
Yes, this will be no surprise at all for Gordon Brown, but once again our attention is focused on him and his role.
Candidate in the election 516. Alan Thomas Bath, Scottish National Party, 6,062. Gordon Brown, Scottish Labour Party candidate, 24,278.
Gordon Brown, very happy with that.
Alexander Jeffrey Cole Hamilton, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 5,450. Elizabeth Sheeran Quantes, Independent, 47. James Parker, Scottish Senior Citizens Unity Party, 425. Stuart Roy Randall, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,308. Pat Sargent, Independent, 44. Steve Christopher West, Scottish Socialist Party, 666.
So no surprise here. This is a new seat. Kirkcaldy and Carnaby is a new seat in Scotland because of the boundary changes. Majority for Gordon Brown there, 18,216. He's got 24,270. Look how far ahead he is of the SNP in second place. The swing from SNP to Labour, 1.8%. And here is the share of the vote. Labour on 58, SNP on 14.5%. Here, let's hear him speak now.
The police, the staff of this growing college at the centre of Kirkcaldy, for the dignified and efficient way in which they have conducted this count in this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. And let me also thank the 8 other candidates who have joined me in this election for also the dignified and efficient way in which they have conducted this election. And if I may be allowed to do so, I want to thank my agent, Alec Rowley, Rona White, Marlon Livingston, Helen Eadie, my predecessor, Lewis Mooney, and all our Labour Party volunteers and workers who have worked tirelessly during this campaign. I'm grateful for all their advice, their support, and their hard work. And to the best campaigners in my family, Sarah and my young son, John, thank you also. To be elected again to represent the families of this constituency I've had the privilege to represent for 22 years is indeed an honour. And now, following the creation of this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, to represent, in addition, the town in which I grew up, where I went to school, where I can count many childhood friends, and to be declared Member of Parliament only a stone's throw from the church in which my father was a minister for all the formative years of my life, is indeed a humbling experience. And my first duty and my first responsibility will be to serve all the electors of this new constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. This vote in this constituency here for Labour is, I believe, not just a call for renewed work, but it's a summons to even greater commitment. And I promise that we will listen and we will learn so that we can serve our country and our communities even better in the years to come. And if, as I believe will happen, a Labour government will be elected for a historic third term, our purpose will be to maintain and entrench our economic stability and prosperity, to advance towards full employment in this country, and to build a stronger, fairer Britain, where every child has the best start in life, and there is dignity, security and opportunity for every family in the country. This is the work that drives us on.
This is the vision that gives enduring purpose to what we do. This is the task our party wants to take forward, starting from this morning. And to the people of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency, I promise I will work tirelessly to serve all the people and to deserve their support. Thank you all very much for the vote of confidence you've placed in me.
Gordon Brown now very delighted to be back in what is virtually his family seat. He's talking quite touchingly there about how proud he was to be back there. Also, very difficult not to say that sounded very much like the next Prime Minister speaking, did it not, Roy?
Well, it certainly is the next Prime Minister, but I can't see the screen here, so I'm not quite sure what the notional swing is. It's a new seat, so it's in a sense an imagined swing or a hypothesised swing. But it's either a very small swing to Labour or a very small swing away from Labour.
It's a tiny swing. It's 0.04% swing away from Labour, but compared to what we've been seeing,
a very small swing away from Labour. By far the best Labour result of the evening. It seems to me there must be a moral here somewhere. If there had been a lot more Gordon Browns or a lot more Gordon Brown influence, we might have seen different pictures tonight.
You sound as if someone who, it's not only his character and personality, it sounds as if you believe that he represents a different strand or a different ideological persuasion.
He's Labour. That's the great thing about Gordon Brown, he's Labour. And I would rather like to have a Labour person.
He's bought in all through his campaign, he's bought into New Labour, he's bought into the market, he's bought into all the things...
No, he hasn't brought in the market. The market's always been there. Gordon Brown is in the tradition of Labour modernisers, a position I used to occupy. But Gordon Brown, like me, wants a new and improved form of social democracy. Tony Blair wanted an alternative to social democracy, and that's a very big difference.
Quick thought on that before I go to see what Gerald's got on it.
Just very briefly going to ask Roy, what should happen now? Are you suggesting that so well has Brown done and so badly Blair that the party should do something about it very quickly?
We can see Darlington. This is Alan Milburn's seat. So we're just about to hear the result here, so have to pause on those thoughts. Alan Milburn thought not to get on terribly well with Gordon Brown, to put it mildly, but we're about to hear that this is a safe seat for him. He was the coordinator of the campaign, perhaps somewhat sidelined during the campaign, but talked to us filled with rather serious thoughts earlier in the programme. Well, we'll wait, Darlington, just very briefly. Nick, tell us...
Just say we'll be waiting not just for the result in Darlington, which won't be a huge surprise, but what does Alan Milburn signal about whether, if there is a cabinet reshuffle tomorrow, he wants to be part of it? Remember that he left the cabinet to go and spend more time with his family. He signalled he might do it again.
For the Darlington constituency, held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Adamson, Robert Murray, Liberal Democrats, 7,269. Davis, David Edward, Veritas, Robert Kilroy Silk Party Leader, 507. Freeze, Anthony Paul, the Conservative Party candidate, 10,239. Hoodless, John Joseph, United Kingdom Independence Party, 730. Milburn, Alan, the Labour Party candidate, 20,643. And I do hereby declare...
So there, Alan Milburn is back into Darlington with a majority of 10,394, 20,633. The Conservatives, 10,239. The swing there from Conservative to Labour of 0.2%. That's an interesting one. 0.2% swing from Conservative to Labour. The share of the vote here, Labour on 52.4%, Conservatives on 26%, Liberal Democrats 18.5%, UKIP way out of it at the bottom. And the change in the share of the vote here, if we can see it, I would like to be able to see it. There we are, back to Alan Milburn speaking.
Can I thank my political opponents for the conduct of the campaign, which I really do think has been first class. I'd like to thank people who have voted, whichever way they voted, particularly if they've voted for me today in Darlington. It's a marvellous thing that we have the opportunity to vote in a democracy in our country, and I'm glad that so many people have been able to do that. I'd like to thank my party workers, all of them who've done a tremendous job of work for me, not just over the last few weeks, but over very, very many years. And I owe them a huge debt of gratitude, for which I will be eternally grateful. And then finally, if I can thank Ruth and my kids, Joe and Danny, who have actually campaigned for me and campaigned consistently, and they've knocked on doors and they've given out leaflets, but most of all for their love and support, which is far more than I really deserve, not just over the last few weeks, but over very many years.
So Alan Milburn there thanking his there's very interesting things happening in London. There is a recount of Battersea. That's the Labour-held seat of Battersea. And here is Jack Straw in Blackburn. While he's coming onto the stage, this is a safe seat for Jack Straw, but it will be very interesting to see how the anti-war vote did here in a seat where there are a number of Muslim minority populations quite high. Also, while we're waiting for that, David Hill, who is the chief spokesman for the government, for Tony Blair, says that in the southeast, marginal losses, they are doing worse in the southeast, or words to that effect.
Jack Straw was quite nervous about this seat at one stage. I think he was confident going into today, Jonathan, but he was quite nervous about this Blackburn seat because there was a chance that a significant number of Muslim supporters of the Labour Party would peel away. There's a number of other marginal candidates, including the ambassador who got sacked, you may remember, or resigned, who's running against him as well. Craig Murray, that's right. And that made this an unpredictable seat.
We shall soon know whether it turns out to be or not.
David A. Foster, being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Blackburn constituency, held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Amin Imtiaz Ali, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,553. Baxter Dorothy, UK Independence Party, 954. Carter Graham Arthur, the Green Party, 783. Holt Nicholas, British National Party, 2,263. Melia Anthony Peter, known as Tony, Liberal Democrat, 8,608. Murray Craig John, Independent, 2,082. Straw John Whittaker, known as Jack, the Labour Party candidate, 17,562.
So there is the full result, a majority of 8,000, just over 8,000 for Jack Straw, 17,562. In second place, the Conservative Muslim anti-war Conservative, 9,553. The swing from Labour to Conservative there, 1.9%. And the share of the vote, Labour 42, Conservatives 22.9, and that will be slightly reassuring for Jack Straw. Gerald, what have you been up to while we've been getting these results? Well, incidentally, I should say we've got 82 results in so far for Labour, 7 for Conservative, 5 for the Liberal Democrats, and the rest have got 2. Sorry to stop you in what was about to be mid-flow.
Well, I've done a drawing which I think might please Roy here. It's regime change, it's called, and Brown is pulling Blair off his plinth in the manner of Saddam. I don't know whether Roy likes that image.
I bet he does. Deny it, Lord Hattersley.
I like the idea. I'm not quite sure I like the metaphor.
Do you think that you are such you so deeply feel for Brown and against Blair? Do you think that he ought to make a move?
it's not a matter of whether he ought to. I think the pressure, I don't expect him to go tomorrow at the midday after the Queen's speech. And I don't actually want the Parliamentary Labour Party to do something foolish like run a stalking horse against him. When he comes up for re-election, I think he must. I just want him and the people around him to face reality and face what is right for the Labour Party. And I think that Tony Blair has enough sense to realise that in the light of tonight's results.
Michael?
Roy is even more interesting as an activist than he is as a commentator. I mean, Roy is here this evening trying to make something happen. And I guess there will be certain Labour Brown supporters in studios around Britain trying to make this happen, trying to make Blair move over now for Gordon Brown.
Objective observer, Nick?
Yes, well, one thing that will help people with Roy's view is what's beginning to emerge as happening in the southeast of England and in London. We already know that the Tories have gained Putney. We are being told that Battersea is a recount. I've just been checking. It's a 5,000 majority that Labour had in that seat. It was the 122nd Tory target. So to take Battersea would be some achievement and would reinforce the thought that we had at the beginning with our exit poll, Jonathan, which is that unpredictable patchiness in results.
They've gained Birmingham Yardley, and there's also a recount at Manchester Withington, where at the moment there's a 35% Labour majority over the Liberal Democrats. There's a recount, and it doesn't necessarily follow it's a recount because of that. It could be for any kind of other reason, which we should stress. One quick thing, Nick, just when we were going to Alan Milburn's results, you sort of seemed to suggest that maybe he would hang up his boots as he did before when he went back to be with his family.
Well, I think he said at the time that he was only coming back to do a particular job and not necessarily to stay in the cabinet for good. He's had a difficult time since he's come back in the cabinet, marginalised by Gordon Brown. I have to say, just looking at the man's face, I mean, one shouldn't read too much, but he looked gloomy when you interviewed him earlier. He looked gloomy once he won his seat there. I don't know this for certain, Jonathan, but journalists who've spoken to him about it, he said, I don't know, I'm thinking about it, I'll let you know nearer the time. I haven't even told the Prime Minister yet whether I want to stay.
He came back to do a particular job and wasn't allowed to do it.
He came back and not to do a job.
Well, there we are. The Liberal Democrats believe they've won Birmingham Yardley, not finally confirmed yet, but they believe they've won Birmingham Yardley, and they're saying correctly on the evidence we've had, or quite a lot of the evidence, that they've had a huge swing. Alistair, you've got, I think, the House of Commons for us?
Yes, indeed, Jonathan. Let me fly you from the eye across the Thames and head down the corridors of power and bring you into what we think is shaping up to be the new chamber of the House of Commons, where we don't yet know whether that Liberal Democrat for Birmingham Yardley will be sitting there, but if he is, his name's John Hemming, and he'll be sitting down there. But let me tell you what we do know so far. We think it's a swing thus far, with nearly 100 results in, of 2.7% from the Conservatives to the Labour Party. Now, what would that mean in terms of seats? Well, let's start off, first of all, with the Labour Party. There they are. 356 seats. The Conservatives sitting over here still stuck very firmly in the opposition benches would have 209. Liberal Democrats, it's really shaping up, before we get that Birmingham Yardley result, of being a disappointing night for them, just 53. And then the others, Plaid Cymru, the Scottish Nationalists, the Northern Ireland parties, which we won't hear about until much later on Friday, they get 28. So it's a bit of a disappointment for Labour, but the headline that they really matter most about is that, and it is a Labour majority still of 66 votes. And as we've said to you throughout the evening, that has one result. That is that for the time being, Tony Blair will remain sitting here just until he decides it's time to let that other Scottish gentleman have a go. Jonathan.
Neither thought to be forgotten. Thank you, Alistair. The Scottish National Party, SNP, has won the seat that used to be called the Western Isles. It is in Gaelic now, the seat, and I'm not going to offend the 22,000 voters of the Western Isles by trying to say the Gaelic pronunciation correctly. So forgive me if I don't try it. I think you'll be far better off without me saying it. It is what everyone hitherto had known as the Western Isles. Let's now have a summary of where we are. Here, 108 seats so far in, of which Labour has got 92 of them, the Conservatives on 8, but that will close, Liberal Democrats on 5, and the same is also true. 324 is the winning post. Here, the Conservatives have gained Putney. The majority, 1,756, 15,487 votes. Labour in second place, 13,731. Liberal Democrats, 5,965, and the Green Party, 993. The swing there from Labour to Conservative, 6.4%. and Newcastle upon Tyne Central, where Labour have held with a majority of 3,982, but look straight down to the bottom there, with the Liberal Democrats taking place. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrats there, 11.1%. I think that's the biggest swing that we've had so far this evening. And in Tyne Bridge, where Labour has held on to Tyne Bridge with a majority of 10,390, and again the Liberal Democrats in second place, but a swing from Labour to Liberal Democrats of 9.4%. Kate Hoey, Labour MP, often rebellious, is back into the House. Alan Johnson, the Pensions Minister, is back in. And Austin Mitchell, as veteran, almost as veteran as I am, MP up in the North East, he's safely back in. He's very much a man of his own mind in the Labour Party. And here are some other Labour results. They've held on to Ashton-under-Lyne, they've held on to Eccles, and they've held on to Islington North. We now have 98 on our tally there, 98 seats in for Labour, 8 for the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats 5, the others 3. Colin, what can you tell us about where we are?
Well, I think what we're seeing, Jonathan, is mainly, of course, results that have come in from the north of England and from Scotland in safe Labour areas. Sunderland South actually slightly misled us this evening for the first time. What has clearly been happening in these seats is a swing away from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, with the Conservatives scarcely changed from 2001. However, in the south, we've seen the Conservative gain in Putney. We know there's a recount taking place in Battersea. I've also looked at the detail for Torbay, which is a Lib Dem-held seat. The Lib Dems have actually lost 10% of their share of the vote in Torbay. They held on comfortably enough. The Conservatives, funnily enough, didn't budge. But Labour, who only got about 9% last time, took their vote up by another 5 to 15%. So, again, it's boring to say it, but it's true. We're all over the place. There will be some surprises and shocks.
I don't think it's at all boring. Do you think it's boring? It's all over. They suggest to me that we're into a whole new kind of political landscape, Nick.
I think that's what makes it fascinating, actually, and it does mean that some of us will owe a little apology to some in the Labour Party who said, look, the Lib Dems are a real threat to us, because it does show that there are real variations that can have dramatic impacts on individual seats in different parts of the country. Now, why the Liberal Democrats will be pleased of what Colin was saying about the North, they want to prove that they and not the Tories are the real challengers to Labour in swathes of the country, and they will point to those northern results and say, told you so, not the Tories.
We've got the Conservatives also gained Peterborough, incidentally. They've gained Peterborough. You wanted to come in, Roy?
No, I didn't. I was, except to argue, I will come in, but I was told not to, which is to argue about us keep repeating the exit poll. I mean, I know you can't revise it yet, but to keep telling the country that we're hypothesising the result on the exit poll is now clearly wrong. The exit poll is wrong. And anybody who thinks it's going to be that pattern, I think is mistaken.
Well, let me go back to Colin on this first. Well, Colin, are we still using the exit poll as our guide? Roy is saying that it must be wrong, and so why are we using the exit poll?
We have to use the exit poll as our guide until we get a sufficient variety of marginal seats that come in. And I think the very fact that the results are so variable from one part of the country to another, depending on which parties are challenging the other, must mean if you like, it's a comfort blanket. We have no other means of determining precisely what the result of this election is going to be. If the Liberal Democrats are going to win somewhere like Manchester Withington on a 17% swing, and at the same time are losing 10% of the vote in Torbay, they hold lots of seats in the southwest of England. If that happens, they'll lose them all at the same time as winning places like Manchester Withington and Birmingham Yardley. But we really do find ourselves in sort of fresh territory.
Okay, so we're in fresh territory. Don't rely too much on the exit poll, but there's no other prediction we can get. And now I'm going to bring in Nick, who's going to illuminate life with his Elvis.
Well, we're looking for the pattern of seats, not just individual seats in different parts of the country. The Liberal Democrats, as you were saying earlier, Jonathan, are predicting a gain in Birmingham Yardley. Now, this was the seat that Estelle Morris had. So let's just get a look at the political map there. This is 1992 on Elvis, our election visualiser. Labour with a small lead. Moving on to 1997, a huge Labour lead there. 2001, it shrunk a bit, but what the Liberal Democrats are saying is even on that 8.6% lead, they are telling us that they will gain Yardley. Now, the key about this part of the country, though, of course, is we need to see if the Tories will get anywhere near government. Much more Tory blue in that area, and at the moment, the signs are not that that will happen, that it may be the Lib Dems who are looking good.
if you saw me waving frantically just now, it's because there's lots of interesting things happening in this election and in this studio as well. It isn't because I've gone totally mad, I hope, anyway. We can go to Birmingham Yardley now. Nick was just talking to us. John Henning is up there. Mr. Henning, you were the founder of the Phoenix Consortium, which created the new rover, but also presided over it. They went on to preside over a disaster. But you think you've won here?
Well, we don't know for certain as yet. There are a number of votes which haven't been counted. There are complications to do with the postal votes which need to be mixed in with a number of votes which haven't been counted. There are two extrapolations that can be used to determine the result, which would indicate a win, but it is not guaranteed as yet.
Okay. Do you have an explanation for this? I know Estelle Morris, who actually we're going to be joined by very soon. Do you have an explanation? There's something I should say to you, because you can't see, but we've got pictures of Birmingham, of Sedgefield here, which of course is the Prime Minister's constituency, and there he is just arriving. He's left his home and he'll be on his way now to the count. So carry on while we have these pictures. What do you give as explanation for the fact that you are in here? Was it required it was an 8.6% majority that Estelle had there. Is it the rover effect?
There are a number of factors. People aren't that happy with the government and what the government has been doing. They obviously, the Iraq war has a minor effect in the constituency as well. But the government has not actually achieved that much. If you look at what's been happening, say, with GPs, where people can't get GP appointments, that's a substantial problem for people. Similarly, there are problems with MRSA, there are problems in the schools, and you know, people aren't that happy with the government. Much that they may have been able to cry wolf yet again in most of the country, in practice, a number of people want to see the end to Tony Blair.
Thank you so much for entering to see what the actual result is.
I can't hear a thing now.
Sorry, that's okay. I'm sorry that I have to cut you off there. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see what actually happens when the vote is called. And we're now joined by Estelle Morris, who stood down in that seat, former Education Secretary of State. Before I ask you a little bit more personal things, does it seem quite likely to you that Liberal Democrats will have achieved victory in that seat?
I know no more than I've heard in your programme, and I gather it's predictions, so I can't say. But it's always been very close. Your description of it made it sound as though it was much more of a solid Labour seat than it was. Since 1992, I've never had a Labour councillor. It's been a full slate of Liberal Democrat councillors for all the years that I've been there. And you talked about the percentage. In actual numbers, it was 162 majority in 92, 5,000 in 97, when we were winning seats that we never expected to gain by twice that much, and just under 2,300 last time. So it's close. It's always close. I mean, let's see what the result is. But it's hard for, I have to say, I've been there for half the campaign. I was there this morning, and I was optimistic that we would hold it, and if we haven't, I'm dreadfully, dreadfully disappointed.
It's clear that we're saying that the results are all over the place now, to make it, you know, purely from the observer's point of view, a fascinating election with ups and downs in all sorts of different and unexpected ways. What do you think is going on?
I've never known a general election campaign like this. It seems as though there were certain issues that played more in some constituencies and some regions than others. In my own, in the Yardley constituency, not my own constituency, the Yardley constituency, it'll take a long, long time to get back.
Oh, Estelle, you can't say that anymore.
In the Yardley constituency, for instance, Iraq wasn't raised on the doorstep hardly at all, and yet I know from colleagues in London seats that it was a big issue. And the same with immigration. I was down in Kent, it was raised there quite a lot, and it may be a factor. I gather we've not done as well in Kent as we might have done elsewhere. I think this is the first general election I can remember for a long, long time where, although there's been a national campaign, there's been very much local preferences about the issues in each constituency. It's been a very thoughtful campaign, and I don't think it's been a boring campaign. I think in retrospect, this will be a sea change campaign, and it will take a lot of analysis. I think a lot of people who've been saying it's predictable, it's boring, you know, I think will be proven wrong.
Absolutely. Everyone who's been on the ground says it's not at all boring. It's
absolutely right.
Let me bring in Michael with information that Ilford North has been gained by the Conservatives. We're reporting that Ilford North has been won by the Conservatives. Michael, you wanted to pick up on something that Estelle was saying?
That Estelle was making this very good point about the way the Liberal Democrats concentrate their forces. They've taken over the local government seats. Now it looks as if they've taken the parliamentary seat. That is why the Lib Dems may confound the exit poll, because they are extremely good at focusing their troops in these seats that they spot, even if others don't spot, that they can win.
I just saw there that Portsmouth North has been regained by the Liberal Democrats. The gain for the Liberal Democrats in Portsmouth North, just making the point that you were making effectively, Michael, focusing on the seat. Nick, there was something you wanted to say before we go to the news.
Yes, well, I was fascinated by what Estelle thought the lesson would be for the Labour Party, because we've heard Roy Hattersley here say that he's clear about the lesson. It should be Brown and not Blair. We've had David Blunkett reflecting about reconnecting with the electorate.
And just to show us how confusing this election is in a night where the Liberal Democrats have been going very well, the Conservatives have taken Newbury from the Liberal Democrats.
Oh. Former by-election game for the Liberal Democrats, you remember, and they were chipping away at that in the hope of regaining it.
Of course, it was traditionally a huge Conservative majority.
Absolutely. Let's now go and hear all the news, the big stories of the evening with Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Thanks very much indeed, Jonathan. In the last few minutes, the Chancellor Gordon Brown has pledged that a new Labour government would build a stronger, fairer Britain. Mr Brown was speaking at his count at Kirkcaldy, where he maintained his huge majority over the SNP. Mr Brown said Labour would focus on building prosperity.
And if, as I believe will happen, a Labour government will be elected for a historic third term, our purpose will be to maintain and entrench our economic stability and prosperity, to advance towards full employment in this country, and to build a stronger, fairer Britain.
Labour's chief spin doctor David Hill has said the party is doing worse in marginals in the southeast of England than the rest of the country. It follows defeat in Putney, where they lost to the Conservatives on a 6% swing. There's also a recount in neighbouring Battersea. The Conservatives say they're confident that frontbencher David Davis will hold his seat in Holton Price and Howden. Mr Davis had been a key target in the Lib Dems' so-called decapitation strategy. That's seen the Lib Dems target senior Tories with wafer-thin majorities. The Liberal Democrats have won the seat of Birmingham Yardley. That was the seat of the former Cabinet Minister Estelle Morris, who's standing down this time, as we've heard. The Lib Dem President Simon Hughes says that overall the party is heading for one of its best ever results.
The exit polls give us a percentage share over the country. If they're true, forget anything else, they give us our best score, our best share of the vote since the party was formed in 1988. They give the Tories 1% more, and that's 1% more than their two worst results since 1832, and they bring Labour down, interestingly, to the share of the vote they got in the only two times in the last century when they had a minority government, 37%.
In the last hour, the Respect candidate George Galloway has arrived at his count in Bethnal Green and Bow. Mr Galloway has fought a tight and bitter race against the Labour incumbent Una King. There have been allegations of ballot fraud and racism. And finally, Lady Thatcher has arrived at the ITV News election party on a Thames riverboat. The former Prime Minister was reported to have left the country in despair at the Conservative campaign. If Labour do win tonight, Tony Blair will become the second Premier after Lady Thatcher to win 3 elections in a row. And that's it. I'll have another bulletin a little later. Now it's back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you very much. And not only is Lady Thatcher at the party, she's with Mark Austin, and he's going to be talking to her. Mark.
Jonathan, thank you very much indeed, and we are now pleased to be joined by Baroness Thatcher, who is at the party here. Baroness Thatcher, thank you very much, first of all, for coming to the party and for saying a few words. It looks as though things are going better than predicted for the Tories.
Well, I hope so. I think it's always reckless to predict before the real results come in.
But the exit poll is a good sign, and then the Putney result quite good as well.
I'm Conservative. I believe Conservative is right for the country. It's done a great deal for the country, and I hope that we shall come out very well as a result of what's gone on in this election.
It does look, though, as though Tony Blair will get his third term. He's hard on your heels, isn't he?
Yes, but my experience of the Labour Party is that they've often done quite a lot more of what we would have done than any previous other Labour Party.
Sometimes said that the Blair government has been Thatcherite. Do you agree with that?
There might have been a tincture of it, but that is all. He has a long way to come to be purely Thatcherite.
Does he deserve his place in history, do you think, Tony Blair?
I'm not quite sure of his place in history. History will determine that. I wouldn't like to predict it.
What did you think of the campaign? Was it an inspiring campaign, do you think?
It's very difficult to be inspiring when you're on television frequently, you're in the newspapers frequently, you're doing speeches frequently.
It's a different sort of campaign.
It's a different sort of campaign from those in the past. I hope we get a message across. That's our task, whether it be by radio, by television, or by talking on the streets to crowds there.
But at the moment, Baroness Thatcher, things are going perhaps better than expected.
They're not looking good enough for the Conservatives. I hope that they will look better as a result of our record on what we have done for this country.
Okay, Baroness Thatcher, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Jonathan, back to you.
Thank you. Very interesting to see Baroness Thatcher, Nick, saying results not good enough given what the Tories have done for the country.
No, and she'll be saying what many Conservatives are thinking privately. It is a rare moment to see Lady Thatcher speak in public now. She's not been well. She's been through some personal traumas. But she has put her finger on this, that it may not be the greatest night for Labour, although we have to keep remembering they've got 3 consecutive terms in office, which is an extraordinary achievement for them. The Tories will be pleased. They've got some gains they maybe didn't expect, but we're still talking of them having a parliamentary party the size of Michael Foot taking on Mrs. Thatcher in 1983. So someone once said that satisfaction is expectation minus reality. The Tories are cheerful because they expected nothing at all. But when they go back to the House of Commons and there are the ranks of Labour MPs, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, I think they'll find they're rather less cheerful than they feel at the moment.
And it won't make them very cheerful to know that Liberal Democrats have held on to Cheadle. Cheadle was the #1 target seat for the Conservatives, admittedly against Liberal Democrats. There's also a recount at Shipley, though, which is a Labour Conservative marginal, which the Conservatives will be hoping to take. Meanwhile, Dr. John Reid and Adrian Schatz is waiting for us. Good evening, Dr. Reid. Thanks for joining us.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me on, Jonathan.
A pleasure. What do you make of it so far?
Well, first of all, my own seat, I'm delighted to be in such a historic seat, represented not only by people like Helen Liddell, but of course the late great John Smith. So to have that seat and to have an increased majority here, I'm very pleased. As regards the national picture, well, all the old caveats apply. We don't know the full results. We're working on exit polls and so on. But I think there are 2 major overarching indicators. One is that it looks as though Labour will have a historic third-term victory. If that is the case, I think Tony Blair then becomes the most successful Labour leader. In fact, perhaps more than that, I believe Michael Portillo said tonight that if the polls are correct, he becomes more successful than Mrs. Thatcher herself, which has perhaps provoked her into saying something tonight. But when Michael Portillo says that, it's an indication of the magnitude of Tony Blair's achievement. The other thing that strikes me is the Conservatives don't seem to have moved at all from the worst ever election defeat 8 or 9 years ago. And when you looked at Labour 9 years after 83, we were within 11,000 votes of taking government. They just seem to have completely stood still.
Dr. Reid, we've just heard that Alan Milburn has told the Prime Minister that he doesn't want to serve in the Cabinet after winning, or participating at least in this campaign. Does that surprise you?
No. Let's remember that Alan didn't particularly want to stay in government compared to staying with his family, and I was one of those who, at the request of the Prime Minister, went to him and asked him to come back for the election campaign. I said at the time, though people in the press didn't believe me, that he took a great deal of persuasion to do it. I sat 3 seats away from him at a desk throughout this campaign. Let me tell you, he made a fantastic contribution to it. I think that he's been a bit traduced in the press by some of the writers who had no idea of what was going on. I think this has been a hugely successful campaign for Labour, and Alan Milburn has played a very central role in that. But I always suspected personally that when it came to the end of it, Alan would say, look, I'm going to go back to being with my family and being an MP. So Alan can speak for himself.
Sorry, we've got so much stuff coming through. Forgive me if I keep trying to cut you off. Just one brief thought.
All right.
Gordon Brown now has got everything that he wants except for leadership. He is the man, isn't he?
Look, I think, you know, there are a couple of lessons from this campaign that we should all bear in mind. The first is a degree of humility when faced with the electorate. However long we're in power, 7, 8 years or perhaps 11, 12 years, we should always remember that the electorate are our masters, and that campaign like this concentrates on mind. The second thing is regards the Labour Party itself. I think that we fought a united campaign with a unity of purpose and a degree of partnership that has not always been evident in the Labour Party. And I think also that as we campaigned as a party, so should we govern in partnership with a unity of purpose. That is what our supporters expect, and I hope it's what we do, all of us together.
Dr. Reid, thank you very much indeed. While we've been talking, Gordon Brown has been speaking, the man we were just talking about there, so we can hear what he was saying at his count.
Mr. Brown, why does Labour appear to be heading for a reduced majority?
Well, first of all, I think this is a great privilege for me to represent this constituency, and the first thing we're doing on a night like this is electing constituency members of Parliament, and for me to represent the area where I was brought up, as well as the constituency I've represented for 20 years as a result of this reorganisation that's taken place, it is a very humbling experience, and I'm delighted to be in this position as the MP for this constituency, and I'm very grateful to all who helped me. As far as what's happening nationally, I believe that we will win a third term. I believe that that will be a historic victory for the Labour Party. There is no occasion in our history when we've won 3 elections in a row.
Gordon Brown saying much. We leave Gordon Brown there saying much what he had said before. We can go to Birmingham Edgbaston, which will be an interesting seat. And I should say, while we do that, or before we do that, that it was reported to us that Portsmouth North had been won by the Liberal Democrats. It's not yet in. So we can go back and see. This was the result in Birmingham Edgbaston, which has just come in.
14,116. Peter Charles Beck, Green Party, 1,116. Michael David Dixon, Liberal Democrat, 5,185. Gisela Stewart, Labour, 16,000.
That will be a relief to Labour in this marginal seat.
465. Stephen White, UKIP, 749. This represents a majority of 2,349 for Gisela Stewart, who was duly elected member of Parliament.
So there's the returning officer said majority 2,349. Gisela Stewart just over 16 and just under 16,500. Conservatives 14,116. The swing from Labour to Conservative there 3.1%. And here is the share of the vote: 43.8 to Labour, the Conservatives 37.5, Liberal Democrats on 13.8, and the Greens on 3.
It's a tremendous
And the change in the share of the vote: Labour down 5.3%, Conservatives up just under 1%, Liberal Democrats up just under 2%. Nick, you can explain some of this?
Well, I think what we've seen there is how the Liberal Democrat vote sometimes helps the Tories, sometimes harms it. If all the swing away from Labour had gone to the Tories, that's a seat they would have won. It's a seat they have to win to have any chance of government. Just look at Elvis, our election visualiser, just for a little feel. Back last time the Conservatives won a general election, 1992, there is Edgbaston flashing. I've just done an arrow, it's rather small there to point it out. A 10% lead for the Tories. Tony Blair wins in 1997, it converts into a 10% Labour lead, and you see all that blue disappear from large parts of the West Midlands. 2001, the result we were getting today, a 12.5% lead, and now we've got a lead again of 6.3%. That's the sort of seat the Tories needed to win to be anywhere near getting into government.
Just a reminder of the sorts of mountains that the Conservatives have to climb, Michael Portillo, if they're going to be back in with a chance.
This is a fairly disappointing swing to the Conservatives at only just over 3%. Much bigger swing to them in Putney at 6%. I think we saw Labour down 11% in Tooting. Just at the moment, it's beginning to look as though there are bigger swings in the southeast, bigger swings in London than there are in other parts of the country. But this does not bear out the thesis overall that the marginals are swinging bigger.
Right. And just a quick thought from you, Estelle Morris. Alan Milburn, you worked very closely with Alan Milburn. Are you sorry to see him say I don't want any more of this action, or do you think it has to do with the fact that he and Brown actually can't talk to one another? While you respond to that, we can see Tony Blair arriving at the Sedgefield camp, but carry on the thoughts.
I'm sorry standing down, but like John Reid, I'm not surprised, and I too genuinely believe that he was persuaded Dragoon to come back for the general election, and having talked to him about how he enjoyed the period out of the cabinet, I'm not at all surprised that he's decided to concentrate on being a backbencher.
So Tony Blair arrives, his protection officers get out with him, a small cheer for him from the crowd there, knowing already he's got 143 seats in the bag, and they were projecting a comfortable majority with him, knowing that he has, whatever happens, won, as we've all been saying this evening, an historic victory. We can overuse that word historic, but in political terms it most certainly is.
It is indeed.
3 victories on the trot. Unrivaled, as Michael Portillo was saying, even by Margaret Thatcher, in terms of the number of seats that he's won in gaining those 3 victories. A very happy man, with Sri Blair, of course, beside him. Going in, she's now done, you know, every year since 1983, and this is in the Aycliffe Leisure Centre, where the count is always held. He's been MP here for since 1983, became the youngest Prime Minister, and now is the Prime Minister with a record that any other Prime Minister would envy. Nick?
Yes, he'd be enormously proud of having done this achievement, and he must have believed at one stage that it wouldn't be possible, that someone else might take the Labour Party to victory. So it's going to be a confusing night, isn't it, in many ways? We'll focus on the losses, we'll focus on the people who leave government or leave the House of Commons for the Labour Party, but I think after a while they'll say, my goodness me, after all that we've been through, we've won a 3rd term.
You know him pretty well, Estelle. Do you think he would have been bruised by this campaign? He had to put on a front. He was being charged with being untrustworthy, with being a liar. Many people, clearly, even his own party, evidently, politically at least, loathe him. Yet he didn't. He kind of held up a front, saying, I'm not going to apologise for anything. I'm not going to beg for votes, but it must have hurt.
I think it did. You know, we're all human beings as well as politicians. I think he was hugely frustrated over Iraq. I think he felt that over the months he'd explained as best as he could what his position was, and yet it kept coming back and back and back. I think one of his great strengths was how he found a way of explaining Iraq yet again, and of how he took on the trust issue. But I'm sure that it dominated the campaign more than he would have liked.
Tony Blair walking up into the constituency, into the Aycliffe Leisure Centre, a route, as I said, is very, very familiar, and when he's in there, he'll be waiting around and talking to his supporters and friends, and I think we can go once let's go to Erewash now, where Robert Kilroy-Silk, with his Veritas party, is hoping to make inroads. Mr. Kilroy-Silk, good evening. Have you any clue how you're doing?
Not really, except my supporters don't look very happy.
Which doesn't altogether surprise you by the look on your face.
No, it doesn't look very good. I don't know the actual figures. We haven't got very many people here. We haven't got very many people on the ground during the campaign. Today it is just my wife and myself campaigning, and we haven't got enough people to watch the count. We don't know, but it doesn't look as well as we didn't expect to win, obviously, but we'd hope we'd do well, because we thought the British people wanted to change, and they wanted something new and some honesty in politics.
But look, you've been around this business.
That's what they want.
You've been around this game. You were a very prominent Labour MP before you went into television. You must know it's a pretty much non-starter to try and say, I'm going to have my own party because I know people want the truth.
Absolutely. Before being a Labour MP, I was also a political scientist. I know a little bit about psychology. And as you will know, when you and your colleagues like you've been interviewing me in the past 3 weeks, I've been saying, no, the science say we can't win. And we never really expected to win. But what we wanted to do was to put down a mark and to actually give people the opportunity. I don't think I could ever have actually felt comfortable with myself in the future had I not stood here today and known what the British people want. I will accept
Are you now
their
going to, sorry to interrupt you,
whatever it is.
Are you now going to call it a day, though?
No, not at all. We'll be fighting the Staffordshire by-election, regrettable though the causes are for that, and we will certainly be fighting to get our country back from those who've stolen from it in terms of fighting the Constitution. The referendum on the Constitution for Europe.
Thank you for joining us with that thought about it. Now, we've just got news in that Labour has held on to Ynys Môn in Wales. That was a seat that the Welsh nationalists were hoping to get, Plaid Cymru, but if this turns out to be the case, I'm sure it is, Labour has held Ynys Môn. Now back to the party and Mark. I don't know who you've got with you, Mark, but I bet it's a good party.
Jonathan, thank you very much. It's an interesting night, and I'm joined by two interesting guests, Greg Dyke and Ian Hislop. I'll start with you, Greg. What's going on here? You're a Labour supporter. You appeared on a Lib Dem platform. What's changed?
I decided not to support the Labour Party. I'm supporting the Liberal Democrats. Yeah. And by the look of it, they're having a very good night. But, I mean, the only thing one could say so far is it looks like the exit poll is wrong. And that Mr. Blair will be the Prime Minister for a while, but maybe not for long.
Well, you think they'll have a smaller majority then?
Oh, it looks like, I mean, it's very difficult, isn't it, to know from this, but it looks like it's a majority below 60. Yeah. And that's a disaster for the Labour Party, isn't it?
Right, but what was it that made you switch?
Oh, well,
apart from the Hutton inquiry thing and...
Well, it was...
For being sacked.
No,
Are you suggesting it's sour grapes? Is that
no, I was just trying to help the debate.
No, it was straightforward. It was straightforward. I discovered that I couldn't support a Labour Party led by Tony Blair. Then I began to read all the different manifestos, and I found myself I agreed with more of the Liberal Party manifesto than the Labour Party.
You said just then it's bad news for Blair and possibly the end of Blair. Do you agree with that in his book?
I think that might be slightly wishful thinking from Greg at this stage. I mean, obviously we're hoping that something interesting is going to happen, but it hasn't yet. All we've seen so far is Labour have won rather a lot of seats. Now, all the percentages suggest that maybe in different bits of the country that means Lib Dem's going to pick up some seats and he'll be happy, and the Tories won't be thoroughly caned, so they'll be happy.
But at what point does it become untenable for Tony Blair to carry on with any real mandate?
At the point at which Gordon taps him on the shoulder and says it's time to go now.
Well,
I mean, obviously we're all hoping, well, anything for a change, really. I mean, about 50 would do it for me. But then I'm not advising Gordon Brown.
Well, it might not be Gordon that taps him on the shoulder. It could be something else. But, I mean, remember, if he only gets back with an overall majority of 40-50, an awful lot of those people know, those MPs know, that they don't owe it to him. They owe it to Gordon Brown.
And they've got 5 years to be rebellious and tiresome. I mean, my dream scenario hasn't happened yet, but I would hope, well, it was a hung parliament where all the party leaders had to resign, which could still happen. I mean, you know, you may have to go back to the result. And then we have this sort of coalition of national unity. I mean, it's...
But they'll only be replaced by others, anyway. Greg Dyke,
No.
Just get rid of them altogether. Ian Hislop, Greg Dyke, thanks very much indeed. Back to you, Jonathan.
A few bits of information that have come in. First of all, that Portsmouth North, which we for a moment have thought might have gone to the Conservatives, has actually been held by Labour. Likewise, Hove, it's just come in, which was a marginal seat that the Conservatives had to get, really, has also been held by Labour. Liberal Democrats have gained the new seat. It's a notional seat, but it would have been a seat that was not theirs. They've gained Dumbartonshire. And we can now see there's a recount at Sittingbourne and Sheppey. There is a recount. This is a closely. This is very interesting. If it's a recount simply on the basis of the number of votes in, isn't it?
Yes. This is the sort of seats, again, where the Tories really, to be looking like they're heading to government, ought to be winning. And what we're seeing is, although we've seen some good results for them, like the Putney results, Hove, a real disappointment, a bright, young, rising star running for the party in Hove, who's failed to get in.
Nicholas Bowles.
That's right, Portsmouth North, where there was an almost 10% drop in the Labour votes, but still the Tories didn't actually make anything of that and get in as well. And here in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, where they would want to win this seat, they are clearly, they may do, as there's a recount, but they haven't got it yet.
Well, we will be there for it. Kensington Chelsea is getting quite close. Particular interest to Michael Portillo here, who stood down, and it is a dead safe seat. Sir Malcolm Rifkind is almost certain to take it, but it'll be a story because it'll bring him back into Parliament. Nothing much quite happening there yet. Just look down on the tally there. Labour on 162 so far in, Conservatives on 19, Liberal Democrats on 15. Remember, Labour has got to get to 324, at which point we will be able to declare that Labour will form the next government because it will have an overall majority in the House of Commons, 162 and onwards and upwards. Though not as far upwards as they would actually like. Would it be, Estelle?
I don't know. You know, there's a bit in it that thinks in 1997 that we got a majority then of 70
there you can see,
you
can see a brief, see, I saw some Malcolm there looking as relaxed as you might expect him to look. Sorry, carry on, Estelle.
I think in 1997, had we got a majority of 60 or 70, we'd have considered that a landslide. We're into the third term now, and I think You know, if the majority is as it is predicted on the exit poll, that is a good victory. I think one of our problems at the moment is the Tories were predicted to do so poorly. The fact that if they do any better, it looks as though it's not as good for us, and that's just not the case.
Michael, is he going to be a big player, Sir Malcolm? He's always been sort of a bit of a loner, but he's sort of not tarnished in some way as some others are.
Well, now the Conservatives are going to be a bigger party than they were, and I think the big question is whether they're going to reach the base camp to launch for success in the next election. You know, after the 2001 election, we already knew the Tories would lose in 2005 because they were so far behind. Now, if Malcolm Rifkin comes in as a very senior former Foreign Secretary, obviously could go straight into the shadow cabinet, he could play a very important part. I don't see him playing a leadership role.
But he'll be back in the shadow cabinet?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
For certain.
I would think as Shadow Foreign Secretary.
Not unlikely, assuming Michael Ancram is happy to move on. Here they are just about to hear the result. Nick.
One cruel Tory MP put it to me that having a clever lawyer who's a grown-up and served in the major government, that's been tried. So people who are tempted to try it again with Sir Malcolm Rifkin as their leader might think we've done that already, despite the fact that he's clearly a distinguished man and has plenty of support.
Here we have a resplendent returning officer who is clearly mayor as well.
Yep.
Councillor Barry Phelps.
I think you'll find that's live.
Struggling with the microphone now.
Right. So these...
While we're saying this, Labour's held Ockhill
Good
South
evening,
Perthshire.
ladies and gentlemen. I, Barry Phelps, being the returning officer for the Kensington and Chelsea constituency, do hereby declare the number of votes cast in the election are as follows. Adams, Edward Samuel, Alliance for Green Socialism, 101. Atkinson, Catherine Helen, Labour, 5,521. Beauville, Alfred John Shearer, Independent, 107. Hooray! Thank you. Elar, Mildred Joy, UK Independence Party, 395. Kingsley Jennifer, Liberal Democrat, 5,726. Rifkin, Malcolm Leslie, 18,144. Stevenson, Julia Caroline, Green Party, 1,342. There were 93 votes rejected.
There we have Michael Patillo put his thumbs up to Malcolm Rifkin in, majority of 12,418, 18,144 votes. Liberal Democrat in second place, 5,726. The swing from Liberal Democrats to Conservative there, 0.5%. And we can now go straight across to Maidenhead, where, as that was happening, Theresa May was discovering what was happening to her.
Member of Parliament for the Maidenhead constituency. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer at the election held on Thursday, the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Lewis Douglas Allen, UK Independence Party, 609. May Theresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,312. Newbound Catherine Drusilla, Liberal Democrat, 17,081.
So Theresa May is safely back in Maidenhead despite some of the fears, despite the decapitation attempt against her.
144.
The Conservatives hold Maidenhead. That will be a relief to those who know that she plays a significant part in the senior ranks of the party with a particular kind of support amongst some members of the party.
Ballot papers were spoilt, and I hereby declare that the said Theresa Mary May has been duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Maidenhead constituency.
And from there we go straight to Keighley. Keighley is a result we're about to hear. This is where the BNP leader Nick Griffin is running against Anne Cryer.
I, Philip Robinson, being the acting returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Keighley constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cryer Constance Anne, the Labour Party candidate, 20,720. Fekri Nada, Liberal Democrats, 5,484. Griffin Nicholas John, British National Party, 4,240. Poulsen Carl, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,868.
So Anne Cryer is safely back in Keighley with a majority of 4,852. Her votes, 20,720. The Conservatives in second place, 15,868. Liberal Democrats in third place. And at the bottom there, the BNP, Nick Griffin, with 4,240. And here's the share of the vote. 44.7 to Labour, 34.3 to the Conservatives, 11.8 to Liberal Democrats, 9.2 to the BNP.
A few weeks ago,
and the share of the vote down 3.5% for Labour, down 4.7% Conservatives, up a little bit, 0.9%, and up 9.2 for BNP. But make no mistake, that is because they were starting from a standing start, so there was nothing there last time until Griffin went in there. Nick?
There'll be real relief, I think, won't there, that Anne Cryer has survived. Now, she has been pretty robust, pretty outspoken. She's taken some criticism from Labour colleagues for the way in which she's spoken on the issue of race relations and community relations. She was able to call on David Blunkett, though, both as Home Secretary and as former Home Secretary, to come to her aid. She argued, for example, how important it was for all immigrants and those who'd lived in the country a long time to have English as their a language that they could use, and she has fought off that BNP challenge, and I think there'll be a lot of people who are rather pleased about that tonight. While we were talking, there's some interesting things happening with the Tories, not just Theresa May surviving and increasing her majority against the Liberal Democrats in Maidenhead, but we've now got a whole series of recounts in Tory seats. Battersea was a recount, Sittingbourne and Sheppey, Guildford we've just seen as recount, Shipley up in Yorkshire a recount. So the Tories, some places not doing quite enough, other places very, very close indeed.
Seats that the Tories hope to gain. Yeah.
Seats they need to gain, in effect. I mean, when you say need to, if they're going to...
Yes, those are exactly the sort of seats they just should have, rather than having to go to recount. Those should be coming into their columns.
Gerald, I see someone with extraordinarily dramatic boots on.
Yeah,
who is that and why?
It's Theresa May, and I thought that she might lose the heel of her boots, but she survived. She's wobbled, but she's come out being fine. So this drawing, I guess, is redundant.
Right. Do you have a fetish about boots, or did you just think...
No, but she does.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. Anyway, Alistair Stewart now can bring us up to date with how the Liberal Democrats are doing, can't you, Alistair? Alistair?
Yeah, I could do. I was quite taken there by the woman who said we mustn't be the nasty party anymore, doing extremely nasty things there in Gerald's cartoon. Anyway, let's put that Maidenhead result up into the battleground, because there are very interesting things happening here. This is a new battleground that I've not introduced you to before. It's quite a small affair, but it's a very, very important affair. It is the list of seats that the Liberal Democrats hope to relieve the Conservative Party of. It's that decapitation strategy that we were talking about earlier on. So there we are, blue already, Maidenhead. That's Theresa May retaining her seat. Now, Bournemouth East was also one that the Tories held. That's not important in the sense of it being decapitation, but it's another sign that the Liberal Democrats are not seizing seats from the Conservative Party. And if you join me right up here, you'll see the star turn in the decapitation strategy, of course, Michael Howard, the leader of the Conservative Party. If they can't get rid of Theresa May in Maidenhead, the chances of them getting rid of Michael Howard are somewhere south of zero. But there's one other really big hitter in the Conservative Party who has every reason to remain nervous tonight, and it is the popular Member of Parliament in the last Parliament for Dorset West, none other than Oliver Letwin, the Shadow Chancellor. He loses that seat on a swing of just over 1%, a 1,400 vote majority. It's still going to be quite tight down in Dorset. But the Lib Dems, perhaps that's one of the reasons that I've just explained to you. They're not having a great night. They'll be looking to Oliver at about 3:30.
Alistair, thanks very much. Cardiff Central is an extremely interesting seat, very marginal, and a lot of students there. Maybe Liberal Democrats are very likely to take it from Labour. We shall see. There is the count preparing. They're not yet up on the stage yet. But Nick, Cardiff Central's interesting.
Yes, and I think actually the Labour Party has almost written this seat off as a defeat, and the Liberal Democrats have banked it some time ago. There's a large student population. That's right, and this is one of the seats that, as Estelle Morris was just saying, though, they're pretty sure they were going to lose.
After 155 seats so far, the turnout is 57.21, but I don't think we should read too much into that. The turnout, however, is up 2.4%. We shouldn't read too much into that. Colin might be able to tell us about that if we have a chance. Labour has held Oldham East and Saddleworth, incidentally, which again was a seat that Liberal Democrats might have hoped to get.
That's Phil Wallace, who's deputy to the Leader of the House, who has that seat. It's a bitter, bitter fight there. They'll be very pleased they've held on. They held Batley and Spen in Yorkshire as well. It's another example of a Conservative seat, ex-Conservative seat, that they held and they failed to get it.
Here is the Cardiff declaration just about to start. The Labour majority here last time round was 1.9%, so it's only needs a swing of 0.95%. On the set that John Owen Jones is hoping to be back, but probably not going to. Jenny Wilcott is the candidate here. Liberal Democrat candidate, I should say. She's looking quite happy, standing just to the left of the returning officer. And quite a lot of candidates there we're going to go through, but you might get here a combination of anti-Iraq sentiment amongst Liberal Democrat potential supporters as well as student fees.
Ganlyniad, etholiad, etholaeth, Cardydd, canolog. This is the election result for Cardiff Central constituency.
Captain Beanie, New Millennium Bean Party, 159.
Captain Beanie, New Millennium Bean Party, 159.
Greg Richard Rees, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,271.
Greg Richard Rees, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,271.
Hughes Frank Roger Wynne, UK Independence Party, 383.
Hughes Frank Roger Wynne, UK Independence Party, 383.
Jones Jonathan Owen, ymgeisydd y Blaid Lafur, 20,398.
Jones Jonathan Owen, the Labour Party candidate, 12,398.
Mohindra Gott-Scotham, ymgeisydd Plaid Ceidwadwyr Cymru, 3,339.
Mahindra Gott-Scotham, the Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 3,339.
Rais Rajagul, Respect the Unity Coalition, George Galloway, 386.
Rais Rajagul, Respect the Unity Coalition, George Galloway, 386.
Savory Ann, Annibynnol, 168.
Savory Ann, Independent, 168.
Taylor Dawson Catherine, Vote for Yourself Rainbow Dream Ticket, 37.
Taylor Dawson Catherine, Vote for Yourself Rainbow Dream Ticket, 37.
Hooray! Willot Jennifer Nancy N, a adnabyddir fel Jenny, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 17,991.
Willot Jenny Nancy N, known as Jenny, the Welsh Liberal Democrats, 17,900.
so the Liberal Democrats have, as many predicted, gained Cardiff Central, a seat with many students in it, which may well have made some difference because of the Liberal Democrats' aversion to top-up fees. Majority is 6,231. That can't be the right result there because Liberal Democrats have just gained that seat. We'll get to that. Anyway, Liberal Democrat gain, not a great surprise there. And we now pause there. We'll give you the exact detail when we get it, but it's time when we hand over again to the ITV newsrooms for the latest on the election in your part of the world. Join me again in a couple of minutes.
A very good morning to you. The biggest shock of the night in our region so far is in Berkshire. The Conservatives have snatched Newbury from the Liberal Democrats. The Tory candidate, Richard Benyon, ousted David Rendell, who held the seat since his sensational by-election victory of 1992. The result, of course, a bitter blow to Charles Kennedy's party, a huge boost tonight for Michael Howard. Labour have held both seats in Southampton. No surprise there, but both majorities have been reduced. John Denham, the former government minister, he's celebrating his victory, polling more than 20,000 votes. And it's a similar picture at Southampton Test, where Alan Whitehead has a majority of just over 7,000. That falls, though, from a majority of 11,000 last time. Meanwhile, the Tories' Andrew Mackay has held on to his seat at Bracknell. There's more good news for the Tories in Wokingham, where John Redwood has held on to his seat with a majority of over 7,000. To Maidenhead then, and as we've seen, Theresa May has held on for the Tories despite a strong fight there from the Liberal Democrats. But the Liberal Democrats have held on to Portsmouth South. Mike Hancock there, the sitting MP, winning a majority of 3,500 votes. Also in Portsmouth North, Labour there, no change. They've held on despite former MP Sid Rapson, of course, standing down this time round. We've just heard that Labour have also retained their seat at Hove. No surprises in Poole, where the Conservatives have held on, and in neighbouring Dorset Mid and Poole North, Annette Brooke has held on also for the Liberal Democrats. Other election news at very tense time as counting continues in some of the South's key marginals. New Forest East, that's going to be an interesting result for us tonight. A seat held by the Conservatives, of course, a big target for the Liberal Democrats. That's all from us for the time being. We'll be back in 2 hours' time now. More results and analysis from London.
And welcome back, and we can go now to Birmingham Ladywood, which is happening while you're catching up on all the details in your part of the world. Birmingham Ladywood, which is Claire Short's seat, where she will be returned. Let's have a look how she did.
419.
Can't work out where the yard is.
Mark Cattell, BNP, 1,278. Gillian Christian Chant, UKIP, 641. Vicky Ford, Conservative, 8,965. Louise Howardley, Socialist Alternative, 120. Richard Thomas Boycott Rogers, Common Good, 428.
Here we are at Sedgefield again, where no one is yet quite up on the platform, but they will be there soon. Labour, just look down on the right there, 203 now, 203 seats against the Conservatives 31. The Conservatives will catch up enormously, but that 203 is against the 324 winning post. We will be watching that tally right the way up to that winning post, at which point we can say that this record has been achieved formally, as opposed to knowing that it's going to happen.
We've talked about how difficult this campaign was for Tony Blair. This is going to be a difficult evening for him, not because he'll lose his seat, of course he'll win it, but he's going to have to stand alongside Reg Keyes, whose son Tom was killed in action in Iraq, who stood against him as an independent, and how Reg Keyes deals with that meeting, how the Prime Minister deals with that meeting will be an interesting test of him on this night, whereas in the past, when he stood for election, it's been a very comfortable, warm evening up in Sedgefield. Even here in his own constituency, that Iraq war comes back to haunt him a little.
Michael Portillo.
His face is completely different from 2001. I mean, not only is he an older man, but in 2001 he was beaming from ear to ear. here he and his wife are looking really pretty sombre about the whole thing.
Absolutely, that's exactly what was crossing my mind. He's very serious. There's no sense of, wow, this is terrific fun, I've now got a record.
I think it's been a very stressful campaign for him, and I think that the sort of personal focus on him, I think, was very unpleasant actually during this election.
And as he goes up onto the stage, maybe he is thinking, well, I haven't got to put up with any of that again for a long time.
I don't know. I think the bruising he's had in the last month will be nothing compared to what happens next.
I think it's worth remembering he's never really been through it, Jonathan. They took over when Labour were very popular in 1994. He's been amazingly successful. This, in a curious sense, even though it's a historic victory, is his first hard time.
Absolutely. Well, you remember Gerald got it for us. He had him as a Bambi early on, didn't he, which is what he was. Now you have newspapers with Blair Liar with a long Pinocchio nose. That can't be much fun for anyone, however tough they are.
No, not enjoyable for him at all. He believes he was right, but he knows he's been targeted. He knows his colleagues that he admires and appreciates who've lost their careers in politics as a result of anger with him tonight, and that is a difficult moment too.
It'd be interesting to see whether Reg Keys, who's fighting on the anti-war stance, does get anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now announce
Here comes
the result.
The result.
I, Norman Vaux, the acting returning officer for the Sedgefield constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Bernie Ann Abraham, 209. John Barker, alias John Bradfield, 45. Anthony Charles Linton Blair, 24,428. Shuri Blair Gillam, 82. Julian Fraser Brennan, 17. William John Brown, 646. Robert Woodthorpe Brown, 4,935. Jonathan McQueen Corburn, 103. Mark Neville Farrell, 253. Helen John, 68. Reginald Thomas Keyes, 4,252. Alan John Lockwood, 5,972. Fiona Christina Luckhurst Matthews, 218.
So no doubt about this result.
William
Never was.
Hutchinson,
Tony Blair
97.
back in to represent Sedgefield.
Melody Elizabeth
Reg Keys, you may have heard, had 4,252 votes against Blair's 24,420. We'll see the
And I
full
declare
result now.
that Anthony Charles Linton Blair has been duly elected to serve as member for the Sedgefield constituency.
Here it comes, the majority 18,476. Labour, Blair, 24,448. The Conservatives in second place, 5,972. And Lib Dems, 4,935. But not a bad performance, I think some people might think, for Reg Keys in fourth place, acknowledged, but only just behind Liberal Democrats on 4,252. The swing from Conservative to Labour here, 0.3%.
To the police and the security here.
He's now going to be speaking, so let's hear
It's been
Tony
a little
Blair.
heavier than usual, but I'd like to thank them very much. I know they've given up their evening to come here and look after us. Thank you. And thank you most especially to the people of the Sedgefield constituency for re-electing me as your Member of Parliament. I'm proud to serve you. You've always been loyal and good and true to me, and I will do my best in this term of Parliament for Sedgefield, for this constituency, for the people in it. If, and I say if, the predictions are right, it also looks as if the Labour Party is heading for the first time in its history for an historic third term. It's not yet clear, obviously, what the majority is. It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly. We have to make sure that we focus on the things that matter to people, the things that they've talked about to me during the course of this campaign: jobs and living standards and the National Health Service and schools and law and order, and the problems that we have in some of our communities where still far too many young people find it hard to get on in life. Far too many young couples find it hard to own their own homes. People worry about disrespect on the street and law and order in their communities. So we have to respond to those things. And I know too that Iraq has been a divisive issue in this country. But I hope now that we can unite again and look to the future there and here. I would also like to say that this constituency of Sedgefield is one I'm not merely proud to represent, but proud to show people as a place where real change has happened over these past years. I'm delighted that the majority I've received this evening is actually an increase in the majority in 2001. And I like to think that that is in part due to the fact that in this constituency there are more jobs, there are higher living standards, there is investment in schools and in hospitals and in extra police, and that people in Sedgefield genuinely believed that this government is trying to be a government delivering for them. I would like to thank people again here tonight. I'd also like to thank my wife Cherie and my family, who've stood by me so well and given me such support, and my party supporters and members here, John Burton, my agent, and all his team. It's not always easy for them, but they do a fantastic job. And sometimes I don't think they know just how grateful I am to them. So many thanks indeed for re-electing me again this evening. If it is correct and we are returned to government, thank you for that also. Our job is to serve people. It's what I've tried to do in Sedgefield. It's what we'll try to do for the country. Thank you.
A very, to my mind, downbeat Prime Minister. Remember, this is an extraordinary achievement. This is his last election campaign he's completed as Prime Minister. He's not going to run again, but he has achieved this extraordinary record that we've been talking about. He referred to Iraq as a divisive issue and says, I hope we can unite again and look to the future, and then said, as modestly as he can do, our job is to serve. But I was just struck, I don't know about you, Nick, first of all, by the extraordinary downbeat, tired look there was to him.
I thought if you'd watched that without the sound on, you'd think he'd lost. And you saw a conciliatory hug from his wife Cherie just at the end there. Really looked as if he'd lost, not got that third victory. And it may be that it really came as a shock. I think because the polls began to move in Labour's direction, or appeared to at the end of this campaign, they thought they'd win. We've just heard there's to be another recount in Shipley, a marginal seat. Now, I visited Shipley with the Prime Minister. The sun was out. They thought they got it in the bag. He was giving a speech about the Liberals taking it away from a Labour victory, and one close person to Tony Blair said to me, we're going to win by over 100. I think what's happened tonight is the shock of that expectation dashed is hitting home even to Tony Blair.
Lord Steele, how do you read it?
Well, we've taken 3 seats from the Labour Party already: Cardiff Central, Dunbartonshire East, Ceredigion 4, in fact, Manchester Withington.
Manchester Withington,
which
yes.
is not even on my list. I mean, it's a complete surprise. So clearly, the Liberal Democrats have done well. I must admit, I was taken aback by David Blunkett's remarks about the Liberal Democrats. I think that they've had an honourable position on the war in Iraq throughout, and I don't think they deserve the...
Do you think votes have gone to Liberal Democrats because of the stats on Iraq?
Partly, but not entirely by any manner of means, partly.
Michael, what do you make of that? I mean, Nick's point is right. It was almost like you in Enfield Southgate.
No, I managed to smile. Yeah. When I lost, I smiled. I've never known someone talk down his own victory before. I mean, he really is downplaying it because...
By the way, we've won 3 times.
It looks as if they're going to have 150 seats more than the Conservatives. By the way, I have a theory that the marginal seats are actually proving to be less dynamic than the rest of the country. In other words, that what Labour feared, that there would be more movement to the marginal seats, the opposite is happening. There's less movement to the marginal seats. Seats that the Conservatives thought they were going to win are actually recounting.
Gerald, there you have the man himself, I think.
Yeah, well, I was struck how glum he looked, considering he'd won. I just wonder... I just thought I'd do
It's
a portrait.
amazing. We've been doing that while you were watching him speak.
I had partly started, but I can put them even at the facial movements in later. But I wonder whether he's aware that there's some coal hole or something ahead here that he's going to. There always is, isn't there?
Coal hole known as Gordon Brown, you think?
Yes. Could be Brown, yes.
Or a black hole if the economists are right and Gordon Brown is wrong. We won't know. Anyway, we can go to the party now. Mark's got guests for us, haven't you, Mark?
Do have Jonathan. I've got Andrew Neil, Clive Anderson, and Ian Hislop's here because he gets on so well with Andrew Neil. Let's start with you, Andrew. What's going on out there? It's quite a confused picture.
It is confusing, and what none of the networks are telling me is you came on with an exit poll that said if this happens, the Labour majority will be 68. We then
66.
got 66.
Yeah.
All right, 66. We then got some results in that suggested Labour was actually doing even worse than the exit poll. We've now had over 200 results in, but no one's telling me what the projection is now based on these results. Is it worse or is it better than the exit
Sounds
poll?
like one
What's
for
the
Alistair
answer?
Stewart. Sounds like one for Alistair Stewart to me.
Where are you?
But Clive, you've got a suspicion about polls altogether, haven't you?
I don't care about the polls. We have all these weeks and weeks of telling us what the polls are. But let's wait for tonight, we find the result, and we've been discussing such pathetic issues for an entire election campaign. Great issues in the world are going on, and we're worried about, well, hospitals should be cleaner. Yes, I'll vote for that. More bobbies on the beat, certainly. Immigration, are we still talking about immigration problems 30 years, 40 years on? Why aren't we talking about these big issues? I blame the media.
Okay, all right,
the two of you I blame.
Revised majority 82 from Alistair Stewart.
So the results are better for Labour then.
That's it. But Ian Hislop, Tony Blair did look pretty chastened there.
Well, I mean, all we've had in the final speeches is humility. We had them all coming on, and Blair's the latest in this downbeat, saying, we want to serve, not I was right, which we had yesterday. And most of these speeches are saying, it's a historic third victory, which they've been told to say clearly, but this time we're going to listen. Did you hear Blunkett? This time we've really got to listen to the public and rededicate ourselves. So obviously the line has gone out. Internally, they don't think they've done as well as it looks like at the moment. So, I mean, with Andrew, I want to know, why don't they think they've done as well? Why are they so downbeat when everyone's saying, well, you've won most of the seats so far, it's not so badly.
That'll be fine, wouldn't it? Exactly. All right, I haven't got any more time.
Why are they so depressed?
Why are they so depressed? Jonathan,
Thanks,
back
Mark.
to you.
I can partially answer Andrew Neil's question to you. We are now shifting off our exit poll onto a prediction of the results that we've had so far, and our prediction is that Labour will have a majority of 82 on a swing from Labour to Conservative of 3%. Colin Rallings, can you elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Well, what we're now finding, Jonathan, is the pattern of the marginals has come in, and we've been able to make some judgment about what is therefore likely to happen. What is clearly the case is that there are some really dramatic swings from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, which has enabled Liberal Democrats to pick up seats that really were beyond everyone's except their wildest imaginations, I expect, this evening. But on the other hand, better news for Labour is that the further almost away from London you get, the better Labour seems to be doing against the Conservatives. So there are still some results in the south of England to come in. They're being delayed because they're having to count local elections there as well, separate the ballot papers. So we'd expect more Conservative gains to come, but clearly the further away you move from London, Labour are doing better against the Conservatives. The Conservatives are doing really no much more than standing still.
Thanks, Colin. Perhaps you're going to elaborate and explain that further for us, Alistair. You've got your battleground. Is that right?
I certainly have, yes, indeed. And but you see, the problem with Andrew Neil is he never pays attention. We told him at the very beginning of the programme that the battleground was all about different seats, and if he'd listen, he'd understand. It's gone days when he used to edit The Economist. Now, look, here we have the battleground at the moment. Let's look here, right over on this column here. There's Shipley. You were talking about that at the moment. Chris Leslie, bright young thing, 24 years old when he came into the Parliament. That seat in 97 was a big majority, and as Elvis shows quite clearly, it's gone down. Now, they've got a recount going on there. In fact, they're on to their second recount in Shipley. So we don't know what's going on there at the moment until we get to it. Then we come along here to column 4. Now, we're beginning to see just a few bits of blue. We already had Putney, we told you about that, and then Peter about there as well. But here in this column, we have Wimbledon. Now, Wimbledon is a gain for the Conservatives down there at the bottom. So, Shipley should have been a piece of cake. No, recounting. Wimbledon, that is a piece of cake. And yet, right up here as well, just up the road from Wimbledon, is Battersea, and that's in the sixth column. Where are we? There's Battersea down there at the bottom. Labour take that one after 2 recounts as well. So the whole point, Mr. Neil, and indeed everybody else, is they're all different. But when you put them all together, you finally get the answer. And one point just to pick up on there, very, very importantly, Oldham East and Saddleworth, when it was being talked about a moment ago about the flow of votes going from Labour Party to the Liberal Democrats, that was one of their top target seats. Phil Willis, the Deputy Leader of the House of Commons, has held on to Oldham East and Saddleworth. It's a very complicated thing, Andrew.
So, Andrew, the message to you is put that in your pipe and smoke it. Anyway, we are predicting a majority of 82. While we've been doing that analysis, we've had the result in from Birmingham Yardley, which is that marginal seat from which Estelle Morris, who we were talking to earlier, has stood down. Let's now see what happened there.
The result for Birmingham Yardley constituency is as follows. John Alexander Melvin Hemming, Liberal Democrat, 13,648. Jane Elizabeth Innes, Labour, 10,976.
Okay.
Robert Purcell, BNP, 1,523. Paul Singh Upal, Conservative, 2,970. Mohammed Yaqub, UKIP, 314. This represents a majority of 2,672.
So the Liberal Democrats have gained Birmingham Yardley, majority 2,672. Mr. Hemmings, who we were talking to earlier, got 13,648. Labour, 10,976. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat, 8.8%. One of these big swings from Labour to Liberal Democrat. Here's the share of the vote. 46.4 for Liberal Democrats, 37.3 for Labour. And the change in the share of the vote, no change in the vote. Now, we're getting some very interesting stories in here. First of all, reports that Bethnal Green and Bowes, as we were reporting earlier, is very, very close indeed. And, which will be astonishing if it's true, we're getting reports that Enfield Southgate, the seat that was Michael Portillo's and went to Stephen Twigg, has been returned or is going back to the Conservatives. That is not confirmed, but that's the story we're getting from the count. Quick response on that, Michael.
Stephen Twigg, the Labour candidate, was pretty nervous about losing it, and he said that the candidate in 2001 that he fought, the Conservative, was not a particularly popular candidate. This time the Conservatives put up a local man, David Burrows, a family man, very popular, rather charismatic chap, and Stephen Twigg was worried. He said, this is a more marginal seat than it would appear from the rating.
Because on paper it needed a large, in terms of what's been happening this evening, 6.6 swing to the Conservatives for them to regain it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose history must count for something. I mean, this used to be, obviously, a very safe Conservative seat. We've got used to it now being a Labour seat, but Stephen Twigg knew that it was more marginal than it seemed.
Well, we will be there for that count. And now, you were saying Bethnal Green and Bow is very, very close. Juliet Bremner's there for us. Juliet, tell us more.
We've just had some very surprising news from Una King's agent down here at the count. It is still at least half an hour before we get a result here, but he's come up to tell us that although it's very, very close, he thinks his candidate is going to lose, i.e. Labour will lose to George Galloway and his Respect Party. That's the anti-war party. Remember, he is the Labour rebel who was kicked out of the party because of what he said about the Iraq war. He stood here in a constituency that he knew had a potentially good vote for him because there are a high proportion of Muslims here, a large Bangladeshi population. Apparently the turnout is very high, which is why it's taking longer to count than we had anticipated. And we think now that Una King is going to lose that. That would be a tremendous shock. That would mean he's overturned a 10,000 majority. We knew that it was always going to be close, but I think that they hoped they'd just held on. They would have had enough support from the white vote here. It doesn't now look as if that's going to be the case.
That is a very fascinating prospect. Thank you very much, Julie. Just a quick pick-up on that. That is going to send shockwaves through the Labour High Command, because Una Kennedy is thought that Una King is thought to be a very supportive Blairite with a very good base. She was also from the ethnic minority, is an ethnic minority herself, so this does tell us something about, at least their, I guess, Muslim opinion.
Yes, and in recent weeks, actually, they thought the threat from Galloway had gone away. Now, as much as they like Una King, they loathe George Galloway 10 times more than that. They despise him in Labour High Command. They regard him as an apologist for the previous Iraqi regime, something, of course, he denies absolutely passionately and vehemently. But to have him in the Commons, able to goad and to provoke the Prime Minister week after week, which he would try to do, is something they will not enjoy.
We can see Una King there waiting to hear what she's done. Incidentally, Rochdale has been gained back by, this has got back and forth, Rochdale gained by the Liberal Democrats there. She's smiling, but there's, you know, you can tell from that kind of smile that
it's a Southgate smile.
It's an Enfield Southgate smile. Although she's now having a little bit of laugh. Someone's managed to get her to have a laugh, but she's definitely not looking like someone who is expecting to be returned to Westminster, with all that implies, as Nick was saying. Anyway, now let's have a summary. We're getting an enormous number of stories coming through and changes and upheavals in this very remarkable night. Let's now have a look at what the summary tells us. We are now predicting a majority of 82 for Labour. And here is the winning post at 324. 234 is where the Labour Party now is. Conservatives on 50, Liberal Democrats on 25. 324 is that winning post. And here are some results. This is the Western Isles, and as I said, I'm not going to pay any disrespect to the inhabitants there by trying to pronounce it correctly. Nahe Alenian and Ya, forgive me. Majority 1,441. The SNP there have gained that with 6,203. The Labour Party in second place, 4,772. The swing from Labour to SNP in that seat, 9.3%, but that was a real target for the SNP. Dumbartonshire East, Liberal Democrats have gained a majority of just over 4,000. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat, 7.5%. And Hornsey and Wood Green in London. Here is a massive swing. Look at the bottom there. Labour to Liberal Democrats, 14.6%. Liberal Democrats on 20,512. Labour, 18,117. And in Ismond, Labour have held on there. This is what's so interesting. Labour's held on there. It was a seat that was the absolute #1 target for the Plaid Cymru, but Labour held on with a majority of 972, a swing from Plaid Cymru to Labour of just 0.2%. And this are some Labour losses, which are gains. Peterborough's down. That clearly is to the Conservatives. Labour's down. They've lost Blenheim Gwent, and they've also lost Ilford North. So those are 3 Labour losses. Of course, there are going to be several more. So there we are with the situation it is at the moment. And Ruth Kelly, I think, now joins us in Bolton West. Ruth Kelly, you're there again. How nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's looking a very uneven night. We were commenting earlier that your leader, Tony Blair, I don't know whether you saw him making his speech after being re-elected on what ought to be a sort of grand, joyous occasion, you might think, for him, seemed incredibly down in the mouth.
I think I was making my own speech at the same time, so I missed that.
I'm sorry we missed yours. But he just looked like someone, he was saying the Iraq had an effect, he's saying we must serve. He didn't sound like someone who was filled with the joys. Do you think it's because the campaign was so grueling for him?
No, I don't think that's right. I mean, it's a huge privilege and an honour to serve in government, but sometimes you have to recognise that the electorate disagrees with you on particular issues. And I think with Iraq, there's an acknowledgement that people held really strong views on each side of the argument, and it's right to respect those who didn't hold the government's view. And I think Blair's speech was an acknowledgement of that.
We're getting some extraordinary results coming in. We don't know yet because it hasn't yet been called, but Enfield Southgate looks as though it's going back to the Conservatives and that Stephen Twigg is going to lose it. These things, how do you come to grips with them? We can actually see Enfield Southgate as well while you're talking.
Well, it was a junior minister in Ruth Kelly's department.
And yes, junior minister.
And it would be a really sad loss for the Commons, I think, if Stephen were to lose his seat. So I very much hope that he manages to hold on. I think there are big regional differences here. The North West certainly has had quite a strong pro-Labour mood on the doorstep. It may be slightly different in London.
Everyone's saying, all your colleagues are saying, I don't know whether it's kind of been sent to you by your on your Blackberries or whatever you have, everyone's saying we've got to learn to listen. I put it crudely, obviously, as if somehow you haven't been listening enough over 8 years. Is that it?
Well, I think we do have to learn to listen, and I think that's true of all politicians, actually. And one of the things we've been trying to do during this campaign is to get out and talk to people, build on the big conversation event that we had over the last year or so, and, you know, respond to people's concerns. People have become a lot more demanding.
You've lived on focus groups, detailed focus groups. You've been accused all the time of listening much too much and just doing what they tell you.
Well, I don't think people have accused us of being a dithering government at all. And, you know, Tony Blair has shown real leadership in very, very difficult circumstances. But people are rightly becoming more demanding of politicians, and they expect us to listen, and they expect us to engage, and absolutely rightly so. And that's the challenge for us as politicians. How do we get out there? How do we really draw people into the conversation we're having and help share those decisions?
Ruth Kelly, thank you very much. We are waiting this result, but we are actually being told that the result there is going to go to the Tories. We can now go to Holton, Price and Howden, where we will want to know whether the Shadow Home Secretary David Davis has held on like others of his colleagues or Theresa May has. Let's have a look.
Acting returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Alton, Price and Howden constituency held on the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. David Michael Davies, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,792. Edward Alexander Hart, the Labour Party candidate, 6,104. Philip Anthony Lane, United Kingdom Independence Party, 659. Jonathan Patrick Mainprice, British National Party, 798. John Neal, Liberal Democrats, 17,676.
So David Davis had as some had expected, has held on with a majority of 5,106. David Davis, 22,792. The Liberal Democrats well behind with 17,676. And if you look down at the swing there, the swing from Liberal Democrats to Conservative here, another of these fascinating results, 3.2%. So there we have it, and here comes David Davis about to speak, but we might go to Enfield Southgate. And here is the Enfield Southgate result, which is imminent. We believe, we are very confident, that in fact Stephen Twigg has lost this seat to the Conservative candidate.
Are we ready? The result of the Enfield Southgate constituency. I, John Patrick Egan, returning officer at the election in the above constituency on Thursday the 5th of May 2005, hereby give notice that the number of votes cast at the election were as follows. David John Barrington Burrows, Conservative Party candidate, 18,830 votes. Trevor Doughty, Green Party, 1,083 votes. Brian John Hall, UK Independence Party, 490 votes. Ziz Kakoulakis, Liberal Democrat, 4,724 votes. Stephen Twigg, the Labour candidate, 17,083 votes. The turnout was 66.44%.
So there, the Conservatives have indeed gained Enfield Southgate, and Stephen Twigg looking very down in the heels, having, as it were, the Portillo effect. Majority 1,747 for the Conservatives on 18,830. Stephen Twigg for Labour, 17,083. Liberal Democrats and the Green Party behind. The swing there from Labour to Conservative, a large swing by tonight's standards, 8.7%. And here is the share of the vote. Conservatives 44.6, Labour 40.5, Liberal Democrats 11.2. So here we have the change in the share of the vote. Conservatives, an increase of 6%, Labour down 11.4% in the share of the vote. Liberal Democrats up by 4.2. And here is what Stephen Twigg was doing after the 1997 result. Maybe to his surprise, now the MP for Enfield Southgate, Michael Portillo, your thoughts on this?
Well, of course, I'm very pleased to see the seat go back. And I suppose to try and console Stephen Twigg, you know, when he won that seat, he didn't expect to. He probably expected to lose it in 2001. Actually, he considerably increased his majority. That then, I think, misled us about the nature of the seat. It remained a Labour marshal. Come back to the Tories tonight. Tories doing well in London.
Yeah. I think we might just hear a word or two about what he has to say, if we can.
And my party, my election agent, Henry Lamprecht, and all the very hard workers who've been working tirelessly for many months and weeks right up into the day of this fine result. This has been a truly dreadful night for Labour.
Well, I think the young MP is saying what he thinks he ought to say. It's not quite a dreadful night for Labour, but Stephen Twigg is actually much liked, Nick, across the House. He was much liked, as in fact Michael was saying.
Yes, he's a popular MP and a popular education minister as well. And there'll be real disappointment in Labour ranks that he's gone, someone they saw as a rising star, not just liked but seen as a talented man. Isn't it fascinating to see how the Liberal vote is playing out in different ways? Here is a seat where exactly what the Prime Minister warned of has happened. By the Liberals getting a few percentage shares, it's delivered the seat to the Tories. And yet, David, and yet, in other areas, I was going to go on and flatter you, in other areas the Liberal vote has not gone up, and David Davis has got in, and yet also the Liberals have gained a whole series of seats from the Labour Party. It shows how three-party politics is quite unpredictable.
No, but in the
helps parties in different ways.
In the Trigg seat, he gained far more than the Liberals. He lost far more.
Incidentally, while you have this little private quarrel between you, the SNP has gained Dundee East, which is one of their target seats in Scotland. There's a second recount at Sittingbourne, we're hearing, as well. There's a second recount. There's a second recount at Sittingbourne, second recount at Guildford, suggests they're both going very close. It hasn't stopped Alistair Campbell saying what others might have said, saying that the third term, Alistair Campbell, who played a very key role, incidentally, in this campaign, having come back in, saying that this third Labour term was a phenomenal achievement, and the Tories were flat-lining and failed to win over the public. We can now go down to the party, where one former Conservative MP and his wife, you'll see who they are in just a moment, with Katie.
Yes, indeed, they are, Jonathan. And it is, of course, Neil and Christine Hamilton. I'm delighted that they're here to react to what is beginning to be a rather more interesting night now, Neil. I mean, I'd hardly say it was a dramatic turn of events, but we've certainly seen a story now, haven't we, with Stephen Twigg being ousted and a rumour as well of George Galloway coming in.
Well, I do hope George Galloway has won, because there is a row for independents defeating the representative of major parties, as we know.
Well, indeed.
But I mean, this is a real independent, somebody who I think is a very principled politician. I don't agree with him very much, but I knew him quite well when I was in the House with him. And if he does win, I should be delighted. I think it'll be good for democracy.
Now, Christine and Neil, on a night like tonight, when we're in the midst of the political maelstrom and we can see the beautiful view behind us, the House of Parliament, do you miss it?
Absolutely no. This is actually, tonight has brought home to me quite how delighted and thrilled I am to be out of it. I really am. We had 26 years in it, but I wouldn't go back for all the tea in China. No, this does not make me feel nostalgic. It makes me feel happy, liberated and joyous to be out of it.
If I were a candidate in this election, I wouldn't be able to be here enjoying this party.
Oh, well.
So you see, there are practical advantages to not being involved in this election.
Indeed, a different kind of party politics going on here tonight. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Time to go back to the studio now. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Katie. There's a very interesting seat in Windsor. It's a safe Conservative seat, but if it returns the candidate, it will be the first black returnee for the Conservative Party in the House of Commons. And they will be, there they are about it. There, in fact, he is, Adam Afriyie. here, he runs a company, Sunday Times Top 100, one of the fastest growing private companies. And he's also chairman of News and Information Services, a company called de Havilland. But it's what's interesting about this is, Nick, that the Conservatives have been saying so there is a much larger number of individuals from the ethnic minority parties who've becoming candidates. There is a real shift there, isn't there?
Well, if I can embarrass Michael Portillo, it may be that the legacy that he left to the Tory party was not to lead it, but actually to persuade it to make this change, along with others, of course, but he was a very important part in making that change. Now, this election, many people find this hard to believe, there were more black and ethnic candidates for the Tories than any other party. But, and it's a very big but, most of them were in completely unwinnable seats. Adam Afriyie is one of the exceptions, a rare exception, but it's an important change. It proved to be a necessary but not a sufficient change for victory.
Absolutely. Well, with news that Liberal Democrats have got another gain in Leeds Northwest, let's have a summary. We've got 359 seats in towards that winning line of 324. 253 of those results go to the Labour Party, 66 to the Tories. As I am always saying, it'll get much closer by the time the end of the night. 31 for the Liberal Democrats and the rest on 9. And here, Birmingham Yardleys, we're reporting Liberal Democrats have gained. The founder of the Phoenix company that saved Rover before Rover collapsed is in there with a majority of 2,672. The Labour candidate who replaced Estelle Morris behind him by some 3,000 votes. Conservatives, BNP way down. The swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats there, 8.8%. And Ceredigion, Liberal Democrat gained their majority just of 219. 13,130 against 12,911 for Plaid Cymru. The swing from Plaid to Liberal Democrats, 6%. And Manchester Withington, another gain for the Liberal Democrats, majority here, 667, 15,872 against 15,205. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrats, 17.3%. I think that's the record that we've had so far this evening. Cardiff Central, it's another Liberal Democrat gain, this very marginal seat which they were assumed they would get. Majority comfortable, 5,593. The swing there from Labour to Liberal Democrat, 8.7%. And here are some of they've held on in Cheltenham against the Conservatives. They've held on to Brecon and Radnorshire against the Conservatives as well. They've held on to Carshalton and Wallington, held on to Sutton and Cheam. Those are all against Conservative challenges. So it's looking on that score, the Liberal Democrats are having a good night. And it's something, in fact, that I know that Lord Steele, you wanted to refer to, because we were having this little spat earlier about what the significance of the
we've agreed for off air that, in fact, the Liberal Democrat gain in Stephen Quigg's seat did not cause him to lose his seat. I think we've agreed that. It may have contributed, but didn't actually cause it. In fact, there is no example yet of Liberal Democrats having caused Labour to lose a seat to the Tories, which is what the Labour Party was banging on about at the time.
We are now predicting 59 seats. I think that's our prediction. 59 seats for the Liberal Democrats.
Well, we've gained 8 so far from the Labour Party. The surprising thing is we haven't actually made any gains from the Conservatives, which is unusual, but there we are.
No, and you've lost one
and we've
to
lost
the Tories.
One,
The interesting pattern is, actually, I sense it's a dangerous prediction, this, because it's different around the country, but I wonder if you'll get any of your decapitation targets. We've already seen Theresa May and David Davis.
I was never keen on this decapitation so-called strategy.
It alerts everyone. It alerts everyone to it, doesn't it?
It is. It's been totally counterproductive. It was a great mistake in my view, but then I'm retired and nothing to do with the campaign.
Of course, absolutely nothing at all. Nothing to do with anything, of course,
Absolutely.
Which makes it much more interesting. Yep. We can now go to Alistair. I don't know what you've got for us, Alistair. What is it?
I got a fantastic map to show you that back in '97 they even wrote a book, didn't they, saying, were you up for Portillo? Well, there it is, Enfield Southgate down there again in North London. It is one of the big results. The first news that really cheered the smiles slightly in the Conservative Party were from Putney. Well, it's happening again in London. Let's put Enfield Southgate up here onto our battleground. And there it is at the bottom of the column there. It's on 6%, and it needed, in fact, just over 6%, nearly 6.4% to win. But in fact, it went at 8.7%. So if it were to be repeated, then a whole lot of this territory right up to here would have some possibility of turning blue. And it's interesting to note there that you would come down to places like Milton Keynes southwest, just a little bit further up, north of London, and also you'd have Bedford, that's in the same part of the world there, Harrow West, very close to Enfield Southgate. So there is a lot of territory here. Was it a Stephen Twigg thing? Was it a David Burrows thing? I don't know, but something significant happened in Enfield Southgate, and that's the best bit of blue that they've got in the direction of 10%. It's not going to be 10%, but they've done quite well. But it has had a very significant impact on the swingometer as well. Now, you'll remember here we are, starting off, as always, with Mr. Blair and Mr. Howard. Let's put in the numbers now from Enfield Southgate into the swingometer and see what it does. It does more than 6.2%, bringing us into hung Parliament territory. As I said, it's 8.7%. It actually brings you right up to this point, deep in to the hung Parliament territory. But just hold those numbers there. Look at those for the moment. For the first time this evening, we're predicting that the Conservatives could, if this result was echoed, be the largest party in that hung Parliament situation. 295 for the Conservative Party against 282 for the Labour Party. Very interesting events yet again in Enfield Southgate, Jonathan.
And wouldn't the Conservatives love it if Enfield Southgate was being the picture all over the land? Anyway, Colin, you can tell us what the picture is, in addition to Alistair's illuminating insight into Enfield Southgate.
No, but Alistair's absolutely right, and you watch how the blue peters out really quite quickly. And I think that's the problem. There are signs really tonight that the Conservatives have not managed to recover as a national party. Where they're still doing well is in London, in parts of the south of England, and we'll hear more about that later, and we'll hear more Conservative gains. They've also incidentally got back in Wales. They've won Monmouth. But the most marginal seat in Scotland, Dumfries and Galloway, which under its old boundaries they held, Labour have managed to fight them off tonight. So it's the same problem that they've had really ever since 1997. Accusation that they've become something of a English party, and worse than that, a sort of suburban rural English party. And as Mrs. Thatcher knows, you don't win elections in this country unless you have appeal right across the Great Britain.
Thank you, Colin. There's another of those recounts. This is Hempstead, which is a Tory target held by Labour. Charles Kennedy, leader of the Liberal Democrats, is on his way into his county, the Dingwall Leisure Centre, and I think we can see him as he arrives there. He will be feeling not too bad, I guess. David? Steele?
I think so. I think he'll be very confident there, and I think we won't get the result of the neighbouring seat till tomorrow, but Inverness, I think, will come our way as well.
And let's go now. After that, we'll wait for him. There are all sorts of people walking in and out of shots all over the country, and we're trying to get them all. This one, he's not running. We will be there when he arrives. And George Galloway is in his constituency, waiting, I think, to speak to us in Bethnal Green and Bow. But we will go to him when we can. Nick, you wanted to tell us something.
I was just going to say, I think Charles Kennedy, and I think it's probably fair that we pointed out before they do, they'll say the exit poll was wrongest about the Liberal Democrats. We showed the big increase in their vote, but not the big increase in seats that they're getting.
Here is a happy-looking Charles Kennedy. He's much the most cheerful-looking person we've seen this evening, actually, of the politicians. Maybe he thinks it's glad it's all over, and he's going to get not only get, in his own terms, quite a good time. He's talking to us.
Really good news, and much more to look forward to.
Nope, there he is, a quick note from him. Just look at the tally there. Labour on 261, Conservatives 71, Liberal Democrats on 34. And we're saying we're predicting that they will have 59 seats by the time the night is over. George Galloway has taken this seat. There he is in Bethnal Green and Bow, and he is the victor. He's looking very thoughtful at the result, but smoking his cigar, his signature cigar. Now this is an extraordinary result. Here is a man who was expelled from the party because of the things he said about Iraq, has parachuted himself from Scotland into the heart of London, Bethnal Green and Bow, and ousts Una King, who had a comfortable majority, a very comfortable majority in that seat, was a loyal Blair supporter and regarded very highly inside the party, and was also a member of the ethnic minorities herself, and took the stance in the party of saying, I support Iraq, and that seems to have done the damage to her. We've been rejoined by Lord Haddesley. Roy Haddesley, how do you read this result?
Well, it's a tragedy. I think an awful result.
If nothing else had spoilt my night, this would have spoilt my night. I think the sort of campaign that Galloway's run has been a disgrace. I'm not going to go into the complications of Una King's ethnic position, but I think that's a complication in the area.
Can I, as I can be more vulgar than you can, are you saying that he used race or ethnic origin? Is that what you're... I mean, we have to be very careful what we say about these things. You're not saying that.
I'd be careful not to say that, but I think the fact that she was a member of the ethnic minority, or seemed to be, but nevertheless did not support the ethnic minority cause, which was Iraq, the fact that she was not religiously part of that community was a complication. I'm not saying Galloway yielded against something. It was a complication in people's minds. I think a very complicated reason for her defeat. But the real tragedy of this is not just Galloway's character and his record in the House of Commons, but the fact that he had a vote for celebrity. We've had a lot of Galloway publicity. We've had a lot of flamboyance. And he's won, in my view, because he made a lot of noise. And that's a rotten reason for becoming a Member of Parliament.
OK, well, if he wants to, George Galloway, I'm sure we'll be only too willing to let him say what he wants to say as a result of his victory. But we can go now to Holton, Price and Howden and David Davis. Mr. Davis, I bet you're a little bit relieved at being in there.
In my vote.
Oh, we're just hearing from him.
Great increase in the majority. Across the country, it's disappointing that we've not won power, but it is a massive reduction in Labour's majority. It will allow the opposition to curb the government. It is a huge vindication of Michael Howard's strategy, and as I said earlier, a strategy which I am proud to be associated with.
And he will lead you into the next election.
Thank you very much indeed. I now want to get some sleep. Good night.
Well, here we are, and we can now go to Scotland and to his seat in Scotland, Bantram Buchan. Alex Salmond is there. Difficult to predict what kind of night... Good evening, Mr. Salmond. Thank you for joining us. Difficult to see what kind of night you're having at the moment, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a great night for the SNP. We've won 2 seats from the Labour Party, one in a spectacular swing in the Western Isles, the second in the city of Dundee. We haven't won a seat from the Labour Party in a general election since February 1974, Jonathan. We've just won 2 in one evening. It's a bit like buses. You don't get up for a while and then they come all at once. So it's a spectacularly good night for the Scottish National Party. And if I could just say one thing at Roy Hattersley, George Galloway winning seats not a tragedy, Roy. The Iraqi war's a tragedy. George Galloway winning a seat's an electoral contest. Try and put things in perspective.
Let me come back to Scotland. You say you're going to win these 2 seats. Do you have a sense of how many seats you're going to get by the end of the evening?
Well, we don't know that. We have already won these seats, Jonathan. I know that network television doesn't always keep its eye on what's happening north of the border, but
can I tell you, not only have we kept our eye on it, but we reported both of them, so we keep a very close eye on it.
Well, we have already won them anyway, so they're as it were, they're in the bag. And that means the SNP are going back with at least 2 more members of Parliament. Now, we'll see what the rest of the results bring us as the evening goes on, but this is a spectacularly good night for the Scottish National Party.
And is it your retort to your own members who said, "What are you wasting your time running in this campaign?"
Well, there wasn't many of them. There was only one actually, but I think we've vindicated our position. But can I just say to you, there's one opinion poll which I thought was particularly significant in the Daily Telegraph of all places, which just this Monday asked people how they would vote in a Scottish election for the Scottish Parliament, and the SNP were the leading party by a full 4% from the Labour Party. So we can look forward with our increased number of Westminster seats to victory in 2 years' time, when incidentally both Liberal and Labour will have to run as government parties and hang together instead of separating themselves.
Thank you for joining us. As you speak, Tony Blair is on his way into the Trindon Labour Club, where he will be with those who are absolutely loyal to him. There will be no, as there were at the count, boos from the background of those who, for one reason or another, didn't endorse his re-election in Sedgefield. There he is being greeted by friends and supporters, no doubting their real joy. Nick, this is very comfortable territory for him here.
He's finally the smiles back on his face, isn't it? As if he's got over that initial shock of realising that while this would be a triumph for him winning a 3rd term, there would be losses too. He finally seems to have relaxed. Now, whether he has seen, as with our exit poll, our prediction of the Labour majority creeping up a little bit into more comfortable territory, it may seem an odd distinction to people, but 66 was in the area where with 30 or 40 regular rebels it would have been very uncomfortable. 80 if that's what it turns out to be. If it turns out to be higher, that's very comfortable indeed, really, and then he can start to continue to dictate the terms of politics in the way that he chooses to.
That's not what you want to hear at all, is it, Roy?
Well, I don't want to hear it because I don't think it's true. We've rather undermined it, in my opinion.
Well, it's good for trade if you're right.
Good for trade. Yes, it makes the programme swing along. Much more interesting than what Mrs. Thatcher had
to say. Can I just
interrupt
you to tell you that the Conservatives have, up to 2 recounts, I think, Conservatives have gained Guildford from the Liberal Democrats. It was a likely target, but nonetheless not bad news for Liberal Democrats. And while we're talking about Conservative success, Mark at the party's got a Conservative guest or two?
Yes, I do. I'm surrounded by 3 Conservatives, Edwina Curry, Frederick Forsyth and Howard Flight, the MP famously effectively deselected by Michael Howard at the beginning of the campaign. Howard Flight, what do you make of the way things are going?
I think it's sort of a moral victory for us, not as good as I hoped it would be, but it's coming in our direction, and we're obviously not going to win this time, but we're certainly going to win the next time.
Do you feel slightly bitter that you're not in your constituency to enjoy?
Not in the slightest. I've been a keen Tory for 45 years, and my little story is boring, and it'll get sorted out in due course. We've won a lot of key leafy suburb seats back. The tide is coming back to us, not as much as I'd have hoped, but we're on train in due course.
Okay, Frederick Forsyth, what do you make of these decapitation tactics? David Davis has survived.
This is Charlie Chatchow, isn't it? Charlie Chatchow Kennedy. Nice lad, know him well. Idiot, never mind. It failed. It failed for Maidenhead, it failed for David Davis, and it failed for Letwin, and it will fail in Folkestone for Michael Howard. So an idiot programme, and it's failed dismally. But one does notice that they are gaining in various places. And as I say, Howard says, the disappointment is that the Conservatives in their 170 targeted seats are not gaining nearly as many as we'd hoped to.
But Edwina Curry, the bottom line is you're still confronted with another 5 years opposition, aren't you?
Never mind that. We've won Guildford. We have taken Guildford from the Liberal Democrats. It's great. Do you realise how long it is since the words con gain flashed up on our television screens? It's nearly 18 years since the election of 1987.
But there's still not enough con gains to...
We needed 100.
Somewhere.
How will it affect the way that Tony Blair governs now, do you think, a smaller majority?
Well, watching him coming away from his constituency there in Sedgefield, he looked tired and he looked very drawn. He looked, in fact, as if he was defeated, although we think probably he's not. He's won a majority. He's won a majority, but it's a way, way down from the huge majority he's had in the last 2 elections. And this is the beginning of the end, not only for Tony Blair, it's the beginning of the end for Labour government in this country. It may take us a while to get rid of them, but we started.
Howard Flight, how long do you think it will be before we get Gordon Brown in place?
Very speedy, and I think all those nice people living in 3-bedroom semi-detaches in the leafy suburbs up and down the country are going to get a very nasty shock.
Why?
Brown is a control freak, as his own party has said. He's decidedly psychologically strange. He's an old-fashioned socialist, Scottish socialist, and I think...
He's the best chance of 100 years, according to Tony Blair. Economy's in a pretty good state.
On the contrary, he inherited a wonderful legacy. He was prudent for 3 years. Since 2000, he's been extremely imprudent. There's going to be a nasty economic price to pay, starting right now as retail sales collapse. And people are going to get a very bad shock, and he will take over quite quickly.
Okay, that's the latest Tory view from this party. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you. Strong thoughts from Tory loyalists there. A couple of interesting things in here. It looks as though Richard Taylor, Dr. Richard Taylor, the independent in Wyre Forest, the doctor who, you remember, got into the seat because of his campaign for the Kidderminster Hospital. We're getting reports that he is back in again, although the Liberal Democrats stood down there. Also, 2 gains. The Conservatives have gained Hemel Hempstead, and they've gained Weston-super-Mare. Meanwhile, Gerald has been busy.
Well, I've done a rather flattering portrait here of Michael Howard flying home with Enfield, Southgate and Guildford.
How do you depict Michael Howard? How do you wish us to see Michael Howard?
Well, I mean, I think it's Anne Widdecombe who stamped him, didn't she? She cursed him from the very beginning with those few words. And we can't forget that he's something of the night. I can't forget he's something of the night. And he looks like it too. He does. I can draw him as a vampire, and it works.
For those of you who think it's a little unkind, that's what satirists do, and it's very probable that Michael Howard will want to. He won't be able to afford them, but he'd very much like to have all of those so he can stick them up on the walls of his house. Anyway, while we've been talking, while we've been seeing some of those other results coming in, Enfield North, which is a marginal constituency, has also discovered who its new MP is to be. Let's have a look how that was.
The result of the Enfield North constituency. I, John Patrick Egan, returning officer at the election in the above constituency on Thursday the 5th of May 2005, hereby give notice that the number of votes cast at the election were as follows. Patrick Anthony Burns, Independent, 163. Geoffrey Nicholas Dubois, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,135. Terence Charles Barr, British National Party, 1,004. Simon Wynne Radford, Liberal Democrat, 4,642. Gary Allen Robins, UK Independence Party, 750. Joan Marie Ryan, the Labour Party candidate, 18,000.
So Labour has held on to Enfield North. It was number 37 on the Tory target. This one, as they had to get to be a greater contender. Majority of 1,920 for Labour, with 18,055 votes. Conservatives, Dubois, 16,135. The swing from Labour to Conservative, 0.6%, a very small swing. And the share of the vote, 44.3 to Labour, 39.6 to the Conservatives. There we have it. And now we can go to Sedgefield, where Reg Keyes, whose son was killed in Iraq, ran as an independent against Tony Blair. Probably thought he didn't have a chance of winning, but he did get over 4,000 votes, and he joins us now. Mr. Keyes, are you glad that you went in for this race?
No regrets. It's been a well-funded, professionally backed campaign. My thanks go out to all the backers, especially Martin Bell and Frederick Forsyth. Martin trudged those streets with me, and I've forged a strong friendship now with Martin, which we will continue after this. And we've also got over 4,000 votes out there. People would send the anti-war message out loud and clear. And also to come fourth out of 15, fourth behind the three major parties, it's no disgrace. For me, that's a moral victory. It will do.
I'm interested to know, it was clearly a big decision for you to make, and not an easy decision. Do you now say, yeah, I've made my point and I've finished with it now? And I heard Tony Blair saying earlier that he hoped, as it were, that we would now move on, that this Iraq issue should now be behind us after this election. What do you think of that?
Well, I have to draw a line under this campaign now. We've given it 101%. The whole team have worked tirelessly for the past 6 weeks. It is time to move on. I think it's been a moral victory, as I've just said, but I've got other issues I need to look at now, like trying to get the coroner's inquest up and running for the 6 RMPs that were murdered in Iraq, my son being one of them. I need to push that case forward.
Whether or not they agree with you or disagree with you, everyone, I'm quite certain, hearing you, will respect very much what you did in your stand. Thank you for joining us. And Tony Blair is about to talk in Trimdon Labour Club, so we'll go there now and hear him. He is being introduced by the chairman of the party. See down there, 279 votes on the way to 324, not very far away now. Conservatives on 93.
A great victory in this constituency, because in spite of all the rubbish and the
This is John Burton, who's been his man for a long, long time, Nick, now.
That's right, John Burton, who is sort of a avuncular figure, almost a father figure for Tony Blair. He's the person who Tony Blair rolled up from the south of England, having fought a by-election under Michael Foot's leadership, and rolled up into his sitting room, and they said, "Shut up, don't talk now, we're going to watch the football. You can tell us why you want to be our candidate after we've watched the football." And Blair obviously did the right thing and charmed them, and they've been close friends and political allies ever since.
What's going through Tony Blair's mind? Halfpenny for your thoughts, Roy.
Well, I think a moment of great elation in a sense. I mean, he won his own seat with an increased
It's also always very comforting. Always very comforting to go to these clubs, isn't it?
And he's amongst people who love him, and this is a marvellous thing for a politician. He's had a very rough month, and suddenly he's surrounded by people who quite literally love him, so he's feeling very good at the moment. I mean, it's when he wakes up tomorrow morning that he begins to come back to reality, I think.
He said the other day that we know it's the last he's been Prime Minister, but he was almost feeling as if he don't know whether he's going to stand again as an MP, or whether this could be his last, or he might say, well, I've done enough time in the Commons.
It's very hard for ex-Prime Ministers in the Commons. The two I knew, Harold Wilson and Jim Callan, didn't enjoy it, but you want to listen to him, I guess now.
Thank you so much, and thank you, all of you who've been working in the constituency so hard over these past few weeks. I know you've done an amazing job. It's been difficult sometimes in these past few weeks, and I know you've had quite a lot to put up with here. It's been a slightly different election from most elections, but as John said, the team has been just unbelievable, and I feel so proud to have increased my majority, except and I know John as well. He's put in so much work, and he's become a big star on foreign media, basically. They've all been following him around on the campaign trail, but he's big in Belgium. We won't go into that. But it's been an amazing few weeks, and we haven't got all the results in, obviously, yet. But it looks as if we will actually have an historic third-term Labour victory. And I know there are lots of lessons to learn, but I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic third-term victory. And I feel proud, too, not just of the changes we have made, but of what we can now do with this mandate. Because one thing is for sure, the Conservative Party, people did not want back. And we managed, in the course of this campaign, despite everything that was thrown at us, despite all the problems, we set out an agenda for change in this country, and we're now going to take that agenda forward for our economy and jobs and living standards, for our National Health Service and our schools, to give our young people the chance they need in life, on law and order, on bringing back community policing, on making sure we give affordable childcare to people, on reshaping our public services and welfare state for the 21st century, making sure our economy, strong already, can compete in the new world. And I feel a real sense of enthusiasm for that agenda in the third term. When you look back and think where we were in 1992, some 13 years ago, when after the fourth election defeat in a row, people wrote off this party. There were people then who said, Labour can never win again. And if we've actually achieved victory this evening and have got a clear majority, as it seems that we have, that is a huge rebirth of our party. And we did it because we had the courage to change. We did it because we had the courage to take difficult decisions in government. And yes, of course, there will be disagreements and problems. There always are. But I think we can be very, very proud of what we have done. And I like to think now that we've got the chance, as a government, with all the experience behind us, but with all the dedication and commitment for the future in front of us, to make the changes this country wants to see. They want us to take the economy forward. They want us to complete the changes in the health service. They want to make sure that the investment they see in their schools is taken forward and rolled out across the whole country. They wanted us to continue to bring down crime, to put that visible uniform presence back on the street. They want us to deal with the new issues that are coming up, how young couples get their feet on the first rungs of the housing ladder, affordable childcare, pensions, making sure that we have, in this country, a decent, fair society combined with economic prosperity. Now that is what has happened over these past few years. For the first time, people have been able to vote for a progressive force in politics that combines sensible, tough economic policy with social compassion, with a conscience, with a belief in helping others. And that is what we've tried to do. That's the party we've tried to create. And it actually began here in Sedgefield. Here where we learnt that we had to reconnect with the lives of people. Here where we learnt that our values were fantastic and the values of the British people, but that we had to learn how to apply them in the modern world. And so, when I think now of what lies ahead of us, it's a tremendous challenge, but it's one we can respond to with an enormous amount of vigor and energy and determination. It's a great, great thing and a privilege and an honor when the country elects a government. To be elected once can be difficult, as we found. To be elected twice is something, in consecutive terms of office, this party never knew before. To be re-elected for a third time is very special. So it's a tremendous privilege, and it's an honor. And let's make sure we use it now for the good of our country and the people in it. Thank you.
So, Tony Blair there, amongst, as you can see, very good friends in the club and much more relaxed than he'd seemed earlier on, saying that there's been a huge rebirth of our party. He said, the courage to change and take difficult decisions in government. And he's saying, I think we can be very proud of what we've done. We are a progressive force in politics. We were tough in the economic field, and we also had social compassion. And he added, which is perhaps the nearest thing he got to saying, it was me what done it, he said, it began in Sedgefield. Well, there will be others in the Labour Party who won't quite agree it began in Sedgefield, but no doubt he began in Sedgefield. We're expecting the results in Charles Kennedy's seat very soon, Ross, Skye and Lochaber.
Lochaber, please.
This is Ross, Skye and Lochaber. I've just been corrected by Lord Steele, who knows these things, of course. And they're coming up onto the platform now. We'll soon see Charles Kennedy. Labour on 282 now, going towards that magic 324. There is Charles Kennedy looking very relaxed, but he knows he's back in very comfortably. It is a new seat, but it's not hugely changed.
I now declare the result. I, Alistair Dodds, Deputy Returning Officer for the United Kingdom Parliamentary Constituency of Ross, Skye and Lochaber, hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Philip Andrew Anderson, United Kingdom Independence Party, 500 votes. Christine Mary Conniff, Scottish Labour Party, 4,851 votes. Maurice Grant, Independent, 184 votes. John Brian Philip Hodgson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,275 votes. David Jardine, Scottish Green Party, 1,097 votes. Charles Peter Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,100 votes. Anne Elizabeth MacLeod, Scottish Socialist Party, 412 votes. Mary Euphemia Will, Scottish National Party, 3,119 votes. There were 48 spoiled papers.
of course,
I declare that
Charles Kennedy
has been
holds
duly
on there
elected to serve as the member of the United Kingdom
14,249
Parliament
majority,
for the
with
constituency
19,000
of
votes for
Skye
him. Labour in second place way back, and the rest likewise. The swing from Labour to Liberal Democrat there, 11.3%. 11.3%. Now Charles Kennedy is going to speak, knowing that he's in with 58% of the share of the vote.
Returning officer, thank you very much indeed. And can I say to you and through you, on all our behalfs, all candidates in this parliamentary constituency, our gratitude to all those who have managed the process of local democracy and in deciding and carrying out the business of electing a local member of parliament. And I'm very privileged to be the recipient of this support. I will do my level best, as I have tried to do over the years, and it is a new challenge, a new opportunity for this new constituency. But it's also new politics, it strikes me, that we have in our country as we watch these results coming in tonight. And there is a long way to go yet. And I think that the era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome. I think it is a healthy development, and I think that what we are seeing taking place in terms of the progress of the Liberal Democrats right across the land, in Scotland, in Wales, and right throughout England, is something to celebrate. But tonight, here, locally, to the people who have backed me over these 22 years, I am just grateful. Thank you very much indeed, and I'll carry on doing my very best. Thank you.
So Charles Kennedy, obviously a very relaxed and pleased individual, talking about the new politics and saying that three-party politics now was across the land, and this was the new age. We are now predicting a majority slightly lower than the one we were predicting a while ago of 76 for the Labour government, a majority of 76. Interesting key results are also in. Oliver Letwin has held on against the so-called decapitation strategy in Dorset West. The Shadow Chancellor is back in the Commons. The Liberal Democrats and the Tories have gained Braintree, they've gained Hammersmith and Fulham. Meanwhile, the Lib Dems have gained Bristol West, which is a three-way marginal seat, and they are claiming that they will gain Brent East. Now, when I say gain Brent East, they actually won it in a by-election in 2003 with a massive swing of something like 28%, and they are saying, we haven't got the result in, but they're saying that they think they've got it again. Colin, what have you got for us?
Well, funnily enough, Jonathan, as Charles Kennedy was speaking, I was looking at the pattern of the share of the vote distribution in different types of seats, and he's got a point. Where Labour has lost most heavily tonight, it has been to the Liberal Democrats, and it's particularly been
Colin,
in seats...
sorry to interrupt you, just in case people don't know, that is Mrs. Kennedy, and in her arms is a baby Kennedy, up very late. But I suppose it doesn't matter much at that age, I can't remember. Carry on, Colin.
I was saying, Jonathan, that whether in constituencies with lots of Muslims and lots of students, there's been a big swing from Labour to the Lib Dems, but also in a group of seats that we've called Labour middle-class seats. These are some of the prosperous areas that Labour won in 1997. They also have swung quite sharply to the Lib Dems, not to the Conservatives. The only places where the Conservatives have really been making progress tonight has been in seats they already hold. Many of their gains have come about in a rather Pyrrhic way. They've lost less of the share of the vote than the parties they were challenging.
Colin, thank you very much. Quick word on that, David.
Can I just say that what we were also watching, we gained the seat that I forecast a moment ago, Inverness, next door,
yes, I was just about
which means that if you count Brent as well, I think we've now got 10 seats from the Labour Party. And the thing that Charles Kennedy was hinting at there is, don't just look at the seats that we've gained, but look at the number of second places we're going to have at the end of the evening. In other words, it is really three-party politics. There are going to be, when we start the next election, there are going to be many more seats, which is Labour versus Lib Dem or Tory versus Lib Dem, than ever before.
And we really will have to treat the Lib Dems, you're saying, as an equal party.
Exactly, exactly. I think so.
I'm just going to bring in, we'll come back to you, both Nick and Roy, in a second, but Alistair, you've got a House of Commons for us, and how it's looking, I think.
Well, absolutely, but it picks up on precisely that point that David Steele and Colin Rallans were both making. Let's bring in the members of Parliament that we think will occupy this place. And let's put the Labour members of Parliament over here on this side, all 361 of them. And then let's put the Conservative members of Parliament over there, now down to 135. Let's pop in the Liberal Democrats there, up to 59. And then further over here, remember Alex Salmon was saying how well they're doing. They're up now from 28 to 30, now up at 31. That's Plaid Cymru and the Scottish Nationalists. But just look at those numbers as I bring in the majority there for Labour. There it is, 76. Three-party politics? How close were they in that share of vote? Very, very close indeed. But in terms of the numbers in this place, miles apart. And that may be the agenda that Lord Steele and Charles Kennedy were both talking about when this place is populated by real people next week, Jonathan.
Don't doubt it, Alistair. Thanks very much. A couple of recounts going on in Medway, which is a Labour seat with a 9.8% majority, and also a recount at Warwick and Leamington. There they have an 11% majority. Nick, you wanted to...
Medway, I was just going to say, is the seat of Bob Marshall-Andrews, Robert Marshall-Andrews, who was the big Labour dissident on the war, a successful barrister who has taunted Tony Blair from the backbenches. It's one of the few people that Tony Blair can no longer be polite to in Prime Minister's questions, but it does show that it being a rebel, being a Labour rebel, does not protect you against big swings.
And now, let's have some news of this big night with Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Thanks, Jonathan. In the last few minutes, Tony Blair has said Labour can be very, very proud of winning what looks to be an historic third term. Mr Blair had looked sombre when he attended his count at Sedgefield earlier this evening, but speaking at the local Labour club, the Prime Minister sounded much more confident.
And I know that there are lots of lessons to learn, but I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic third-term victory. And I feel proud too, not just of the changes we have made, but of what we can now do with this mandate. Because one thing is for sure, the Conservative Party, people did not want back.
There have been significant Labour defeats, though. Stephen Twigg lost the Enfield South seat he gained from Michael Portillo in 1997. And in Bethnal Green and Bow, Una King lost a bitterly fought battle to George Galloway, who stood for the anti-war Respect Party. The Shadow Home Secretary, David Davis, has held on to his fiercely contested seat of Halton Price and Howden. Other targets of the so-called Lib Dem decapitation strategy, Theresa May and Oliver Letwin, also won. Speaking after his re-election, Mr Davis said the Conservative wins signalled a big step forward.
Across the country, it's disappointing that we've not won power, but it is a massive reduction in Labour's majority. It will allow the opposition to curb the government. It is a huge vindication of Michael Howard's strategy, and as I said earlier, a strategy which I am proud to be associated with.
The Lib Dems have scored some notable victories, including Hornsey and Wood Green, taken from Labour on a 12% swing. This is the scene at Liberal Democrat headquarters this evening. Party leaders say that overall this will be one of their best ever results. The smaller parties are waiting to see whether or not they've benefited from the protest vote. Robert Kilroy's Silk broke away from the UK Independence Party to form Veritas. He admitted he'll be disappointed tonight, but insists this isn't the end of his political career. Lady Thatcher has been giving her reaction to the election news at the ITV Party on the Thames. The former Prime Minister was reported to have left the country in despair over the Tory campaign. Tonight she said the Conservative Party needed to improve its performance.
They're not looking good enough for the Conservatives. I hope that they will look better as a result of our record and what we have done for this country.
Lady Thatcher, of course. That's it. I'll have more on those stories in half an hour. Join me then, Jonathan.
Thanks, Mary. Lots of recounts going on. Another one at Croydon Central, where Labour have an 8.7% majority, or up until this point they had an 8.7% majority. Of interest, doubtless, to a man who 4 years ago, on this Friday morning, as it were, said, "I'm standing down as leader of the Conservative Party," from Richmond, William Hague. Good morning, Mr Hague, and thanks for joining us. It's not quite good enough, is it?
Well, it's certainly a big advance. Of course, we're still getting results, but it's clear the Conservatives are gaining seats from both of the other parties. So I'm obviously very pleased to see candidates that I've been campaigning for in this election and very much 4 years ago finally getting elected in this election. But it's a substantial advance, and I do admire the way Michael Howard has conducted it.
But you say it's a substantial advance. It would take, our present projections, and of course they can shift, it would take you up from whatever it was, 166 seats to 195. but Labour would still be on 361 seats. You're light years away from becoming the governing party again. I mean, in pure historic terms, this is a continuing catastrophe, isn't it?
No, I think when we look at the gap in the share of the vote now, it will be down to a few percent. I don't know what your latest projections of that are, but clearly the gap in numbers of votes in the country between the two main parties is nothing like as large as it has been.
You're sounding like a man who wants electoral reform.
No, I'm not advocating that. I'm certainly looking forward to some boundary changes over the next few years. But when you look at that gap in the votes, you can't now say the Conservative Party is light years away from government. This will certainly help the Conservative Party to mount the strongest challenge for a very long time at future elections. And of course what we're going to see, and what we just heard David Davies talking about, is a parliament on your current projections with about half the Labour majority that it's had over the last 8 years. So all of us who have sat in that parliament and seen an unaccountable government, this is going to be a very big change indeed.
How much longer do you think Michael Howard should remain as leader?
As long as he wants, really. He has my support to remain in office for as long as he wishes. I made
William
the point
Hague,
a few days ago that...
Sorry, go on.
Absolutely. I made the point a few days ago that whatever the result of the election, even if Michael Howard were losing seats rather than many seats that he's gaining tonight, there would be no appetite for a leadership election in the Conservative Party. That's all the more the case, given that many gains are being made, as I say, from both of the other parties. So I think Michael Howard will be in a strong position to continue as leader of the party.
Is that tantamount to saying William Hague says, Michael, please take us into the next election?
Well, I didn't put it in that way, but
no, you certainly didn't.
He has my support for, and I think the support of conservatives throughout the country to lead the party indefinitely. And I don't think any of us want to put any time limit on it in any way.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Hague. And now, Gerald, who has been completely ceaselessly at work, silently, but when you see what he does, you don't need words. But we might have a look at it, please. What is it?
Just seeing William Hague there again makes me think, you know, is there going to be a new hunt, a hunt for a new leader of the Tory party? And here they are, sort of riffling around in the trash can.
They're hunting away. That's a very cruel thing to say.
Cruelty is my business.
The truth is, tonight, of course, John, they've got one more choice than they thought they might have. If David Davies had lost his seat, if Oliver Letwin had lost his seat, there were a couple of candidates gone there, and so I think there's been no rush for Michael Howard to go now. One Tory MP put it this way to me. He rather attacked William Hague and said he'd made the mess, but he didn't stay to do the washing up, one Conservative MP said to me, and they want Michael Howard to stay long enough for them to sort the mess, to work out where they go next.
We've got, at the moment, a tally of Labour on 293. They've got to get to 324, remember, before they absolutely become the party of government, although we know that is what it's going to be. We're predicting essentially still a majority of 76 for Labour. Michael Portillo, your comment on what William Hague was saying.
Well, he makes this point that the gap between the percentages for the Tories and the percentage for Labour is smaller than it has been, and that is the best point that can be made for the Conservatives. The worst point that can be made is that even on a night when the Labour Party has collapsed in its support, the Conservative Party has made almost no advance in its percentage. And so the Conservatives' score tonight in percentage terms is not a great deal different from 2001 and 1997.
But that suggests that something radical has to happen. Now, can you get that party being radical and remaining as a single party?
It doesn't look as if they're going to go over 200. If they had gone over 200, I think people in the party would have said, well, after all, the Linton-Crosby, the Australian strategy worked, and we just stick with things as they are. Because it's going to be under 200, I think there'll be more of a debate. But it will be a debate, and there will be divisions. There will be some who say this disappointing result is because we didn't move to the centre. There'll be others who say this disappointing result was because there wasn't enough differentiation between us and the Labour Party.
But that has a party going like that, doesn't it?
Well,
opposite directions.
I certainly took the view that, you know, I was the moderniser. I took the view that the modernisers were not going to be in the majority in the medium term.
Okay. Nick, you can help illuminate the Tory position, can't you, with a bit of help from Elvis?
Yes, a little bit of help from Elvis to see where they're making these gains. We've heard the Putneys and the Ilford Norths and the Hammersmiths and the Guildfords. Yes, where are they? They're all around London. Let's take a look at Elvis. Remember, this is our election visualiser. The height of those blocks gives you the majority. Let's zoom in on the south-east there, and in particular on London. That's the picture tonight. Let's see how it changes from where we were at the beginning of the evening. So you can see, just look at the way those blocks move. That's the beginning of the evening. Those are the results we've got so far. Big increases in Tory majorities in these areas that I'll highlight now around the capital here. But if you look at what it was like in 1992, last time the Tories won, now look at the change. It's a sea of blue.
It's a huge,
you don't see it all. So some gains, yes. Nothing like getting back into power.
I just want to bring up some more news. Liberal Democrats have gained Taunton from the Conservatives, but a second minister has gone down after Stephen Twigg. Melanie Johnson, the health minister, lost at Welland Hatfield to the Conservatives, where she'd been defending a very small majority. Also, some lost postal votes mean that there's a recount in Wirral West, There's also a recount, again, we've got all these recounts going on at Croydon Central, so there's obviously a lot of close-ish results coming in. Meanwhile, Juliet Bremner is at Bethnal Green and Bow. Juliet, we heard the result. What's the situation like?
Well, we haven't actually had that result confirmed yet. We are still waiting for our declaration here. We understand it'll probably be in about another 15 minutes. But we have been told by the Labour Party agent that they do believe they've lost. So we're taking that as a fairly serious nod to the fact that they have. Although it is very close, and we've had both the agents pulled back to the adjudicators table now several times, which is why we have this delay. That apparently is over some problems with the postal votes, the postal ballots, which are being sorted out. What we have been told is that turnout is up. It's 54% this time compared with 48% last time. And what the Labour Party are saying is they believe that George Galloway and his Respect anti-war party have managed to tap into an entirely new vote. They've got young Muslims and young whites who were anti-war, and they've got them to turn out and vote for the first time. People who perhaps wouldn't have turned out for Labour. That's what they're attributing this very probable loss to. But we are still waiting for confirmation of that.
Juliet, when you say this, when they're both being summoned to the desk, is there a possibility of a recount, or is it just a clarification?
Just a clarification. We'll keep being told that it's any time now, so I don't think there is going to be that sticking point. But I think it's just that clarification, and I think you will have a result here in the next 10-15 minutes.
Thanks so much. Roy, you wanted to say something very quickly before I get to answer.
I mean, I want to go back to the Prime Minister's speech at Edgefield, where he was speaking to a Labour audience, and an affectionate Labour audience. He was saying all the sort of things that many of us have longed for him to say for the last 8 years. He was talking about the Labour social programme. When he said we had much to be proud of, he went through all the things which I feel proud of have been there for the last 8 years. If he'd made that speech more often, life would have been very much different for him. That's point one. Point two is this, about the Tory party. Early in the week, I was on a programme with a very distinguished Conservative who said that his nightmare was my prediction that we'd have a majority of 75. He said that's the worst possible majority of the Tories because we'll be overrun by the one more heave brigade. Instead of wanting to make some radical changes which re-engages with the country, we'll say we're so near to it we don't have to do anything except wait for 4 years. And I think that's a real danger now for the Tory party.
Labour on 299. They've got to get to 324. The Conservatives have gained their first seat in Scotland this evening in Dumfriesshire. And we can now go to Airwash, where, as you remember, the leader of Veritas was hoping to overturn a majority, but said he hadn't done very well, Robert Kilroy-Silk. There is the count in Airwash, the huddle, the usual huddle as they check the details. But it doesn't look very likely that the Labour... Well, it's a Labour majority of Conservative 14.3%, which means roughly a 7% swing would be required. Nick?
It's the great what-if, isn't it? If he had not set up his own party, if he'd not left UKIP, if that extraordinary success that UKIP had after the European elections had been sustained with his celebrity, Roy was referring to it earlier, working for George Galloway, what would have happened? As it is, it looks now that Robert Kilroy-Silk is a political irrelevance.
But it could also perhaps be that the Conservatives, but because Europe was kicked into touch because of the referendum coming up later, and because they initiated a debate, which was a big debate on immigration, maybe UKIP did seem to be rather less pertinent in any case, regardless of whether Kilroy Silk was there.
But I think the interesting strategic thing, I don't know if Michael Portillo agrees with this, had UKIP been powerful, the Tories would have had to have talked about Europe to try and head them off, just as they did when Michael was Shadow Chancellor.
No, I think it's a chicken egg. I think if you talk about Europe, then you talk up UKIP, and that's what the Conservatives did last time in 2001.
Announcing the result of the poll
listen
in approximately 5 minutes' time.
There we are, it's very helpful. It's 5 minutes away, so we don't have a look at the empty stage for 5 minutes. Thank you so much, the returning officer. Alistair, have you got a battleground for us, or what?
Yes, we have indeed, Jonathan. I want to tell you a little bit more about that Liberal Democrat story that we were talking about a little earlier on. Here, just to remind you, is our principal battleground. These were all of the seats that were held by Labour at the beginning of the evening that had to be taken away either by the Conservatives or by somebody else. Now, just come back here to the beginning. There we are. Look, down there. Cardiff Central. That's been taken by the Liberal Democrats. Move along to the next column. Inverness, Nairn. That's been taken by the Liberal Democrats as well. And then from 3, we go up to column 4 here. Bristol West, again, very much a big university town, so student fees may have played a part there, but that's been taken by the Liberal Democrats as well. And all the way right up here into our number 8 column, there it is, Birmingham Yardley, another Liberal Democrat gain. Now, all of these were seats that Labour had to defend. They thought they were going to be predominantly defending them against the Conservatives, and there are 4 big hits there for the Liberal Democrats. But remember, the Liberal Democrats had their own custom-made battleground as well. It was decapitation. We've heard about part of it already, and in a moment we'll be hearing about the one right over there in the corner in Kent. I'll come to that in just one moment. But let's put the battleground up here on the wall for you to see. This is decapitation gone wrong. Oliver Letwin held Bristol West. David Davis held Halton Price and Howden. Theresa May held Maidenhead. Bournemouth East we just heard a little bit earlier on. And if you come all the way down here, you find Folkestone and Hythe. That would go to Liberal Democrats on a swing of more than 6%. And also Taunton, just right back down here at the beginning. That has a nice twist to it. That was a Conservative gain, and then it was a Conservative loss at the last general election. Well, they've lost it again. Taunton has gone back to the Liberal Democrats, having been Adrian Fluke for the last 4 years. So they haven't done particularly well, bar dear Taunton, in their own battleground. It's the big one that the Tories thought was going to be their night, where the Liberal Democrats have slightly spoilt the party for them, Jonathan.
Alistair, fascinating. We said it was going to be an upside-down sort of night, not knowing what was going to happen anywhere, but we're certainly getting some of the most interesting results of any general election it's possible to imagine. Let's go now to the party and to Katie, who's with you in Hyslop.
I certainly am, Jonathan. Yeah, we were just hearing Alistair saying how the Lib Dems' attack on the Tories hasn't really worked. They certainly haven't provided the drama, but we've had a few quirky results to titillate and excite you.
There's a couple of seats that have been interesting. You know, the Barbara Roach loses a seat, Twigg loses his seat. But there's a couple of... But on the whole, I think everyone's disappointed. The Lib Dems are disappointed. It didn't quite happen so far. Tories are disappointed. They didn't do as well as they hoped. The government's disappointed because their majority's down. So you've got all the parties rather flat. Everyone's sitting there thinking, oh. And I'm sitting here thinking... Yeah, oh, nothing much happened, nothing changed. Why did we have a general election? You know, we're going to start again with, if these predictions are what we have, more or less the same happening. I mean, even the single seats, we lose Bob Marshall-Andrews, a good anti-war old Labourite, and we get Galloway.
Well, more on that later. Now we've got to go back to Jonathan. Over to you.
Actually, we're going straight to Erewash for the result. This is where Robert Kilroy Silk will discover how few votes he and Veritas scored. The tally there, 302 towards 324, form the government.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that you've been kept waiting so long, but the quality is there on this occasion. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer at the election of a member to serve in for Parliament for the Erewash County constituency, held on the 5th day of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate to the said election is as follows. Bishop David Lawrence, the Church of Militant Elvis Party, 116. Blackman Elizabeth Marion, the Labour Party candidate, 22,472. Garnet Martin Charles, Liberal Democrats, 7,073. Graham Sadie Bethany, British National Party, 1,319. Kilroy Silk, Robert, Veritas Party Leader Robert Kilroy Silk, 2,957. Kingscott Arthur Jeffrey, UK Independence Party, 941. Are You Serious? Official Monster Raving Looney Party, 287. Simmons David Timothy, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,388. There were
So here
194
we have the result for Airwash, a majority of 7,804 for Labour, 22,472, Conservatives in second place, Liberal Democrats in third place with 7,000, and Robert Kilroy Silk for Veritas sneaks in front of UKIP with 2,957 votes. So he can comfort himself that he beat the UKIP candidate. That much else, I don't think he can comfort himself at all, but then he wasn't trying to earlier on. Swing from Labour to Conservatives, 0.1%. And the share of the vote here, Labour 44.5, Conservatives on 30%. And here's the change in share of the vote, down 4.8% for Labour, Conservatives down 4.5%, Liberal Democrats up 2.5%, and the biggest increase in the share of the change in share of vote is 5.8, but that is precisely because Robert Kilroy Silk was starting from zero.
Proud to represent Airwash for the last 8 years.
While the Labour victor gives her speech, Katie is still with Ian Hislop, who was cut off so rudely in his prime. Back to them.
And we certainly don't want that, do we, Jonathan? No, I think that we saw democracy in action. If ever you've seen it before, we had Monster Raving Loonies, we had the Independent Church of Elvis, and we had Kilroy Silk. I'm not trying to draw any conclusions from that. I'll let you do that.
Those are the serious parties, obviously, and then there were the other ones. No, I think what we've seen now is Veritas. The truth is, no one's interested in Kilroy, but he had a few votes. I mean, 2,000 is almost respectable, but it doesn't matter anymore. The TAN party's finished. He managed to end the UKIP challenge by leaving them, and his new party has sort of ended itself. So I think that's it for Kilroy.
Do you think had he and UKIP stayed as one, they would have made any more impact, do you think? I mean,
no, because everyone avoided Europe in this election almost entirely. The idea was that we pretend we're going to deal with it later. But actually, the Tory party didn't want to talk about it, and Labour certainly don't want to talk about it. So it was sidelined. So in a sense, we've gone back to the big parties, and Kilroy becomes Elvis, really.
And he's left the building.
And he's gone.
Yeah. Now, we were talking before about the fact that it has been, so far, and it's not close of play yet, but it's been a little bit disappointing, a little bit predictable, perhaps. Certainly not dramatic enough for us to see Michael Howard resigning in the morning, is it? I mean, we're not going to see any dramatic moments like that tomorrow.
No, what I was hoping at the beginning of the evening was that we'd have a result which meant that all the party leaders had to resign. You know, a result just there on the hung parliament, which meant they'd all embarrassed themselves and they all had to go. But as it turns out, I think they're all going to stay. We're going to have almost exactly what we had before. Howard's going to say we've built on it, we can move forward to the future. Blair's going to say this is what happens, you know, third time round, we get a limited majority. And Kennedy's going to say we've done terribly well, we're on the way. So the whole point of the election is sort of... it's up in the air for me.
Yes, time for lots of creativity in the private eye offices, I can see, over the next few years.
No, at the moment, unless more changes when I've gone to bed, it is seriously disappointing.
Well, on that slightly glum note, thank you, though, for your input, and I'll hand back to you, Jonathan, in the studio.
A very smiley but very disappointed Ian Hislop. Bethnal Green, the count's coming very soon. we know is very tight. We think that, in fact, George Galloway has taken it from Labour for his Respect Party, but there's been a lot of toing and froing. The person with her back to there in white is Una King, who was in the seat until this election, a loyal Labour Blairite. I should say that you should look at the bottom there, Labour on 306 now, so even if she does go down, Labour is not being held up unduly en route to 324, which will signal formally that Labour has won this election. The Conservatives behind on 131. We're actually predicting for the Conservatives 196 in the final analysis. Liberal Democrats, we're predicting 59, and we're predicting Labour with a majority now of 74. 74 is our prediction on a 3.3 swing from Labour to Conservative. But this result is a one-off. We've talked about it before. It is something that the Labour Party people dislike intensely. But as we heard from Alex Salmond, Roy Hattersley, those who are as passionately anti-war as people like Alex Salmond are regard this as the kind of punishment that the Labour government deserves.
Yeah, well, I was anti-war, but it seems to me to be quite extraordinary. The voting in general election, which is supposed to be about the next 5 years, retrospectively about what happened in the last 5 years. The idea of voting to punish a government seems to me to be crackers in terms of national interest. You want to choose a government for the future, not recriminate about the past.
But if you believe, as they do, rightly or wrongly, they believe sincerely they were lied to, as Michael Howard was saying, you don't vote for someone if you actually believe that, who you believe to be a liar, do you?
Well, it depends what that someone's going to do. If you believe, as Alex Salmond...
Believe all politicians are liars and it doesn't matter?
Well, no, I don't believe the Prime Minister lied.
No, I'm not suggesting you do.
Much as I oppose what he did, I don't believe he lied. But if you're like Alex Salmond, as he's supposed to be, and wants high levels of public expenditure, if he wants continued devolution for Scotland, all those things the Prime Minister talked about in his Labour Club, well, you vote for those. The notion we'll give the Prime Minister a bloody nose is frankly not a very grown-up way of behaving.
OK, thank you. We've got now two of our reporters, Tom Bradby at Tory Party headquarters and Shirley Ghosh with the Lib Dems. First of all, Tom, what's the feedback you're getting from there? You've been allowed inside there. There was some talk you wouldn't be allowed into the headquarters.
Well, that was yesterday. I mean, we said to them yesterday that it really is going to look a bit ridiculous if we're not inside, so they relented and let us in. I mean, I think the general mood here has been, not ecstatic. I think they're reasonably pleased at the way things have gone. But I think, they've been talking about the same kind of things you've been talking about, inevitably, about how localised the campaign is, how all kinds of different factors seem to have affected it. And, of course, a lot of the discussion has been, why are we doing well? From their point of view, why are they doing well in London? But they're then saying, well, why are we not doing well elsewhere? So I think that's or as well elsewhere. So those are the kind of discussions they're having, and I think when this is all over, they're going to need to look very carefully to the future and think about, how they reach out immediately to seats in the Midlands, for example. And I think it's very clear that they're going to try and start that strategy there, those kind of thoughts immediately that this is over.
Are they more or less accepting that our prediction of just under 200 or so is likely to be the result, the share that they will have?
Yes, I think so, because I think a lot of seats that they were really hoping, I mean, take, for example, Portsmouth North, I think they were really hoping that that was going to come in for them. It hasn't. There are quite a lot of other seats that they were really sort of thinking would come and haven't. Others that have been very close. Battersea was another one. So I think they are sort of increasingly sort of accepting of the predictions that this is roughly how it'll end up.
Tom, thanks very much. And Shirley Ghosh is with the Lib Dems. Are they modestly happy, exultant, or somewhere between the two?
Well, it's been a pretty mixed bag all night. There's been sort of loud applause and cheers and whoops and cries, punctuated by moments of disappointment. What they're talking about is the gains that they've made from Labour, the rather significant swings that have gone from Labour to the Lib Dems. For example, in Hornsey and Wood Green, that was a 12% swing. They've made one target seat to their number one target seat, which they were really hoping to get. That was their first gain from the Conservatives. That was Taunton. But there's also been disappointment because, as you pointed out during the programme, their decapitation strategy simply did not work. They were really hoping to oust Oliver Letwin and David Davis. That didn't come off, and that led to some disappointment. They've lost the seat in Newbury. But overall, I think there's been more cheers than depression here.
Shirley, thank you very much. Michael Howard in Folkestone is arriving at his count in a moment. We will be able to see that. There's Birmingham Ladywood. Claire Short is back into Birmingham Ladywood. You can see that as well. Here is Michael Howard with Mrs. Howard. Everyone thought she had a rather good campaign. There were mixed views about his campaign. It was thought to be very, very efficient by almost everyone. Some people thought it was nasty, others thought it was honest. How did you read his campaign, Michael?
I thought it was in two halves, really. I thought the first half was very good. I thought they got the economic numbers sorted out very nicely. Then the second half was rather different. It was immigration and the liar campaign, which personally I found pretty distasteful. And I suppose we're seeing tonight in the results that whilst it may have given them some lift, it hasn't got them beyond 200, so it certainly wasn't a knockout strategy.
And so therefore you think that the Linton Crosby approach is something that shouldn't be copied again?
Well,
I mean, he's the Australian...
I think Australia is a different place to the United Kingdom, and I just don't think you can lift tactics from one hemisphere and put them in another.
We have 313 to Labour now. 313 seats have gone to Labour, and at 324 we will formally declare that Labour will form the next government. Also noting here that the Shadow Education Secretary, Tim Collins, it's being reported that his count is very close. He wasn't actually one of the top decapitation potential candidates, but it is said that his count is very close. Nick?
Which would be very interesting indeed, and it may show that by highlighting 4 years in advance who you're going to try and decapitate, you don't do it because everybody knows it's going to happen. Tim Collins relaxed a bit because he was worried last time round, but he relaxed a bit up there in Westmoreland, and it may be that he's relaxed rather too much. It's worth saying, as we look at pictures of Michael Howard, that they are pleased to see the words Tory gain on the television screen for the first time in a long time, but when they ponder that they will have fewer seats at the end of this evening, we think, than Michael Foot did in 1983.
They've got another one, incidentally, while you're talking about gains. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick. Scarborough and Whitby, the Conservatives have gained. There's another gain that they can chalk up.
That's right, and there are many gains they can look to, but a whole series of seats I've looked at as we've gone through that you expected to go tonight, even on the basis of our exit poll. Hove and Birmingham, Edgbaston and Portsmouth South and Batley and Spen, Vale of Glamorgan, Battersea, Pendle, seats held when Margaret Thatcher and John Major were in office, and they haven't managed to get them tonight.
And one more thing, this just shows this topsy-turvy evening. A Conservative majority in Solihull looks as though, at least the Liberal Democrats are claiming that they're going to take Solihull, which would mean overtaking a 19% Tory majority there.
And would be particularly bad news for the Tories because Solihull's always been held up as an example of a metropolitan area in which the Tories have got seats. Now, the Lib Dems have wanted to say, to try and get three-party politics truly going, look, actually the Tories are dying off in Scotland and Wales and in the metropolitan areas. Solihull would be another example they'd use to advance that case.
And as Michael Howard walks through where the count is being held, Colin, can you help us a bit on the Tory success or predicament?
Well, what I've actually been looking at, Jonathan, which may help us along a little bit, is turnout. You remember that when we were here 4 years ago, there was a lot of really panic about how turnout had fallen, and since then we've had this extension of postal voting, which was meant to help. Well, according to the results we've got so far, turnout tonight is up, but it's only up about 2%. And one explanation that relates to the Tory predicament is the one type of seat where turnout has gone up much more than that, about 5% on average, is in those seats where they were defending themselves from the Liberal Democrats, the decapitation strategy again. Both parties have been throwing everything clearly into those contests. The voters respond, they go to the ballot box. It's worth campaigning, it's worth parties approaching voters. They get some response, they got response in Bethnal Green and Bow, they get response where they think it's going to be a close fight, and they may see an interesting outcome.
Colin, thanks very much. Now, this programme started yesterday, you may have known that, and it's now whatever it is, 4 o'clock in the morning, which means that the morning papers are already out and available, and at the party, they've both got them down there. Mark, I don't know, is it Mark's got them?
Yeah, Jonathan, we're in the London Eye, and we do have the first editions of the papers, but sad to say they're already out of date for most of them. I've got Andrew Neil with me and Andrew Porter from the Sunday Times. Andrew Neil, what are you noticing in the papers?
I'm sorry to say I'm a broadcaster, but I'm also a newspaper man. On a night like this, the newspapers are almost wholly useless because they've already had a go to press and they don't know the result. We all knew Labour was going to win. The question was the size of the majority. If you take the Sun, it's a dead cert, it says, but the Mail says angry voters give Blair a shock. But we don't know how big the shock was.
No, but you get an idea of the take that the papers
But as you know, tonight's story is not the fact that Labour's won. Tonight's story is what is the size of the Labour majority. And even as we broadcast, I mean, we came on air tonight saying the Labour majority would be 66. When we spoke earlier on this programme, it was going to be, what, 82, 83?
Now 76.
It's now down to 76. Yeah. That's the story, because there are two people who have to win tonight. One is the Labour Party, the other is Mr Blair. Now, the Labour Party will win. What we don't yet know, because it depends on the size of the majority, is has Mr Blair won?
Andrew Porter, you've got the Guardian and the Telegraph diametrically opposed politically.
Absolutely.
What have they got?
I think the Guardian is saying Labour edges towards victory, and the Daily Telegraph is saying Blair's majority is slashed. I think the interesting thing is yesterday's papers on the day of the poll were all predicting a very easy sort of walk in the park for Mr Blair and the Labour Party. I think what we've seen tonight is actually it hasn't been that. And inside the Guardian and the Telegraph, they're both saying that the war has been a key factor in this, and this is why this majority, instead of being towards 100 and over 100, is going to be between sort of 60 and 80. And I think that is the story. The papers yesterday were predicting an easy ride for him. I think these papers are, particularly the very pro-Labour Guardian, saying edges towards victory. That is not a positive headline.
It isn't. Yet if you'd won by any party that wins this country by 70 seats, that's not edging towards victory. That's a hell of a result. 70 seats is huge. It's more than Mrs Thatcher won.
Clearly not compared to what they did have.
That's absolutely true. And but in the context of this battle, which has been which shows you the confines of this battle, that it's all been built around anything below 70, is a good result for Michael Howard. Incredible as it seems historically.
But what about in broad terms, the way the papers have covered the campaign? I mean, the Daily Mail backed the Tories viciously against Tony Blair as well, weren't they?
Which they did not do in 1997. They were very lukewarm towards John Major. They didn't do it in 2001 because they didn't think the Tories were going to win, rightly. This time they have thrown their weight. They've run a very, I mean, you can have your view whether it's right or wrong, but in terms of a newspaper, they ran it. If the Tories had run a campaign as good as the Daily Mail campaign, the Tories might have done a bit better.
All right, well, that's the morning papers. Straight back to Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Two pieces of news. One is that the Westmoreland seat of Tim Collins, there is a recount there. So it, as I suggested earlier, it obviously is very close. And while we were at the pod, they were on the pod at the Millennium Wheel, the Lib Dems gained Solihull. We have got Folkestone in the background. We will be at the Folkestone count, where Michael Howard will see how he has done, how the voters of Folkestone Hyde have regarded him. But meanwhile, with us is Helen Liddell, who was a Scottish MP and is now going to become the High Commissioner for Australia, assuming that this victory is achieved. What's your take on it? You're now liberated. Well, you're a diplomat, so you're not really liberated, but you don't have to speak the party line.
Well, yeah, I think it is actually amazing that we have a situation where we are looking at a third Labour term when you consider that not so very long ago we were being written off as never again being capable of being elected. And I've been around a very, very long time, and I went through all the days in the 80s when time after time I came into studios like this to explain away Labour defeats. And now looking at the prospect of a third Labour term is really quite amazing. And even a figure of upwards of 70 is still quite a remarkable result.
72 we're on
for
the moment.
any party in any circumstances.
Why are they all saying, your former colleagues, why are they all saying, yes, we've got to listen? I said to Ruth Kelly, you've got to listen to these. We have got to start to listen. Start to listen.
Well, I think we have been listening, but I think
you just didn't hear.
There is a message from every election, and this election, I think the message has got to be that we have to engage much more intimately and much more directly with the population. British politics is changing. When you have a situation where people, I think, thought they could vote for the Liberal Democrats and it was a sort of no-pain situation.
It's now a serious thing.
Yeah, it's now serious, and you have the Conservatives more or less, frankly, flatlining. Despite all the
it could be that, as we've been suggesting, that what we're into is a new era of genuine three-party politics.
It could be. We could be going into a new political dimension altogether that in the United Kingdom we've not had to deal with before. Obviously, as a Scot, I'm quite used to dealing with that kind of complexity, and it does mean that the electorate becomes much more sophisticated.
More of this in a while, but now, though, it's time for us to link up with ITV newsrooms around the United Kingdom for more on what's been happening where you are tonight. So just join us again in a couple of minutes.
Very good morning to you. Well, one of the biggest upsets of the night has come from Guildford in Surrey, in our region, where the Tories have gained the seat after 2 recounts. Anne Milton is celebrating victory over Sue Doughty with a 347-vote majority to unseat the Liberal Democrats for the second time tonight, because they also lost their seat at Newbury in Berkshire. Out goes the sitting MP, David Rendell, to be replaced by Richard Benyon on his 3rd attempt to win the seat. Another Lib Dem, Sandra Gidley, looks under threat at Romsey in Hampshire. A second recount is taking place there at the moment. There are recounts as well in Crawley and Gillingham. Meanwhile, there's been a comfortable Conservative hold in Windsor. Their new candidate, Adam Afriyie, becomes the region's only black Member of Parliament. They've also held on to Woking. Humphrey Mallin's re-elected there. Shadow Chancellor Oliver Letwin will be serving another term in Dorset West. And the Conservatives have also held Canterbury in Kent. Julian Brazier retains his seat. Well, here are the other areas where the Tories return to Parliament. In Dorset, they've kept both Bournemouth seats. In Kent, they've won Tunbridge Wells, Faversham and Mid-Kent, Ashford and Sevenoaks. They've kept hold of Eastbourne in Sussex. Moving to the Thames Valley, Bracknell and Wokingham have also been retained by the Conservatives. Meanwhile, Labour have held on to their seat in Dover, with Gwyn Prosser winning by more than 5,000 votes. Elsewhere, Southampton remains a stronghold for Labour. They've retained both seats in the city, Itchen and Test. They've also held both Brighton, Kemptown and Brighton Pavilion, and fought off a strong Conservative challenge to keep Hove by a narrow margin of 400. Sittingbourne and Sheppey also remain Labour territory. The Liberal Democrats, they're celebrating victory in Dorset, Mid and Poole North. They've increased their slender majority of 400 to 5,000. Liberal Democrats also held Portsmouth South and retained Eastleigh by just over 500. That's all from me for the moment. I'm back at 6:40. Hope to see you then.
Welcome back to those of you who've been picking up what's been happening in your area. And every single area this evening has been exciting. There can't be one dull area in the whole of the country because of the way the votes have been going. We are now predicting a Labour majority slightly lower than where we were about 10 minutes ago. A Labour majority now we are predicting of 70. Now look down here on your tally. Labour 317 votes, Conservatives 143, the Liberal Democrats on 48, although we're still predicting they in the end will have 59 votes, and the rest on 12. That means we are only seven seats away now from declaring that the Prime Minister will have achieved that record 3rd term. We know it's going to happen, but nonetheless, in politics, the moment at which it happens is a very signal thing in a democracy that you believe in. So, meanwhile, slightly less pompously, let's go to the summary. And here we have it, 520 seats in, 317 very close to the 324 winning post, 143 so far the Conservatives, the 48 for the Liberal Democrats. 520 seats so far in. The gains and losses, the Labour Party so far has lost 33 seats, the Conservatives have gained 21, the Liberal Democrats have so far gained 9, and the rest have gained 3. 2 of those being independents, 1 of those being independents. Barbara Roche, I should have pointed out before, is out of her Midland seat, and Stephen Twigg is out of Enfield Southgate. Both of them Labour Party politicians, one a minister and Barbara Roche a former minister. And Labour have lost Braintree, Hebble Hempstead and the Wrekin. 3 Labour seats down. And here is a gain in Hammersmith and Fulham for the Conservatives with a majority of 5,000. The swing from Labour to Conservatives, 7.4%, one of these southern seats which is having these slightly bigger gains. And Harwich, the Conservative, have gained with a majority of 920. The swing from Labour to Conservative, smaller, 3.6%. And here is Guildford. The Conservatives have gained Guildford, which has been to and fro over the years, with a tiny majority of 347. The swing from Liberal Democrat to Conservative there, 0.9%. And Weston-super-Mare, the Conservatives have gained Weston-super-Mare from the Liberal Democrats, a majority of 2,079. Conservatives 19,804, swing 2.5%. Let us now go to Folkestone, where we are about to hear that Michael Howard, the leader of the Conservative Party, is almost, maybe, could conceivably be knocked out, but very unlikely given what has happened to the others who are subject to the decapitation strategy. Well, it has to be said that Tim Collins, who's apparently there is a recount there, we know there's a recount there, was very close. But Michael Howard is not looking to me like someone who thinks that he's lost his seat in Folkestone and Hyde, is he, Nick?
No, I think he's been comfortable all along, frankly, with the fact that he would win this seat. I wonder how comfortable he is tonight with the number of gains he's got, because although we're hearing Tory gains in your summary there, it's a pretty small number. We see this dramatic fall in Labour's majority, no dramatic increase in the number of Tory seats, and I think when they sit down in the House of Commons they'll realise just how big that Labour Party is they're facing.
He's been here since 1983 in this seat.
That's right, he came into Parliament at the same time as Tony Blair. He's had rather less fortunate circumstances, although he did have a long period in government, of course, as a minister, and will have enjoyed that. But what's in his mind now about whether to stay or whether to go? He may hint at that now, but it may be a little early. There are Conservatives already ringing journalists, and have been for 3 or 4 days, telling us that we will speak out on Friday.
He's within 4 seats now of knowing that he's not going to be the Prime Minister as he would want it, and other news in is the Liberal Democrats have regained Brent East, that by-election seat that they won with a massive swing towards them of 28% in 2003, so it's good news for the Liberal Democrats. We'll now hear whether Michael Howard is in with a majority that he would like or not.
Being the returning officer at the parliamentary election for the Folkestone and Hyde constituency, held on 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Carroll Peter Damien, Liberal Democrat, 14,481. Yeah. Hazel Francis, the Green Party, 688.
Yeah! Rock and roll! Only landslide!
Dunn Sylvia, Peace and Progress, 22.
Yeah! What's wrong with?
Holdsworth Petrina Alexandra, UK Independence Party, 619.
Yeah!
Howard Michael, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,161.
A very good result for Michael Howard. He'll be, no wonder he's looking so happy. Personal reward, at least, for the tough, hard campaign he fought.
Hilton Potts Rodney, the Get Britain Back Party, 153. Jug Lord Toby, the official monster raving loony party, 175. Leon Smith Graham, Senior Citizens Party, 151. Thomason Maureen, the Labour Party candidate, 6,053. And I do hereby...
So here is the result, a majority of 11,669 to Michael Howard. Liberal Democrats in second place, 26,000 versus 14,480. The swing from Liberal Democrats to Conservative, 5.6%. But look down there on that tally, Labour 320. It does nothing to get Michael Howard anything like as close as he would have wished to be to Downing Street.
Mr. High Sheriff, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you, Mr. High Sheriff, the acting returning officer, and all those who have worked so hard and put in the long hours that have been necessary to make the arrangements for this election work as smoothly as they have. I also want to thank the police, who have, as usual, played their vital part in these arrangements. It's a great burden on them, and I want to express my appreciation for everything they too have done. I want to thank my agent, Bob Davidson,
How about that? Lovely man. Hey!
and the most wonderful and dedicated band of helpers and workers who have worked so hard, so relentlessly, and so enthusiastically to give us this fantastic result. The fact that my majority has almost doubled makes me feel very humble indeed. I'd like to commiserate with my various opponents, and I'd like above all to thank the people of this constituency, this wonderful constituency, which I have had the honour and the privilege to represent for over 20 years now. I have always said that representing this constituency is the greatest privilege I have had in the whole of my political career. I have always tried to do my best for all my constituents. I will certainly continue to do that, continue to work hard, continue to do all in my power to advance the interests and the welfare of everyone who lives in this constituency, and I'm enormously grateful for the vote of confidence which they have placed in me today. I'd like also to congratulate Robert Bliss and Susan Carey, the two successful county council candidates whose results have so far been announced. It looks from the way in which the national results are going that Mr. Blair is going to win a third term for Labour. And I congratulate him on that victory. I believe that the time has now come for him to deliver on the things that really matter to the people of our country. And if he does in his third term, then he will have my full support. If he does deliver on the need for cleaner hospitals, for school discipline, for more police, for value for money, and for controlled immigration, he will indeed have my support. But the time has now come for action and not talk from him. For our party, for the Conservative Party, I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery. I am proud of the campaign that we have fought. We have taken a stand on the things that really do matter to the people of our country. We have sent a message to Mr. Blair. And in the next Parliament, we will be able to form a stronger opposition. I'm proud of the fact that we will have the first black Conservative Member of Parliament in the next Parliament.
How about that?
That we will, that we will have a British Asian on the Conservative benches in the next Parliament, and that we will have many excellent new women members of Parliament in that Parliament. So for the Conservative Party, this election marks a real advance towards our recovery. The task which faces us in the next Parliament is to complete that recovery, and it's a task which I'm sure everyone in the Conservative Party will address with real relish. Thank you all very much indeed.
Michael Howard there effectively conceding defeat, congratulating Mr. Blair, Tony Blair, on his victory, but saying that for the government the time has come to deliver. If he does deliver, then he will have my support. But he also said in relation to his own party, the Conservative Party, it's been a significant step forwards towards our recovery this election. I'm proud of the campaign that we fought, he said, obviously referring to some of those who didn't like the campaign, and he said we sent a message to Mr. Blair, and in the next Parliament we will form a stronger opposition, a stronger opposition. We're now on 321 votes, only 321 seats, only 3 away from victory. Doubling his vote there, Michael Portillo, he doubling his vote there is a signal achievement, whether or not you agree with parts of his campaign.
Yeah, it's certainly not the sort of thing I was very good at. No, he's done very well. He's got a very good personal vote in his own seat.
There's a big buck coming.
Well, the sad thing is, if in 1997 any Tory had been told...
322 to Labour now, sorry to interrupt you.
If in 1997 any Tory had been told that 8 years later we'd have 195 seats, we would not have been very pleased with that.
Gerald, you've got our man there.
Yeah, a portrait of Michael Howard, and I very much agree with Michael. I thought it was awful when he whipped up the fears on immigration and so forth, so I've got him going back to the sewer, and the rats here are running away.
Your satire is getting more and more biting as we go through the evening, isn't it? Liberated Nick.
Hopefully.
Stay on that picture while Nick talks.
I think that this result does mean that although there's unlikely to be calls for an immediate leadership contest, there will be an immediate and quite bitter debate in the Conservative Party about what they did wrong. He has not passed Michael Foot's number of seats, 209. We are not projecting
that's in 1983, in that 1983
That's right.
Catastrophe for Labour.
Absolute catastrophe. The electoral system, it has to be said, is rather crueler to the Conservative Party than it was to Michael Foot's Labour Party. Michael Foot, only had 27% of the vote and got 209 seats. We're projecting the Tories could have as high as 34% of the votes and get below that. Nevertheless, you have to live with the electoral system you've got, and I have no doubt at all now that senior Conservatives will come out and say, enough is enough. We have not had this debate in our party for 3 terms, and we're going to damn well have it now. And I think you'll have that, but many of those people will not want Howard to go. They'll want him to sit there while the debate is had.
323. We are now 1-1. There it is. 324 to Labour. So ITV at this moment declares formally that the Labour Party, Tony Blair, has won this election, a record achievement for Labour, a record achievement for Tony Blair. Labour is forming the next government of the United Kingdom. Helen Little, we're going to go to Bethnal Green, where there's a very tight fight there, and see the result there. We shall soon be there, but as we go there, Helen,
can I ask the candidates,
what do you make of this? This is Bethnal Green and Bow, where we're pretty certain that Una King's going down to George Galloway. Not a good night for you there.
It's a very sad night, very distressing night.
And one that you explain how.
It's hard without detailed local knowledge, but it looks as if it's been a particularly vicious and nasty campaign, and Una King is an exceptionally talented black woman.
This is actually, at the moment, we thought it was Bethnal Green, but as happens in these things, the same place is used for different results, and this is Poplar and Canning Town that is we're about to hear now. So I think we'll probably take it if we need to, but meanwhile, let's go back to the victory. It's only fair, Helen Little, to let you have a chance to have your say on this achievement.
Well, it makes Tony Blair probably, well, definitely the most successful Labour Prime Minister ever, and one of the most successful United Kingdom Prime Ministers. I think this has only ever been done twice before with Mrs Thatcher and Palmerston.
Here's the man from Scotland as well, as likely to be the next Labour Party, Gordon Brown. I'm told he's at the National Portrait Gallery. It must be in Scotland. I don't know why he's gone there. He's not at the National Portrait Gallery in London. At least I doubt it.
I think he is.
London.
He should be
That's
in
the location as I understand the party's official party. Labour were trying to keep quiet that they were having a celebration and a party.
Well, in case they couldn't have a celebration. So that is the celebration. So he is in London. He's at the National Portrait Gallery in London. I don't know if there's portraits in there, but I guess it will be one day if it isn't yet. But to come to the politics of this, Helen, how long is it before, we've had this conversation before, how long is it before Tony Blair heeds the siren voices and says, yes, I've got to step down now. Gordon deserves his term. Without him, I would never have had this kind of result. He could have dished me and he didn't.
Well, I think you've got to bear in mind that it looks as if it's going to be a really quite significant result for Tony Blair, and he has said that he will not fight another general election. And we can speculate indefinitely as to when the time will come that he will instigate a leadership election, and there is no doubt that Gordon Brown and Tony Blair are probably the most effective team we have seen in recent British political history. And that team worked very, very effectively in this campaign, as they have over 2 periods of a Labour government.
OK, I'm going to take a pause there. In a moment, we'll be at Bethnal Green and Bow for that result as it comes through, and any of the other quick ones. And with this thought that are predicting a Labour majority of 70, we're going to take a very short break. And don't go to bed. You won't miss anything if you stay with us. You will if you go to bed. See you in a moment.
There are plenty of little things to stop you watching TV, but now there's a little thing to help you. TV Easy, your handy little TV guide.
If you buy a customised swimming pool, you'll get exactly what you want, but it costs you more. However, if you book the different parts of your tailor-made holiday at expedia.co.uk, you can get exactly what you want, but it costs you less. Much less. Expedia.co.uk. Create your perfect trip.
People in love. Good friends. New mums. Families. Whoever you are, when you join TalkTalk, every call you make to each other on your landline is free. Forever. TalkTalk. Let's do it together.
Cuprinol sprayable. The fastest and easiest way to do your fence.
I got into it about 2 years ago, you know. It took me ages to find a good one. One lady owner. There she is.
The best thing is going to the meets.
You just meet other wavers, swap technical stuff.
She's lowered, shifts. She do 950 watts from standing.
When you get there's always some bad boys up for a burn. I mean, most of my mates are just in it for the laughs, but I've gone full-time. Now I'm being sponsored by, like, the biggest name on the scene.
Rustlers, not to tasty in 70 seconds.
You can be more stylish.
You can be more shapely.
You can be warmer and brighter.
You can be a gourmet.
Have more fun.
You can think bigger.
And you can be smarter.
B&Q lets you do more in your garden for less than you thought possible.
More and more people are talking to each other for free with TalkTalk, a landline company from the Carphone warehouse.
Buy any new Citroën car before the end of May and pay no VAT. Go on, beat VAT.
Welcome back. I said you wouldn't miss anything. We're going straight over now to Bethnal Green and Bow for this very tight seat. This is Una King, who sounds as though she's going down to George Galloway.
Result of the parliamentary election for the Bethnal Green and Bow constituency. I, Christine Gilbert, being the acting returning officer at the election of the Member of Parliament for the Bethnal Green and Bow constituency, held on Thursday the 5th of May 2005, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Syed Nurul Islam Dulu, Liberal Democrats, 4,928. Agiro et Evia, Alliance for Change, Restore People's Freedom, 68. Shahagir Bakht Farouk, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,244. John Patrick William Foster, the Green Party candidate, 1,950. George Galloway, Respect, 15,801. Una Tamsin King, the Labour Party candidate, 14,978.
Has taken Bethnal Green and Bow from the Labour Party. Una King is out of Parliament, out of Westminster. This is a result which will very much shock and dismay Labour loyalists, but those who are deeply opposed to the war in Iraq will say we're very glad of it. The majority, very slight, 823. Respect Party, George Galloway, 15,801. Una King for Labour, 14,978. There is a huge swing there from Labour to Respect, but Respect didn't exist until this election, of 26.2%.
Mr. Blair,
let us listen now to George Galloway.
For Iraq, this defeat that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq. All the people you killed, all the lies you told have come back to haunt you. And the best thing the Labour Party could do is sack you tomorrow morning as soon as they get back to work. New Labour plumbed new depths in this campaign. And now the police and the courts will try to fathom exactly what they have been up to. But it was no aberration. The reason this count has taken so long, the reason the turnout is so low, the reason that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ghost figures on the electoral roll, the reason that the postal ballots were only 68% of those who applied for them is because the London borough of Tower Hamlets is in the grip of a corrupt political culture. And when we begin our campaign on Monday to take control of this borough council, it will be as a new broom to sweep that political culture of corruption away. Una King boasted she was going to finish me off. But let me be kinder to her than she was to me. I have not finished her off. Una King is an able person who will be back in politics and in Parliament, and the defeat was not her defeat this evening. It was a defeat for Tony Blair and New Labour and all of the betrayals. And I would like to thank, on behalf of everyone, Una King for the 8 years she spent as the Member of Parliament in this constituency, and wish her well in what I'm sure will be a resumed and long parliamentary career. Madam Returning Officer, I must thank the workers here tonight and on the polling stations today, but I cannot thank you or the management of the Borough of Tower Hamlets. You have presided over a shambles of an election, a shambles of an electoral roll. You have presided over postal vote applications and ghost voters which would disgrace a banana republic. and it's about time you tendered your resignation. Thank you very much to all those who voted for me. In East London, a new political power is born. Oli Rahman, 20% next door. East Ham and West Ham, respect, have come second with 20 and 24% respectively. There is a revolt spreading throughout East London against the betrayals of New Labour, and you ain't seen nothing yet.
So, George Galloway, aside from a gracious reference to Una King and the likelihood of her returning, making a very bitter speech after a bitter campaign, bitter and hostile to Tony Blair, and some extraordinarily powerful allegations against the administration of Tower Hamlets. You don't often, under these circumstances, hear anything like that, but here's Una King now.
Constituency staff, organiser, and my excellent and such a loyal campaign team. They've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you. I'd also like to thank my husband, friends, family, and my extended family here in the East End, not just for the last 8 weeks, but for the last 8 years. I joined the Labour Party over 20 years ago because I wanted to see a fairer society. I wanted to see the poorest people in Britain getting a fairer share. And I wanted to see a society where everyone, whatever their background, race or colour, had the opportunity to achieve their full potential. That's why I got into politics, and that's why I was so happy to have represented this constituency for 8 years. It has been the best job in the world, and I have been so proud of what Labour has achieved. Labour members of Parliament working with a Labour Council, working with a Labour government to make real improvements in the lives of people here. It's clear that Britain is set for another 4 years of a Labour government, and I'm very happy for the country as a whole, because I know that only Labour is committed to delivering on health, education, jobs, housing, police on the beat.
So Una King there, the outgoing Member of Parliament for Bethnal Green and Bow, saying her farewells. There is incidentally, not incidentally, rather intriguingly, there's a recount in Crawley. There's been a mass of recounts going on. Labour held Crawley with a 17% majority. It was a very distant Conservative target, but there is there a recount. But now for the news of the night, back to Mary Nightingale. Mary.
Thanks, Jonathan. In the last few minutes, the Conservative leader Michael Howard has congratulated Tony Blair on his 3rd election victory. Looking relaxed, Mr. Howard said the Tories would now be able to form a stronger opposition, and he warned Mr. Blair it was time to deliver.
If he does deliver on the need for cleaner hospitals, for school discipline, for more police, for value for money, and for controlled immigration, he will indeed have my support. But the time has now come for action and not talk from him.
Tony Blair has said Labour can be very, very proud of winning an historic 3rd term. Mr. Blair, who celebrates his birthday today, had looked sombre when he attended his count at Sedgefield earlier. But speaking at the local Labour club, the Prime Minister sounded much more upbeat.
And I know that there are lots of lessons to learn. But I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic 3rd term victory. And I feel proud too, not just of the changes we have made, but of what we can now do with this mandate. Because one thing is for sure, the Conservative Party, people did not want back.
There have, though, been significant Labour defeats. Stephen Twigg lost the Enfield Southgate seat he gained from Michael Portillo in 1997. And as we saw in the last few seconds, Una King has lost a bitterly fought battle to George Galloway of the anti-war Respect Party in Bethnal Green and Bow. In the last hour, the Liberal Democrat leader, Charles Kennedy, has said he's proud of his party's performance. Solihull just the latest of some dramatic gains. Mr. Kennedy was speaking at the count in his Inverness constituency, where he was joined by his wife and baby. He said the party would embrace the challenges ahead.
The era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome. I think it is a healthy development, and I think that what we are seeing taking place in terms of the progress of the Liberal Democrats right across the land, in Scotland, in Wales, and right throughout England, is something to celebrate.
The Scottish Nationalists say they're delighted with their results tonight. Alex Salmond's party have won 2 seats from Labour, Western Isles and Dundee East. But there's been disappointment for Plaid Cymru, who've gone down a seat. And that's about all the news for now. Back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you very much. Liam Fox, who is the co-chairman of the Conservative Party, joins us now from Woodspring in his constituency. Dr. Fox, thank you so much for staying there for us. Most kind of you. It's not a great night for you. We were suggesting in the discussion here, we're projecting, what, 196 seats for you now, less than 200. Big question marks over where do you go from here, what do you do next?
Well, I think it is a move forward, as Michael Howard said. We'll have new blood in the House of Commons. It will be a stronger opposition. It's very widely drawn. We've got MPs back in Wales, I'm delighted to see. We've been taking seats from the Liberals in the south of England. We've been getting back to some of our traditional stronger territories. That's something we need to build on. We need to
But let me just put it this way to you. The number of seats you've got rivals that. It's exactly the same as Michael Foot got in a catastrophe election for the Labour Party in 1983. Aren't you going to have to start being, can I put it like this, serious about changing yourselves into a party that can actually win elections rather than have successive defeats?
Well, the comparison with Michael Foot, as you know, is an unfair one because he got 27% of the vote at that election. And we've just elected a government in this country now with the lowest share of the popular vote since we became a democracy. So there are a lot of issues will be raised there. But of course, we'll have to sit down and look at the election and see what we could have done better. I think it's always difficult if you're fighting an election against a relatively benign economic backdrop, which clearly is what we faced at this election. It was always a mountain to climb, and Michael Howard made that very clear, and I think the focus and discipline he's given to the campaign has been exemplary. We will now take our time to see how we rebuild from here. As I say, we've got a lot of new blood coming into the House of Commons. It will make us a stronger opposition, and of course a lot of the Labour MPs who are now forming the majority of the new government are in themselves very, very small majorities and will be the targets for us from here on in.
Liam Fox, obviously Michael Howard, you want him to stay on for a while. Do you have a perfectly respectable aspiration yourself to run for leadership if he decides to stand down?
No, I want Michael Howard to continue as leader because I think that the discipline and focus he's given us is something that we've needed for many years, and I think that continuity and stability is something that will be very important to those new members of Parliament coming into the House of Commons, getting guidance from an experienced hand there. I think that's exactly what we want to keep.
I can just tell you, just to cheer you up a little bit, because you're not looking very cheerful, that the Conservatives have gained Gravesham. Thank you very much for joining us, Liam Fox. And now down to Alistair, across to Alistair, who has got a battleground for us, I think. Alistair.
Yes, we have, Jonathan. It seems an awfully long time ago, doesn't it? But we did say that these marginal seats comprising the battleground were always going to be a whole series of individual stories, closely fought, didn't know whether it was going to be a straightforward fight, whether it was going to take a long time to determine it, and goodness knows what happened down in Bethnal Green. Whoever was going to predict that? Let me take this and put it up onto the battleground and just give you some of the stories of the night. And let's start right down here in column 1, Shipley. It's still grey. It's Chris Leslie, the junior Constitutional Affairs Minister. They're now into their 3rd recount, but the word has it that the Conservative Party have taken Shipley. But look, there's Ockhill down there that the Scott Nats had hopes of getting, the Liberal Democrats had hopes of getting, but no, Labour hung on to that. Then if we move along a little bit here into column 3, and there it is right at the very top of it, Calder Valley, again, that was 2 recounts, but eventually they held on to it. And just beneath it, look, Redditch there, Jackie Smith, the troubled industry minister who had to wrestle with all of those MG Rover issues. Maybe the people of Birmingham and Redditch thought she did as good a job as she could. The Labour Party held on to Redditch. And then if we come along here, just beg your pardon, my fault, back down one, the Wrekin. It's a constituency very few of you will have heard of at all, I'm sure, but it's up there in the northwest. Hunting was the big issue. The Conservatives put a lot of effort into the Wrekin, and Peter Bradley was out there. Labour lost the Wrekin. Then, carrying on along here, and we're into column 4 now, and all down there, pretty solid red stuff. Hemel Hempstead just snuck in again. That was a series of recounts there. And also Medway, that was a problematic seat as well. But look up at the top here. There's another Liberal Democrat gain. Bristol West, a strong tradition of Labour support there, but the Liberal Democrats focused on student fees, student finance, and there's a big university there, big former polytechnic. 6% swing gave Bristol West to the Liberal Democrats from the Labour Party. Then right over here, talking of 6%, let me bring you up to here, and we're looking at a whole range of seats there. Leeds North West, that was a new candidate who took the flack from the Liberal Democrat Party, and Battersea, down there at the very bottom, after their early success in Putney, the Tory party really thought they'd be able to pull it off in Battersea. No, again recounts, it just didn't work for them. So, it was always going to be a very complicated battle, but it was always going to be a battle about one place and one place alone. Who was going to be in Downing Street? We told you at the very beginning of the night that it had to be a swing of more than 10.2%. Who's done it before? Well, great names from history. Winston Churchill, 1951, post-war years, a swing of just 1.1%. But he won. After Winston Churchill, a little bit later on, Ted Heath. He had battles, arguments about shares of popular vote and so on and so forth. 2 elections in 1 year, a swing of 4.7%, however, got him in the first place in 1970. He was gone after 4 years. Then, a little bit later on, history was again made, a bigger swing, herself was in. You heard from her down on our boat a little bit earlier on. Swing of 5.2% in 1979. But Michael Howard didn't manage to do it, so it's Blair again in Downing Street for another 4 years.
So thank you. With a majority, we're projecting of 68 from our exit poll, which is 66. In Westmoreland now, Westmoreland and Lonsdale, we are waiting to hear whether or not Tim Collins will get back into the seat. There was a recount there. Here it comes.
Do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Collins, Timothy William George, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,302. Farron, Timothy James, Liberal Democrats, 22,569. Gibson, Robert, UK Independence Party, 660. Kemp, Anthony David, Independent, 309. Reardon, John Bernard, the Labour Party candidate, 3,796. Number of ballot papers rejected was 165.
So there is the shock result from the perspective of the Conservative Party. The biggest head to roll in the Tories, a majority of 267 to the Liberal Democrats, 22,569 votes. Tim Collins, the outgoing Shadow Education Secretary, Tim Collins, 22,302, a swing from Conservative to Liberal Democrats of 3.6% there. Just enough to get rid of Tim Collins. The share of the vote, 45.5 the Liberal Democrats, 44.9 for the Conservatives. So there we have it. I have to say that when we were talking to Tim Collins earlier, he was sounding extremely bubbly and buoyant, saying yes, he was certain to get back in there. He had virtually no doubt that he would do it. Well, that was pride before a fall, wasn't it, Nick?
Yes, not only that, he's now £2,500 worse off, because at the last election the Lib Dems said they'd get him, and on a radio programme I did, he challenged Tim Razzle, who ran the Lib Dem campaign, to a £250 bet. He won. And at this election he said, come on, let's times it times 10. 2,500. So he's not only lost his seat, he's lost £2,500 as far as I'm concerned. And you're right, what's fascinating is that the decapitation strategy names that we were given by the Lib Dems, Michael Howard, of course, Theresa May, Oliver Letwin, David Davis, have not only all held their seats, but pretty comfortably, actually, and most of them have increased their majority. The one name they didn't give, and the one person who thought he was comfortable is gone. He's the education spokesman for the Tories.
But that's exactly
he was Michael Howard's advisor, political advisor, when he was Home Secretary. He used to be a press spokesman for the Tories as well.
And it was David earlier who said, if you're going to decapitate, don't go around shouting
Well,
about
that's
it.
right. I think the decapitation strategy, so-called, was never a strategy at all. I mean, it was a piece of publicity, I think, which backfired. But I think you were being very polite about Tim Collins. He's always conducted himself as though he was really rather arrogant, and I thought his interview earlier in this program was really very sort of, I mean, it was boastful, and he's had a really serious punch on the nose. Yeah.
Okay, well, there we are. We'll be back for more in just a moment. As I say, don't go to bed, don't go off to work if you just got up. Keep watching us. We'll be back in a moment after this break.
Older drivers, they get a great discount at Tesco Car Insurance. Then again, women drivers get a great discount. And teenagers. Even him. Oh, all right, everyone gets our 10% discount online. Tesco Car Insurance, every little helps.
Is this the help desk?
Yes, sir.
I need help with this.
What is it?
It's my invention.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing.
So what's the problem?
Everyone's going to want one.
I see.
My company's small. This is huge.
You need to grow fast.
Exactly.
Can I see it?
Have a look.
Whoa.
Help desk. Think about it. Do you spend £6,000 on a typical small car with 3 doors? Or £500 less on a gorgeous small car with 5 doors? I think we know the answer to that one, don't we? The new Kia Picanto, the thinking person's small car.
Normally, if you only pay for half, you only get half. Not at DFS right now, where everything is half price in the Springtime Choice collection. That's a whole lot of style for half what you'd normally pay. There's 4 years free credit and not a penny to pay for the first year. Half price, right now, only at DFS.
You just can't keep them out, but now you can control them. Those irritating grains of pollen. New Febreze reduces pollen coming from fabrics by 75%. Febreze Pollen and Allergen Reducer. Room to breathe.
It's a Euro Millions rollover! With 9 countries playing, the Euro Millions jackpot is now a massive £15 million. The National Lottery.
Think lucky.
Ted lives in his car. He drives himself, he drives his wife, and he drives his daughter everywhere.
Which pump?
But at least when Ted uses his Morgan Stanley Platinum card, he gets a cashback bonus of up to 2%. This year, he's earned £105, money he's put towards a break from driving. The Morgan Stanley credit card. Why not get paid for the things you buy anyway?
Welcome back with the news that it's nearly 5 o'clock on the 6th of May, the dawn of another Labour government. The headlines. The Prime Minister has won an historic third term, promising to respond, I quote, wisely after his majority has been halved. For the Tories, David Davis and Oliver Letwin are safely back in. Gains for the Tories there are, and for the Liberal Democrats. And still to come, some final impressions from our party on the night's results so far. and we are predicting a Labour majority of 68, which would give Labour in the House 357 seats, the Conservatives 196, and the Liberal Democrats on 61. And Gerald Scarfe, still inexhaustible, with ideas of an increasingly ruthless and terrible kind. Gerald.
Well, this is Tony Blair's delivering the coup de grace here. He's driving the stake through Michael Howard's chest, and I think that's the end of it. I don't think... He will rise again, I suppose, though, and they always do.
There's always resurrection after an election. Normally you're being very rough on Tony Blair. I can remember some of the ones at the very beginning of the evening where you had Tony Blair in a very difficult position in relationship to the rear end of President Bush.
That's right, yeah.
So it's a plague on all the houses, really, isn't it?
It's a plague on all the houses, yes.
And you don't summon up the energy to do anything about Charles Kennedy. You think he's too nice?
I have some Charles Kennedy, but nothing has really come up that I can cotton on to. I'll try in the next hour.
Okay. I know that lots of people want to speak here briefly. You wanted to say something about the share of the vote, David.
It's quite interesting that the Conservative Party, if your predictions are right, are going to finish up with a smaller parliamentary party than Michael Foot had in the disastrous 1983 election. And that was a one-off. This is their third defeat in a row. So I don't think they can be all that happy talking about new opposition, all the rest of it. And the other point I wanted to make is that, again, the electoral system appears to have worked against the Liberal Democrats. We've gone up from nearly 19% to nearly 23%. That should give us, by my calculation, something like 149 MPs. We're only going to have about 60.
Which is still a pretty good performance.
It's very, no, I'm not belittling it.
No, I think the point you're making.
It is, I think, the best Liberal success since Lloyd George, without question.
And Nick, before we do our highlights for the evening,
I just briefly wanted to show you something on Elvis, our election visualizer, just to give you a picture, because there are enough results in now that you can just visually see very powerfully on this how the country has changed. This is how we started the night, 2001. And remember, the height of those blocks is the size of the majorities. And just look particularly in the southeast, and then you'll see what's going on. So let's zoom in on the southeast, tilt it up a bit to see those things. Now that's the beginning of the night. Look at the Tory gains that you see in the southeast, some of them just increasing the majority in seats they already hold. There we are. A huge swathe of blue. But then if you come out again and look at the country as a whole, it is only really in that southeast corner that you see it. For example, Jonathan, if you go back to 2001 there and take another critical area, the Pennines there, up there. There we are, 2001, start of the night. How different is it now? Not very. Huge numbers of seats there in that Pennine area, Yorkshire, Lancashire seats that Margaret Thatcher held, and the Tories have done nothing at all. And just finally, go into the West Midlands, and you see exactly the same thing. 2001, 2005, very little in the way of Tory gains. So they are making a big difference in the south and southeast, but in much of the rest of the country, not much at all.
Not nearly enough. Now, Paul Davis now has for us the story of the night so far. Over to him.
Walking into the history books. Tony Blair acknowledges his supporters as he arrives at his own count at Sedgefield. Already he knows he and Cherie will be returning to Downing Street, and he will be leading the Labour government into an unprecedented third term, albeit with a substantially reduced majority.
Anthony Charles Linton Blair, 24,428.
His personal majority was increased, but he acknowledged the fact that nationwide many Labour supporters had made a protest against his government's actions.
If, and I say if, the predictions are right, it also looks as if the Labour Party is heading for the first time in its history for an historic third term. It's not yet clear, obviously, what the majority is. It seems as if it's clear, but also that the British people wanted the return of a Labour government, but with a reduced majority. And we have to respond to that sensibly and wisely and responsibly. We have to make sure that we focus on the things that matter to people. And I know, too, that Iraq has been a divisive issue in this country. But I hope now that we can unite again and look to the future.
Michael Howard says he's buoyed by the Conservative Party's improved showing, but concedes it's not going to be enough to prevent another Labour victory.
It looks, from the way in which the national results are going, that Mr. Blair is going to win a third term for Labour. And I congratulate him on that victory. I believe that the time has now come for him to deliver on the things that really matter to the people of our country.
A string of Lib Dem gains from Labour had Charles Kennedy in an upbeat mood.
I think it's a hugely encouraging night for the Liberal Democrats and for the quality of British politics in the next Parliament. Really good news, and much more to look forward to.
John Hemmings taking Birmingham Yardley for the Liberal Democrats was a blow for Labour, as was the result in Enfield Southgate, where Tory candidate David Burrows defeated Stephen Twigg, Minister of State for Education. Putney was another to fall to the Tories, as the Labour vote in the South East was squeezed. George Galloway, expelled from Labour, has taken Bethnal Green and Bow for his anti-war Respect Party. Baroness Thatcher, the only previous Prime Minister to win 3 successive elections, has given ITV News a rare interview in which she dealt with comparisons between her style and Tony Blair's.
Sometimes said that the Blair government has been Thatcherite. Do you agree with that?
There might have been a tincture of it, but that is all. He has a long way to come to be purely Thatcherite.
Does he deserve his place in history, do you think, Tony Blair?
I'm not quite sure of his place in history. History will determine that. I wouldn't like to predict it.
That Gordon Brown has been duly elected.
The man expected to become the next Prime Minister, having duly retained his seat at Westminster, was not prepared to talk about when he hopes to take over the top job.
Mr. Brown, will you stand as the next Prime Minister?
I'm here. The first thing I'm here is the Member of Parliament for this constituency, and that is the first thing. The second thing is I'm one of a number of Cabinet members who work under Tony Blair's leadership. I believe we will win this third term.
When he stands down, will you put yourself forward as a candidate?
I believe we will win a third term. I believe that it's a historic achievement for Labour to do so. But we don't have all the results in, and we've got to wait for these.
Will you stand as a candidate?
Nobody's going to say any more than that.
Having thanked his constituency workers, Tony Blair is now travelling south. Later this morning, his birthday, he'll be back in Downing Street before heading for Buckingham Palace at an appointment with the Queen. Paul Davis, ITV News.
Paul, thank you. We were talking earlier about the Conservatives and decapitation and saying that the one person who has been decapitated wasn't even apparently up for the chops as far as what the Liberal Democrat leadership was saying. That's Tim Collins in Westmoreland and Lonsdale. And Alistair, it's an odd one, this, isn't it? Because he was the one who was rather less likely to go than the others.
He was also picking up on something that both you and Nick were talking about earlier on. A crucial figure, really, in many respects, when the Conservative Party tried to go forward from tonight to think about where they're going. One of the younger, one of the brighter figures from the Conservative Research Department as well. But Tim Collins will not feature in that debate as a Member of Parliament. Let me show you why by taking you across into our battleground, which featured all of those decapitation seats. Now there, Taunton is a Liberal Democrat gain. That's Adrian Fluke. That was a gain there quite early on in the day, but then looking at the rest of it, here's Westmoreland. That's at the top of column 3. That's the Tim Collins seat that we've just been talking about. 3.7% swing against Tim Collins to Tim Farron. But as Jonathan just said, not really one of the big tickets in this decapitation strategy. For the first one, you have to come back to here, and you see there, beautiful shade of blue, Dorset West, Oliver Letwin, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, will still be in this next House of Commons. Put him back in his box and move along to the next one, top of 2% column. David Davis, the Shadow Home Secretary. Nice shade of blue there as well. He'll still be there representing Halton Price and Howden. David Davis is staying in his box. He's not coming out to play. And then down here, here comes Theresa May, and she's successfully returned in Maidenhead again. And she was a principal figure in that decapitation strategy. And of course, the last one would have been all the way down here, Folkestone and Hythe. But just an hour or so back, you saw him with his wife Sandra celebrating the fact that not only had he retained Folkestone and Hythe, but actually healthily increased his majority. So, decapitation strategy did not work, apart from that poor fella who didn't even think he was on the list in the first place. Tim Collins is out.
Yeah, he's out, having said he was definitely going to be in. He'll live to rue those words, I guess, but hard luck to him. It's horrible if you lose a seat, because those who've done it know. Juliet Bremner is at Bethnal Green and Bow, where we've had this extraordinary night. Juliet, what's the story?
Well, the story is it must be one of the upsets of this election. George Galloway stood here on an anti-war ticket and what he calls real Labour, or old Labour values, left-wing values anyway, against one of Mr Blair's most loyal supporters, Una King, and he defeated her by less than 1,000 votes, but still, that is some victory. He overturned a majority of more than 10,000 from the 2001 election. And when he made his acceptance speech after having had his victory declared, he said that this was a defeat of Una King he was dedicating to the Iraqi people, and he said that all those who died in this conflict, that their ghosts would come back to haunt Tony Blair. He sounded a very angry man. He just won, but he didn't sound jubilant. He sounded as much angry as anything else, and he said that he would urge the new Labour to come back tomorrow and sack Tony Blair, and this was all about a personal battle between him and Mr Blair.
Juliet, thanks very much. The Prime Minister is on his way back from his constituency to Luton Airport, where he's going to land, and there we can actually see his plane in the air in the early morning hour of Friday. He will be in there with Cherie. This is the third time now that he's done this as Prime Minister, and he will arrive in Luton. Then he has a destination in London, where he may or may not be meeting up with colleagues in the Cabinet and members of his party. Nick, we see these riveting shots that I can see. I think I can just see the plane in this bright and early morning, but it's an achievement to get it. We were talking about the share of the votes. 36.7 we're projecting for Labour, 32.8 for the Conservatives, 22.3, which means that it's not a robust victory for Labour. It's a very low share.
No, it's a terribly low share, and they'll be relieved that the turnout at least has not gone down, because if the turnout had also gone down, then they'd be in real trouble, and people would have said that this wasn't a big popular vote at all.
Meanwhile, Nicholas Owen, I think in the helicopter which is taking these pictures. Nick, you've been flying around all night. What have you got to tell us now from your helicopter?
Indeed, we did put down. We actually managed to get to Enfield as well, but you were a bit busy and you missed us there, so we took off again, Jonathan, and now we are hovering, as you see, exclusive pictures from the ITN helicopter of the Prime Ministerial plane making its way back. Tony Blair, third term, and his 757. Just emerging out of the clouds. There's quite a lot of cloud around today, cloud at about 1,500 feet, so we're only just spotting him as the plane moves towards Luton Airport, big holiday airport, as everybody knows. I've just been seeing a plane load of people taking off. Can't imagine why they want to be leaving the country at such a historic moment, can you? I'm sure
we're now looking at the plane, Nick. We're now looking at the plane from the ground. Getting closer and closer, but incredibly slowly, it seems to me. It's obviously a very good camera. They get it so clear that far away. Here we are on the closer shot. He comes into Luton Airport. He'll land there, and then, as I say, he'll be on his way into London. There's a gain, meanwhile, for the Liberal Democrats in Cambridge. And that's quite a victory for the Liberal Democrats, because that was not high on their target list. But there were a lot of people who thought that because it was a university town, the combination of students and Iraq might make the difference.
They were 17th on the list, and they had a very good rally there, big public meeting. One of the very few in the election, I would say.
Here are these elegant pictures of a, what is it, Nicholas? 757?
757, Jonathan, yes. Prime Minister on board. We gather Alan Milburn, the chap who ran the campaign, or we told he did. He's on there as well. And also the journalists, a lot of them who've been faithfully following the Prime Minister around. I'm sure all of them rather glad to be getting on the ground, going off to lead something like a normal life. Prime Minister, as you say, will head from here down the M1 motorway to London and back to business. Call at Buckingham Palace, and then politics as usual, I guess. Plane getting very close now, Jonathan.
You would have been on that plane under other circumstances, I suppose, if we weren't lucky enough to have you in here, Nick.
Well, indeed, and I was talking to one of the Prime Minister's close aides who remembered last time how they were forced to sit at the airport for more than 3/4 of an hour, desperate to get to the party in London, that sense that they'd had a great triumph, and yet that flatness as they waited in the airport. And I think they'll be relieved now to be able to have left the North East, his constituency, where his mood cheered a bit, didn't it, as he went to Trindam Labour Club, and to join Labour Party workers, a big party in central London, and finally feel that he can celebrate, be amongst friends again. There'll be the odd word, I'm sure, for those people who've lost their seat, and the ministers they'll be sad to have lost, but a celebration for him before eventually he goes to Downing Street in the morning and starts the business again and reshape his cabinet.
And given that he said he's going to listen much more, it's going to be quite a cold morning, so there's quite a lot to listen to, isn't there? You'd agree with that, Helen?
Well, it's been a very interesting result. It's been a patchy result. There's different geographic and demographic spread to what I think people had been anticipating. I certainly don't recall an election that has shown such maverick results throughout the country, and there has to be a period of analysis about that. But there is no doubt we are seeing landing probably the most successful Labour Prime Minister in history.
Without question. But has he landed to enter a new political landscape? Has this election told us that the old rules no longer apply, except insofar as they deliver the kind of results in the House of Commons that the present first past the post system delivers? I mean, David, coming on this week, I was saying 36.7% is the governing proportion share of the vote. So it's a very low proportion of the electorate. It's even lower.
That's right. I was just the point I was going to make. I don't know what the figure is, but if it's 36% of those who voted, it's probably below 1/3 of the total electorate, with a substantial majority in the Commons. And I think people are beginning to say, hang on a minute, can this be right, that somebody forms a massive majority in the House of Commons on the basis of less than 1/3 of the electorate behind them? There's something wrong there, isn't there?
Falmouth and Camborne, as you were speaking, Lord Steele, has been gained by the Liberal Democrats.
I was predicting
we're now predicting they're going to have 62 seats in the next House of Commons.
Well, I did say at the beginning that the exit poll was underestimating what we were going to get, and I think that's turned out to be right. If Roy Hattersley were still here, we'd be arguing as to whether this picture is more or less exciting than the interview with Mrs. Thatcher.
This is a historical first being able to film it. But it is an interesting moment for the Prime Minister. He gets a little lull as he knows that he's got a hugely busy day ahead of him. I mean, he's had an extraordinarily tiring campaign. I've followed him around for much of it. John Ray, our senior political correspondent, will be on that plane with him. And we are both completely exhausted at the end of this campaign, knowing what the Prime Minister's had to go through with a number of appearances and rallies and speeches and interviews
and
he's
also
had to do.
And also the attacks on him as well, because he's taken so much in terms of the personal attacks. And it cannot be easy for any man, regardless of whether you're a politician or not, to be called a liar. That is something that does hurt any individual. So that must have had an effect on him.
Colin.
Hi, Jonathan. Yeah,
Professor Rowling, there you are.
I don't want to rain on this parade a little bit, but I have been doing the sums that David Steele was sort of asking for. Yeah. And in fact, it's even worse than that. It looks to me, on a 60-ish% turnout, as if Labour have received the positive votes of little more than 1 in 5 of every elector. And with one-fifth. About 23% of electors have voted Labour. That, of course, means that 77% of them haven't done so. And someone else was pointing out earlier tonight, a 36 or even 37% share of the vote would be about the lowest we have ever had in democratic politics in this country for a winning party. And Labour's problems, losing Falmouth and Camborne to the Liberal Democrats just a few moments ago. So that they're hanging on. Their majority is comfortable, but plenty of inquests are required, I think.
It's interesting, Colin, I touched on it earlier, that we're predicting this majority for Tony Blair and Labour of 68. On that straight prediction, it turns out the exit poll was pretty accurate, wasn't it? So far, it's only 2 out. It was at 66.
And we would hope it doesn't move far away from that now. Yes. What is it?
68.
95% luck and 5% science, or is it the other way round? But whichever it is, it's come up trumps, despite some of the extraordinary swings that we've seen tonight that we were forecasting was going to happen all the way back at 10 o'clock.
This figure, rejoined by Michael Portillo here, while we watch Tony Blair's plane come to a halt, and he'll come out in a moment, but this figure of a 37% share of the vote, and only 1 in 5, just over 1 in 5 of the those entitled to vote, the electors, actually voting for a government, regardless whether it's a Labour government or a Conservative government, that isn't any kind of ringing mandate in a healthy democracy, is it?
No, I think there'll be a lot of indignation when these results are analysed. When actually Labour hasn't even achieved 37%, and yet has a majority of 160 seats over the Conservatives and a substantial overall majority. And I agree with Lord Stewart. I mean, Lib Dems will feel hard done by. They've made some gains, but not in proportion to their gain in the number of votes.
Come back to that in a moment. But John Ray is on the plane. John, what's the mood been like on the journey down?
Well, I was just musing, Jonathan, just how much politics is about perception. I hear you talking there about the Labour majority now coming down in predictions to the early 60s. I have to say, the mood on the Prime Minister's plane amongst his party is very different. It's not buoyant, but it is happy. Phrases like a tremendous victory, and trying, I think, the Prime Minister's team to put this in proportion, saying, well, look, let's remember, this is a historic third victory. You talked about, if you tried to talk about this a few years ago, you'd have been laughed out of court. Of course, disappointment, I think, from Mr. Blair, having lost so many seats, but pointing at other seats that they have retained tonight, Hove, Stourbridge, places like that, saying he thinks he has cemented something that is historic, which has always been his aim, which is to make Labour the natural government.
Here's his staff coming out and his key party workers and allies. There's Alan Milburn, just going down the steps, green tousle-haired, having told the Prime Minister that he doesn't want to serve in a cabinet under any circumstances. Well, that's what him. There is Alistair Campbell, as ever, on the phone, tough as boots, brought in, drafted in for the campaign, whether he goes back to journalism or whatever, we do not know. And the journalists, Nick?
Jonathan Powell there, the Chief of Staff as well, has been up there as well with the Prime Minister. Yes, Alistair Campbell's already presumably nobbling me or one of my colleagues for not hailing this as a historic triumph.
Exactly. Mercifully for you, he can't get at you in here, not for the moment anyway.
It won't stop him trying, believe you me.
But the truth is, it is, as we've been saying through the evening, it is a fantastic achievement, a tremendous and historic, etc. But it also raises fundamental questions. It raises fundamental questions for, certainly for the Conservative Party as well, that you were talking about, Michael, but for the governing party as well, to be governing with such a low level of commitment in the ballot box from the public is a real challenge.
And let's not kid ourselves, by the way.
There he is. Sorry to interrupt you, Michael, but there is the new Prime Minister on his way down. Carry on.
Let's not kid ourselves. It's pretty easy to govern with the sort of majority that he's going to have, because although the other parties come, within now 60, 70 seats of Labour, those other parties don't have very much in common. You've got Northern Irish parties, you've got Liberal Democrats, Conservatives, and Nationalists in Scotland and Wales. They're not going to come together that often with, say, left-wingers of the Labour Party to threaten the Prime Minister's position directly.
So at Luton Airport, in his Jaguar with the entourage and the journalists, he now will motorcade his way back into London to this destination at the centre, which for security reasons we can't quite name, but where he will undoubtedly meet up with others, where there'll be a private celebration in the heart of the city.
I think you see that he will be fuelled, yes, by the fact that he's got a reasonably comfortable parliamentary situation, but he's so lived on popularity, I think the Prime Minister will know tonight that he has been given a bloody nose by the electorate in terms of the turnout, in terms of the share of the vote. And I think he'll feel that quite painfully, actually, and think he has to do something else in this term and in the speech he gives this morning in Downing Street to convince people that he's still their man, he's still their Prime Minister.
They had a big conversation in the last Parliament. Heaven help us if they're going to have a bigger conversation.
I think Michael's made an important point, which is that the majority over the official opposition is actually much larger than the majority we're talking about over members as a whole. And that means that he's going to have things really all his own way in terms of the House of Commons, but maybe not in terms of his own party.
Correct. And there, the Labour majority that Tony Blair is going to have, we are predicting it's edged up again to 70. It may well bob around, but nothing significant. It's a prediction of a Labour majority of 70. Now, we won't let you miss a thing. Everything that's happening here, when he gets back in London, we will see it. But just join us again after the break.
living is now even more affordable, with 25% off all garden furniture plus an extra 10% off. But not for long. Homebase.
Today, new Vanish Oxy Action Max tackles the ultimate challenge. Dried-in stains that just won't budge. Holiday abroad? We do. I'll bet your washing's covered in dried-in stains.
Dried jam. It'll never come out.
Let's make this worse with beetroot. Now, that bottom of the basket toughness. Let's really dry it in. Mixed with water, Vanish Oxy Action Max can remove these dried-in stains before your eyes.
Amazing.
And you can have all this stain removal power every day with just one scoop in your wash.
Great, no more sifting.
If it's this good, I'll throw everything in. New Vanish Oxy Action Max. Trust pink, forget even dried-in stains.
Only one company, Health Perception, has the widest range of glucosamine products. So whichever you choose, tablets, gels, patches or liquid, there's one that's just right for you. And with the added assurance of strength and quality, no wonder we're the UK's best-selling glucosamine brand. But don't just take our word for it. Boots customers have just voted Health Perception's glucosamine their #1 choice.
Some dusters move dust around and let it settle again. But there's no escape from Pledge dusters. The fluffy head with extra long, fluffy fibers actually traps and holds dust. And when it's dirty, just replace it with another fluffy head. Pledge dusters. Trap dust like magic. S.C. Johnson, a family company.
To unblock plug holes, don't use bleach because it's just too thin, even the thick ones. But Mr. Muscle Sink and Plug Hole Unblocker is a very thick gel, so it sinks through the water and clings to the clog to clear the blockage in no time. Mr. Muscle Sink and Plug Hole Unblocker loves the jobs you hate.
Monobrow thing going on there, haven't you? We're in Manchester with Veet, and we found another wax virgin. Sarah, I can't believe you've never waxed before.
I did think I'd get it right.
It's really easy. Look, just smooth it down. That's it. Hold down and pull back.
That was easy.
Yeah, and it lasts for up to 3 weeks. Oh, clearly you needed that. Oh, look at that. Right.
Results last up to 3 weeks. Are you still a wax virgin?
Take a typically trying day. Add a couple of hungry children. Choose Bernard Matthews Premium Norfolk Turkey Breast to make a cheery smile. 2% fat is all it contains, so stir in plenty. Beautiful. That'll hit the spot. Bernard Matthews Norfolk Turkey, one of life's most versatile ingredients.
Win a trip to Hollywood and learn to fight like a Jedi in Star Wars Episode 3.
Hello again, and there you can see the Prime Minister's entourage making its steady way back to London, and we will dot in and out, keep up with them, stay with them via our helicopter. But meanwhile, Alistair, you've got the battleground for us, I think, where we are now, and we've got a majority, as I was saying, just for a majority of 70 that we are predicting for the Labour Party.
That's right. As they motor their way along, they may begin to reflect upon how this campaign actually worked out, whether it was under Alan Milburn's leadership or whether it was Gordon Brown's leadership, and what was supposed to be the easy victories and the tougher fought contests. It just hasn't worked out like that. Let me show you why on the battleground. If we start down here at the very easiest area, remember we told you at the very beginning of the day that it's the number at the top of the column that tells you the amount of swing required for either the Conservatives or the Liberal Democrats or the Scottish Nationalists to win that seat from Labour. So these were all of the seats that Labour were defending. Look at that. The two that were supposed to be walkovers, Dumfries and Galloway right up in Scotland and Dorset South right down in the West Country, Labour held both of those seats. Quite extraordinary. And then if we move along here a little bit, past 1, 2, 3, into this column here, 4%. Almost rock-solid Labour defence, and pop there in the middle, Falmouth and Camborne. Years ago, that was Sebastian Coe holding that seat for the Conservative Party, and Labour really thought the Tories might sweep back in there and pinch it from them again. Nope. Liberal Democrat took it. Totally unpredictable. And then, right over here, all the way down to the 5% column, no, I beg your pardon, the 6% column, Enfield Southgate. Remember I was saying earlier on in the evening, in some respects it was the story of 1997 and the Michael Portillo moment. Well, in some respects, again, it is the moment of this campaign. They really knew they were going to have a tough battle all the way back there, but this one they thought they would almost certainly be able to hold on to. But Stephen Twigg, on a massive swing of 8.7% against him, lost that seat to the Conservative Party. So it was a series of difficult and complex battles, none of them entirely predictable. So what does it all mean if we pump it straight in to the House of Commons and take you for the last time over, across the river, down through the central column, along the corridors of power, and here into the chamber of the House of Commons that in a few days' time will be populated by all of those new people who have been successful. So let's electronically sweep them in, there they are, for the last time tonight, and press the button B and tell you what we think the outcome is going to be. Over here, Labour will have won 358 seats. The Conservative Party over here will have won just 195, less than Michael Foot. All those years ago, we've talked about that, their worst moment. Liberal Democrats, we had our doubts about them, didn't we, at the beginning of the evening, but we reckon they're going to complete this process now on 61, a significant improvement for the Liberal Democrats. And down over here, principally because the Scott Nats have done slightly better, 32 for all of the others, the Scott Nats, Plaid Cymru in Wales, and of course the Northern Ireland seats that you'll be hearing about later on this afternoon. Swirl it all around and it then produces a majority, now we're saying, for the Labour Party of 70 seats. And that, Jonathan, is how we think this House of Commons will eventually be when it gets back to work.
Alistair, thanks very much for taking it through it. You look so at ease there, you'll be sorry to have to leave it, won't you? Anyway, we can go to Westmoreland now. This is the seat where Tim Collins said he was going to win, but has actually been removed from that seat by Tim Farron, the Liberal Democrat candidate there, and Mr. Farron is with us. Tim Farron, of course, many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Did it take you by surprise, or did you always think you were going to do it?
That's a very good question. I think we thought it was very close. We thought we were in with a chance. I've been telling people, almost like a stuck record for the last week or two, that it was going to be about 500 votes either way. I had no idea that that was actually accurate, but it appears to have been so.
What do you attribute it to?
Hard work. I think what we've done here over the last 5 or 6 years is to really bed ourselves down in the local community, to work hard on local issues that affect people throughout Westmoreland and Lonsdale, particular issues that are related to rural communities, the lack of affordable housing, rural transport, rural schools. And we've made a reputation for ourselves here, and I like to think that I have personally as well as a local councillor and somebody who has got my hands dirty with local issues. But I think it's also down to what the Liberal Democrats have been doing nationally, playing a very positive campaign about issues such as the abolition of the council tax and providing free domestic care, scrapping tuition fees, and that's a message that's gone down really well here. And the Conservative message, which has been a very negative one, I think has landed badly here, and we've won as a result.
Tim Farron, you sound like an already seasoned politician. Congratulations, and I hope you enjoy Westminster. Thanks very much for joining us. Now, we've got pictures still of from our helicopter of the speeding Jaguar, in which the Prime Minister is on his way to the heart of London, out there to celebrate with his colleagues. Gordon Brown is already there, and he is going to join him, I have no doubt, where they will have a very, as we were hearing earlier from John Ray, they're going to have a pretty good celebration, even if the reduction in the number of seats and the loss of a couple of ministers means that it isn't quite the celebration they would like to have. But as everyone has been saying, it remains an astonishing achievement. 68, 70 seats, majority, whatever it is, has not been achieved by any Labour Prime Minister or by any Labour Party in the history of that party. Indeed, it's hardly been achieved by anyone else as well. Michael?
Well, I mean, just to confirm that point, you see Blair has won 3 elections with majorities of what, something like 160, 160 and now 70. add those numbers together, and they're a good deal higher than Mrs. Thatcher's numbers, which were 40-something, 144, and about 100.
Yeah.
So actually, you know, he's way ahead in terms of the majorities. I don't think Mrs. Thatcher ever came down anywhere near 37% of the vote, but that's a different story.
And we've been talking about that. Now, though, we'll go to Mary Nightingale for the big stories of the night. Over to you, Mary.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, is on his way back to London, as you've just seen, after winning an historic third term. This was a scene a short time ago as the Prime Minister's plane landed at Luton Airport. Speaking at his Sedgefield constituency earlier, Mr. Blair said there was much for the Labour government to do.
And I know that there are lots of lessons to learn. But I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic third-term victory. And I feel proud, too, not just of the changes we have made, but of what we can now do with this mandate. Because one thing is for sure, the Conservative Party, people did not want back.
There have been significant Labour defeats, though. Minister Stephen Twigg lost the Enfield Southgate seat he gained from Michael Portillo in 1997. And Una King has lost a bitterly fought battle to George Galloway of the anti-war Respect Party in Bethnal Green and Bow. The Conservative leader, Michael Howard, has congratulated Tony Blair on his third election victory. Looking relaxed, Mr. Howard said the Tories would now be able to form a stronger opposition, and he warned Mr. Blair it was time to deliver.
If he does deliver on the need for cleaner hospitals, for school discipline, for more police, for value for money, and for controlled immigration, he will indeed have my support. But the time has now come for action and not talk from him.
The Liberal Democrat leader, Charles Kennedy, has said he's proud of his party's performance. Cambridge just the latest of some dramatic gains. Mr. Kennedy was speaking at the Count in his Inverness constituency, where he was joined by his wife and baby. He said the party would embrace the challenges ahead.
The era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us. That is something that I welcome. I think it is a healthy development, and I think that what we are seeing taking place in terms of the progress of the Liberal Democrats right across the land, in Scotland, in Wales, and right throughout England, is something to celebrate.
The Scottish Nationalists say they're delighted with their results tonight. Alex Salmond's party have won 2 seats from Labour, Western Isles and Dundee East. But there's been disappointment for Plaid Cymru, who've gone down a seat. And that is our final update this morning. Now it's back to you, Jonathan.
Mary, thank you very much for all those updates. And we're going straight now to Gerald. Gerald, you've been working fantastically hard over the last however many hours it is. I can't even count them.
Well, you pointed out I hadn't done Charlie Kennedy's. This is the best I can do. Here's Charlie pushing his small... It's a cute one to end on. Because you've been accusing me of being nasty.
It's uncharacteristically kind and generous. I don't see any satire in that at all, except that Charles Kennedy looks chubby and has got a colourful face.
That represents his small representation in the Commons as well.
Go on then. Let's see the ball.
We started the evening with Tony going to the polling station with to put his cross, and his cross, of course, was Iraq.
Which he referred to. You were prescient about that. He referred to the problem of Iraq. Yeah, next.
I pointed out that he started many years ago as Bambi and then turned into a poodle here with an American flag on his tail and a leash pulling him off. Then, of course, we got the famous Michael decapitation
This is when Michael was telling us about what had happened to him in Enfield Southgate before we knew that the same thing was going to happen to Stephen Twigg, who succeeded him.
Sure. And Michael Howard against Putney. And then we have the two of them together in the same suit saying, thank God this Unity Cape is nearly over. It is now. And then we have the regime change, where Brown is pulling Blair off the plinth, a la Saddam. And then we have this glum Blair that we came across. Then he wins, Howard wins Enfield, Southgate, and
Yeah,
then
well, it actually happened.
into the sewer he goes, and out come the rats.
This is when you were getting a bit harder and harder. Yes.
Then he gets a stake through his heart.
They get him out of the sewer apparently. And
well, yes, he gets out and into a coffin, and this leaves Blair now to continue his life up President Bush's bottom.
Back to where we started. Well, there we are. No one exactly comes well out of that, but there's sort of way in which we're all totally redundant with that, isn't it? We sort of told the story, the interesting story tonight. We could have all gone home early. Anyway, let's now go to Edinburgh, where Martin Geisler is there. Martin, and you are in a fish market, I'm told. Yeah, I can see you are.
Absolutely. As the rest of the country is waking up, Jonathan, to digest this morning's results over their breakfast, perhaps, fear not, many people already hard at work, and the new political makeup of the country is the subject of much discussion here at Newhaven Fish Market in Edinburgh. All the produce here, fresh from the sea. Just have a look at that. But politics, as I say, is on the menu this morning in terms of the discussion. Let's speak to a couple of people here. The fishing industry, of course, particularly in Scotland, hard hit during the last term of government. Let's speak first to Brian Bathgate. Brian, you're a Creole fisherman. What do you make? The news this morning is Labour still in power. Majority projected to be much reduced, perhaps down to about 70 seats. What do you make of that as a voter?
Well, I'm quite happy with the position as it appears it's turning out. I don't think it was a help for the country generally when they had such a large majority. The Labour Party had such a large majority.
Do you think you'll see a difference in the Prime Minister in the next term if he's now effectively had his wings clipped?
I think that, well, I'd hope there'd be a bit of a change, less of the... Well, I think our Labour government recently, there's been too much of the glitzy showbiz side associated with it, too much of a celebrity culture around it. And I hope that now it'll be a more serious government thinking more of, well, for me, I would say socialist principles like redistribution of wealth and things along those lines.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. Let's find somebody else to speak to now. Ian Breslin joins us now. Ian, you voted yesterday. You now know that vote has contributed to a Labour government once again. 70 seats, we think, will be their majority. What do you make of that this morning?
Pretty disappointed, really. I think they've let us down badly over the past 5 years, so I thought somebody else might have had a chance this time.
Who did you want to see in power?
Well, I would have liked Lib Dem to have got in this time, because I like their policies. But as far as the fishery is concerned, the only group that could have helped us rather is the SNP, because they're the only ones that have a decent fishery policy. Unfortunately, I feel we've been sold down the government by the Tories and the Labour.
The SNP picked up a couple of seats last night. Do you think that's going to help them, having an extra couple of faces in Westminster?
I don't think so. I think they're, they'll not, anything they try to push through will be knocked back now. And it looks like the death knell for the industry here. It's a good job that we have had so much fish coming in now from as far away as Australia. Otherwise, it's been...
Final question, Ian. We're on the south bank of the River Forth, about a mile as the crow flies up that way is Kirkcaldy, where Gordon Brown's constituency is. Would you like to see him move into number 10 from number 11 sooner rather than later?
It doesn't make any difference to me, quite frankly. I don't think he's the man for the job either. I'll probably get my throat cut for that.
Ian, thank you very much indeed for your time. Much discussion here and elsewhere right across the country, of course. Back to you.
Martin, thank you very much. A touch of reality from Edinburgh there. Still to come, our review in pictures of the drama and emotion of the night. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, so just stay with us.
Your toilet may look clean, but you could be unaware of something nasty creeping up around the rim, like the notorious mother-in-law and limescale build-up. New Harpic DuraGuard has a stain prevention system that's unique among loo cleaners. For 150 flushes, it fights limescale and stains, so you lose cleaner for longer. Unfortunately, the rest is up to you. New Harpic DuraGuard. What does your loo say about you?
Oh no, my washing machine. Can you fix it?
Well, look, it's completely clogged with limescale. That's why it's broken down. You don't use Calgon, do you?
No, why?
Well, Calgon helps prevent limescale damage like this. I'll have to take it away.
New Calgon Dual Action helps prevent limescale buildup from the very beginning of the wash. That's new Calgon Protection.
It's the only one recommended by these trusted washing machine manufacturers.
Washing machine, longer with Calgon.
I don't want to go. I won't know anybody.
You'll be fine. Don't worry, okay? Go on, off you go.
The Peugeot 206 Sport starts from just $8,995 with 1 year's free insurance, so you don't have to go to extreme lengths to own one.
Welcome back. It's been a long night, a busy night, and a night of upheavals, of ins and outs, successes and failures. Let's have a summary of that now, shall we? Here, 599 seats are in so far. The winning post was at 324, and the Labour Party is at 343, and Tony Blair is on his way back into London right now. 186 so far for the Conservatives, 57 so far for the Liberal Democrats, and the rest, including George Galloway for the Respect Party, on 13. Now, Melanie Johnson, Junior Minister, is out. Una King, Blairite MP, is out, and Bethnal Green, victim of Respect and George Galloway, and Chris Pond is also out, an up-and-coming young Labour politician. The Labour results, they've lost Milton Keynes North East, that's the Conservatives, they've lost St Albans, they've lost Hornchurch, and they've lost Falmouth and Camborne, which is the Liberal Democrats who have been pleased to get that seat, which was not very high on their lists. Northampton South is a Conservative gain with a majority of 4,469. The swing there from Labour to Conservative, 5%, a 5% swing. If they got that kind of swing more, they might have done an awful lot better than they've actually done. Clwyd West is a Conservative gain here with the majority of just 133. The swing from Labour to Conservative, 1.8%. And Gravesham is another Conservative gain with a majority, another tiny majority, 654. That was where Chris Pond went down, incidentally. As you can see, is Labour, Chris Pond there, 19,085 against 19,739. Swing from Labour to Conservative, 6.3%. And Bexleyheath and Crayford, the Conservative of one Bexleyheath and Crayford, they've gained it with a majority of 4,551, a swing from Labour to Conservative of 7.2%. So there we've seen some of the Conservative gains, but we've been talking about the scale of the problem the Conservatives still face, the difficulty of describing this as any kind of triumph, when they will have gained, if we're right, something like 30 seats, way behind what they would have to be regarded seriously as the party of government for at least a long time to come. Michael, your thoughts on this first?
On that particular point,
yeah.
Well, I think 200 is some kind of magic number. I mean, 200 would not have been a very impressive number of seats in any case, but below 200 is obviously deeply disappointing. And I think one of the questions people would ask themselves is whether this has put the Conservatives in any sort of position to win the next general election. Now, the seats here are a little bit misleading because on the percentages, of course, they are closer to the Labour Party, only maybe 4 percentage points behind. So I think there'll be a bit of a tussle now, a bit of a spin battle on this as to whether Howard can argue that he's put the Conservatives in the position to win the next election. But I think it's not a strong enough result to avoid others coming out and putting forward their own point of view as to what happened in this election campaign. And some of them will be arguing that it was too tough, it was too based on immigration, that the liar campaign was too strong, and that something softer and more centrist needs to be tried.
When you say softer and more centrist, there's something, I mean, beneath that, the rhetoric of liar and the focus on immigration, there are a whole set of overlapping and competing views within the Conservative Party, are there not, about what kind of party it needs to be. There are some who believe it's got to be much more of a tax-cutting party, but they also might be against the immigration issue, for instance.
Yeah, no, it is formidably complicated. And, for example, something that didn't raise its head in this election, but which is nonetheless very important in the Conservative Party, is the position on Europe. And that cuts across at another angle, so that, for example, you have very important figures like Kenneth Clarke, who are pro-European, therefore they're in the minority in that sense, but they're also social conservatives, which may strike you as odd, may strike you as a paradox.
Is he going to, we know Malcolm Rifkind is back in, we know Ken Clarke is back in and a formidable figure. Is he going to play now a bigger part in trying to define what the party should be, whether his ideas are accepted or not?
Well, I very much doubt it. I mean, I think Ken Clarke would be a formidable Conservative Prime Ministerial candidate because he does have a lot of empathy with ordinary people, and he's a very blokish sort of bloke.
Do you think the Tories had done much better had he been leader, given that the European issue wasn't in the campaign?
I think that he would have been a much more popular candidate, yes. Whether the damage that was done along the way, because he was pro-European and the party was mainly anti-European, whether the damage done in that way would have been greater than the advantage in the popular vote is very, very difficult to judge.
From the perspective, I just noted here that the prediction of the Labour majority that we now have is exactly where we started the story at 10 o'clock last night, which is 66. We're now predicting a Labour majority of 66. From the perspective of the party which you once led, Lord Steele, we've got you on 63 is what we're projecting for Liberal Democrats. Now that is more than we were suggesting with the exit poll. But it's not quite what, in terms of share of the vote, you feel you deserve.
No, but I mean, as I said earlier, I think the whole issue of electoral reform and the very fact that this government, as your correspondent was saying earlier, is actually got less than a quarter of the electorate behind it, and yet has a substantial majority over the official opposition, and even a comfortable majority over everybody, is quite remarkable. For the Liberal Democrats, I think we can be very satisfied. The other two parties are both going to have internal arguments and debates. I mean, the Conservative Party, as Michael has just said, they're bound to be inquests and questions over whether they chose the right leader. In the Labour Party, there's the whole issue of when is Tony going to make way for Gordon Brown. The Liberal Democrats are going to be quite united. I served in the Liberal Party for most of one Parliament when I was one of 6 members. Here we are with over 60. It's a completely different world, and Charles Kennedy was right. It's not going to go back. We've held on to those seats that we won in the last 2 elections and gained more. And with a bedrock of over 60, I think we are in 3-party politics now for the foreseeable future.
Tony Blair is on his way to the centre of London, in fact to the National Portrait Gallery, which is where a lot of Labour Party supporters are gathered in. Gordon Brown as the Chancellor is there as well, and you can see them waiting, I'm quite sure, to welcome Tony Blair when he comes. But Nick, while we have that, picking up on what David was saying, given that they've got now 63 seats, we think, is it going to be a consequence of that people in our trade, people like you, will feel obliged to give them more like equal time, which is quite important in the way in which they're able to get their case across and their arguments across?
Well, it's a great complaint to the Liberal Democrats, which is that many journalists are stuck in a sort of 2-party mindset, so that we tend to appear outside Downing Street and say the Prime Minister thinks this and the Leader of the Opposition thinks that. And it's a great frustration, I think, for the third party, there I go again, that we don't talk of them in quite that way. It has to be said that the nature of our political system does encourage you to think purely about the 2 people who might be Prime Minister. And at the moment, good gains though they've made, there is no prospect of a Liberal Democrat leader being Prime Minister at the next election, or indeed at the one after that, until there is either a change in the voting system or some sort of extraordinary breakthrough. Now, tonight has clearly been good news for the Liberal Democrats. They've gained a significant increase in the share of the vote, far fewer MPs than they would be under a proportional system, but they've made real gains, whereas the other parties have had a much gloomier night. But we are quite a way away from where David Steele was when he led the alliance with Roy Jenkins, and people really believed in that old phrase that we used to use, breaking the mould of British politics, that he or Jenkins might actually be Prime Minister.
But the difference now is that we've actually got the seats. In those days we had the headlines and we had the publicity and we had the popular vote.
You had 40 or 50% in the polls at one stage.
Yeah, I know, but we didn't get the seats. Now
Nick,
they have.
You were saying earlier that there was going to be, that they were going to have Brownites coming out and saying our man has got to go for it. Elaborate that thought.
Well, the thought is this, that now, if you're a critic of the Prime Minister's, what will you point to? A relatively low turnout, a very low share of the vote, we think possibly the lowest any government has had, at around 37%, a decline in the government majority, and you'll say, look, the people have sent us a very clear signal, it is only the electoral system that has distorted that and given us an artificially high majority. Come on, Tony, we know you're going, we need someone else in place, in other words, Gordon, to make sure we can win the next election. Now, Quite when they do it this morning? Do they do it tomorrow morning or Sunday? I don't know the answer to that, but I've no doubt they'll do it. The interesting question is, does Gordon Brown sit quietly, or does he rein them in and say, actually, I'm comfortable, I know what I've got? I think that's what we'll look for. And similarly, as Michael Portillo was saying, we will look for that in the Conservative Party too.
Notwithstanding the fact that we have a result, actually the prediction of the Labour majority now we're down to is still at 66, and that it's an historic result. There's a sense in which there'd be more questions thrown up by this election, Michael, than answers.
Yeah, it's rather extraordinary. I mean, some people said, look, if Blair gets a majority of more than 70, he's safe from Brown. Well, he's just under 70. And people said, if the Tories get more than 200, you know, Howard's sitting pretty. He's got just under 200.
It's good for trade, Michael. Good for the journalistic trade.
Yes, I have to think in those terms now. I mean, the one thing I will say is that the proportionate gain in seats of the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats is about the same. Conservatives got 30 more seats, Liberal Democrats got about 11 more seats. That at least is a relief to the Tories, because you can't say, look, the Liberal Democrats are overtaking the Conservatives. That will be one piece of good news for the Conservatives to cling on to tonight, I think.
It's clutching at a straw, isn't it?
Yeah, no, well, I agree. But that's what happens when you lose, you clutch at them.
Yeah. Colin, last thought from you, Professor Allings.
Well, Jonathan,
down amongst the quietly whirring computers.
I too have been looking at this, and my conclusion is that all parties will perhaps think long and hard about what's happened tonight. We've been over the Labour case quite considerably. In the Conservatives, on the other hand, you remember the phrase flatlining. You go back to Black Wednesday, 1992. Ever since then, the Conservatives have been stuck in the low 30s under whichever leader they've had and whichever general election they've contested. It's happened again last night, and I've looked at the regions of this, and the Conservatives have been improving their share of the vote in London, in East Anglia and the South East. They are still falling back in the North and in Yorkshire. Like that, they can't win an overall majority.
And as you said at the very beginning of the evening, it has turned out to be, and there are results all over the place.
Sorry, Jonathan.
That's all right. I said it's as you predicted at the beginning of the evening, different results all over the place,
absolutely.
different kinds of things happen.
But some of the Liberal Democrat gains are just fascinating, and whether they can hang on to them or not remains to be seen. But the circumstances may be different at the next election.
Colin, thank you very much. Thank you so much to Gerald here, to all of you. From Nick and me, it is time, it's nearly 6 o'clock, to say time's up. We're actually going to be back again at 9:25 a little bit later on to bring you up to date with some more results. But at this point, with the prediction that the Labour majority will be 66, that Tony Blair has won a record third term in government, that there are big question marks over what happens to the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats looking happy. It's been an exciting night for us. I hope it has been for you. For now, on this terrific election night, good evening.
Not looking good enough for the Conservatives. I hope that they will look better. as a result of our record and what we have done for this country.
But I do feel very proud of the fact that we've managed that historic third-term victory.
We have sent a message to Mr. Blair.
The era of three-party politics right across the United Kingdom is now with us.
There it is, 324 to Labour. So ITV at this moment declares formally that the Labour Party, Tony Blair, has won this election.
This defeat that you have suffered and all the other defeats that New Labour has suffered this evening is for Iraq.
I'm here, the first thing I'm here is as a Member of Parliament for this constituency.
Salmon Alex, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,044.
As the Second World War ended, VE Day gave colour to people's lives. Now, previously unseen original colour footage reveals the feelings of the nation as victory approached. VE Day in colour, new Sunday at 10, ITV1.
Stay tuned for the People's Court UK later at 9:25. That's after GMTV.
Tony Blair on his way back to Downing Street and his place in history. The first Labour leader to win 3 general elections. So really, not much has changed while you've been sleeping. Still the same government in place. You're watching GMTV as we do wake up to a third term under Tony Blair.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Friday, the 6th of May.
So Tony Blair is the most successful Labour Prime Minister ever. That's official now. Not a bad birthday present, really. He's 52 today, back in office for the third time, but with far fewer seats, it has to be said. Labour's majority has been slashed by around 100 seats.
So what now for the Conservatives, who've made gains but failed to topple Labour? Michael Howard, though, does look set to continue as leader. He says it's the start of a Tory revival.
And the Lib Dems made some gains but didn't do as well as they'd hoped.
Some shocks and surprises along the way as well. We'll bring you the story of the night over the next 3 hours, and we'll be hearing from all 3 leaders. John Stapleton's in Downing Street for us this morning, Kate Garraway at Conservative HQ, and Jackie Bramwells is with the Liberal Democrats.
Right, let's kick off, though, with Downing Street. Tony Blair will be making his way back there later this morning. Morning to you, John. The most striking figure of the night, it has to be said, despite the fact that Labour are back in office, is the size of their loss, really.
Yes, indeed. Very good morning to you, Fiona. Not quite the birthday party that Tony Blair would have wished, because this is the election in which no party really got what they actually wanted. And although Mr. Blair didn't receive the bloody nose that many people would have wished, he'll certainly be smarting from a fairly well-directed punch in the throat this morning. Right now, as you indicated, he's on his way into central London, having landed at Luton Airport, having come down from his constituency in Sheffield. He'll go to the National Portrait Gallery, where he'll join Labour Party supporters and grandstaff or some kind of celebration anyway. And then when he comes back here into Downing Street, he'll be looking at those figures, those all-important figures, and this is what they say at the moment. The Labour Party on 347, the Conservatives on 189, the Liberal Democrats on 57, and the others on 12. So, as you indicated, some significant losses for Mr Blair this morning. The Tories have done very well, particularly in inner London and down in Folkestone. Michael Howard doubled his personal majority. The Liberal Democrats haven't got quite as many seats as they would have wished, but they've done particularly well where they've been up against Labour opposition. And when Mr Blair gets back into number 10 behind me, he'll doubtless look at some of those results and want to know why and how he's lost some key figures like Stephen Twigg, his schools minister, who lost at Enfield and Southgate, and Melanie Johnson, who also lost at Welling and Hatfield. So he'll be mourning the losses of those two, that's for sure. But the most sensational result happened just a few miles from here in the East End of London, where George Galloway of the Respect Party, who'd been campaigning on the war in Iraq, won his seat, or won that seat, taking it away from the incumbent Labour MP, Una King. We'll have more details on that for you in just a tick. But first, all of the overnight developments from Alan Fisher.
It was a night much more interesting than the campaign. For Tony Blair, a reduced majority, but still an unprecedented third term.
Iraq has been a divisive issue in this country. But I hope now that we can unite again and look to the future.
An early win in the London seat of Putney gave the Conservatives hope, but in the end it was a good night rather than a great night. Stephen Twigg, the Education Minister, was the highest profile figure to lose his seat, but the Tories never made the inroads they'd hoped for elsewhere.
I think that what has happened on this election day marks a significant step towards our recovery.
The Liberal Democrats' plan to wipe out top Tories in vulnerable seats failed, but they did win some important victories against Labour, while in Scotland the SNP also made gains at the government's expense. Former Labour MP George Galloway, who set up his own anti-war Respect Party, took the seat of Bethnal Green and Bow in London from Blairite Una King in a tightly fought contest. Now, this morning, the three main parties will realise, even if they won't admit it, their performances simply never matched their expectations.
And after that victory in Bethnal Green and Bow, George Galloway mounting a blistering attack on the Prime Minister. George Galloway having campaigned, of course, on the war in Iraq, and it does seem that Iraq, certainly here in central London, was a bigger issue than most experts predicted, and that in itself raises the question, what now happens in number 10 behind me? Will Mr Blair actually succeed and continue in his full term, or will that bring on the arrival of Mr Brown, who, of course, many people anticipate will take over sooner rather than later, and Iraq could be the issue which determines that. Also talk of a very soon now a reshuffle of his cabinet, but we'll have to see, await developments on that. As you can hear, helicopters overhead Downing Street right now, which I'm sure there will be for most of the morning, and Mr Blair expected back here in about an hour's time. Back to you two in the studio.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll want some kip in amongst all that as well, John. Thanks very much indeed.
So, serious losses for Labour. Michael Howard has made some gains himself, and it looks like he's done enough to keep his job. Kate Garraway's at Conservative HQ for us this morning. Morning, Kate. What's the mood like down there, then?
Well, it's a funny thing, isn't it, Ben? And I think it says a lot about the state of politics in our country, and certainly about the state of the Tory party over the last 8 years, that here I am, outside Tory HQ on a night when they've lost the election, and the mood is really rather good. Why? Well, because Michael Howard might have vigorously claimed there was everything to play for up until yesterday, and everything to do, and that he really could win this election, but officials here, off the record at least, privately admit that they knew they couldn't do it this time around. This time it was around sending a signal to the country the Tory party is back in action, and they tell me that they think they've done that. Now, they have had some good gains, particularly in London and the South, a bit more disappointing in the Midlands maybe, but for the man himself, Michael Howard, well, he doubled his majority in the seat he's had for more than 20 years down in Folkestone, and this is what he had to say when he won that and effectively conceded defeat.
For the Conservative Party, this election marks a real advance towards our recovery. The task which faces us in the next Parliament is to complete that recovery.